Everybody, it is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. I am about, 25 miles west of Brian, who's holding it down in the Navy Yard studio. Good morning, B. How you doing?
What up, brother? How you doing, man?
Do you want to guess where I
am? In the field.
No.
Oh.
Well, yeah. So the Commanders are doing a ton of construction. Josh Harris is a man of his word. He said, I'm not an F- guy. They got shovels in the ground. Walls are coming down. They are doing stuff over there. And in turn, like a whole bunch of areas where the media can normally access are inaccessible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I talked with the folks from their PR side, and they were very this is just a different run organization. They were very cool. They're just like, yo, we don't have any space. So rookie minicamp today. Obviously, there's a ton of excitement around that. And I am going to be there. I think practice starts at 1:15 or something. And we're going to have a live report from practice. But to get that done, I needed to be out here. And so I was just going to go old school and do the show from the back of my truck. But Brian, I don't know if you've seen the weather.
It's raining a little bit.
Yeah, and it's going to be raining all day.
So you're in the bubble.
I'm not in the bubble. Look at the stream. You'll see I'm definitively not in the bubble.
Well, I haven't even turned on my computer yet, JP.
Jeff or Landfill, do you want to guess where I'm at?
You're at the Commander's facility in Ashburn.
I am not. Unless you.
Are you at the beer place?
I am not.
Okay, well then tell us where the hell you are.
Are you at Greg's office?
Game.
I'm at Cody Betts' house. He lives like 2 minutes from the bubble.
Oh Lord.
That's why it was funny. So Cody's going to join us at 11:45. I can just put him on a headset and it'll work out just fine. He keeps offering me White Claws though. I said, hey man, it's a little early. It's 10 a.m.
Cody, make him drink a White Claw before 12. I'll bet you $25.
No,
give me 25.
Not going to happen. All right, so but Landfill, you got
like you're on vacation. Hell, you're always there anyway.
Doing the radio show from Cody Betts' house is hardly vacation.
I said act like you're on vacation. I did not say you're on vacation.
Yo, I can call out right now if you want me to.
No, just grab your White Claw like you do on vacation.
Too early, man.
Get you a Dr. Pepper Clear.
Now, Dr. Pepper Clear, you're speaking my language, B.
Yeah.
Let's get to kind of the news of the day, I suppose. Tress Way and Jaden Daniels have come to an agreement. Jaden Daniels is going to wear number 5. I think all parties did right by each other, and we've reached a positive conclusion for the organization to move forward. Does that sound about right to you, Brian?
Yeah. I think, listen, man, that's a deal, as I stated yesterday, that should be handled by Jaden Daniels and Tress Way. And I believe it was. And I saw the thing last night. Then this morning, I saw it again on Instagram. I saw it on Twitter last night. And I just posted, Tress is a class guy. And you know that. And that's the ultimate thing. The dude, look, he doesn't give a damn about nothing but trying to win. He always wants to make sure his teammates are feeling good about themselves and feeling good about the situation. And I'm sure, Jaden came in, he wants the number, but he respected Tress based off of the things he said to people in interviews. But those two guys got together and they say, let's solve this problem. For whatever anybody out there thinks, nobody gives a damn. It gets the one finger salute, 100%. Those two guys came up with a decision, and that's all that matters.
I think there's a bigger picture here. I know a fair bit now about kind of the process that unfolded to get this done. And I think it was Brian, there was a time in the past. I mean, hell, we know it from when Haskins got Theismann's number, right?
Huh?
That now I am confident Joe would never say this publicly. Maybe he would or has even. But I think there was significant organizational pressure to let Haskins wear number 7, right? And I think that's the way the organization was run.
Mm-hmm.
That, the new guy just takes over and is the most important, and that's how it's going to be. And then Joe said, "Sure, that's fine." I think in hindsight that was probably not the right decision. This was a unique situation because in most teams, clubhouses, whatever, and this could be any sport, right? Like if a utility player, for lack of a better word, has a number and then a new star comes in, they're going to get that number, right? But Tress is so unique in that he's among the best players in the league at his position. He's been here for a decade. I mean, a decade for a punter is pretty remarkable, right? Made Pro Bowls and has like made an impact in the city and the fan base. He's a super likable, funny, gregarious dude, right? And that just made this situation so different because 99 times out of 100, if a rookie quarterback, top 5 pick joins the team and the punter has his number, that's an immediate, we're taking that number. Good luck. Was there another number you like? 99 times out of 100, this is never a conversation. But because Tress, to his credit, is such a remarkable player, punter, person, it was a conversation. And I think what I applaud and what I think is so different organizationally, Brian, let's think about a couple things. One, in the Dan days, they absolutely would have brought Jaden to that draft party at National Harbor. 100%. Because he was in Ashburn on Friday, and then the draft party Saturday. They would have brought him there and had him standing next to a ticket booth and a place to buy T-shirts. And they didn't, right? They let him do his thing. They haven't made a tremendous marketing push with Jaden yet. They haven't made really even a tremendous content push with Jaden yet. I'm sure that's coming. Don't get me wrong. And it should. Yeah. But in the old days, that would have been the forefront, right? They would have been focused on making him a star from day one. The owner would have said, he's our starter week 1. We're all in, whatever. They're already developing this thing differently. And what I can tell you is that there was not organizational pressure on Tress to move faster, to sell jerseys, or to reach a decision. They let the two, to your point, they let the veteran and the rookie figure this thing out on their own timeline of their own accord. And I think that is a big step for the organization. Seriously. And I think that's a symbol of what I've said all along, that there is organizational alignment towards developing a quarterback, right? Owner, GM, coach, quarterback, all in lockstep. And you don't want to make too much of anything, but I just, you can see this feels so different than what would have happened 5 years ago.
It's just naturally, I mean, I think the ultimate thing is we have to completely forget about 5 years ago, because ultimately, soon as Dan was out of the building, as I came here one day and I told you, I say, everybody's attitude is different. And when people tell you things are led from the top down, that's exactly what what was happening. That's what was happening, because everybody, the same people that were in the building then, that are in the building now, they act different. So, and I look and I laugh at it, because it's I understand when you have certain leadership, you take on their persona. Just like we always say, teams take on the personality of the coach, right? And guess what? The front office and all the people inside there take on the attitude of whatever their leadership is. And that goes from owner on down.
Totally.
And Josh rolls in with a out there, open, not standoffish type attitude, and everybody else is following suit. So I expected that type of thing to happen, But the thing with Tress, as you stated earlier, Tress is a good dude, okay? And I think people don't understand that in football sometimes. We always look for there are some guys who are complete maniacs, but they're good dudes.
Right.
There are guys that are nice as hell publicly, but they're asses behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Tress is completely the same person all the time. He's a good dude who wants to win, and he does not want to have any strife anywhere. But this is where I go. The NFL has an issue when people want to change jerseys. You remember that?
You got to buy up all the inventory.
You think they're going to say anything about this one? Hell no, because they know that quarterback will sell a lot of jerseys. They're not going to say, whoever got to, you got to pay up, you got to pay for the rest of the jersey. They're not going to say that at all. But this shows you how the NFL put, like we saying about the team, what Dan was doing. Hell, the NFL does that too.
Well, it's also so the jerseys you have to buy, just like the actual logistical part of it, is just the current printed inventory that's for sale, like the amount of way jerseys that exist. And I can't imagine there's that many. And I would also guess whatever that dollar amount is, I would guess that's taken care of.
Whatever it is, he's not going to have to pay for it.
I agree with that.
Because they already know that number 5 Daniels is going to sell. And that's what they care about.
Sure.
So as I say over and over again, when you want people to look at them a different way, the top down, and the NFL is the top at this point.
Yeah.
And they do the same thing. But hey, the two people that mattered, they're cool with it. It's all that matters at this point.
Yeah, I think especially, I think Jaden deserves some commendation for not, he was never like, in the era of social media and Instagram and blah, 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 like he could have tried to like Bigfoot this thing and didn't at all. And he deserves some credit for that. But I think Tress deserves a lot of credit. Like the Commanders content team, I think did a really good job kind of rolling this out. Honestly, I think the Commanders content team is doing a lot of really good work. But I think Tress deserves a real, salute here, because you saw in the video when he got emotional, like that number means a lot to him. That's a dude. Did you see this tweet from Jeremy Reeves last night?
Not it.
Now, Revo and Tress are close.
Yeah.
So, understandably, but Reeves posted this. He quote tweeted the Commanders video of Tress talking about giving the number up. And I talked to Tress about this like a month ago. And he's like, listen, man, I've been here 10 years. I love everything here. All I really want is to win some games and maybe have a deep playoff run. And if this is the kid to do it, then I'll support him however I can. And that was kind of the beginning of me thinking this was all going to happen. Reeves wrote this last night. He said he was undrafted, so everything he's got, he's had to earn from the bottom of the pit. A lot goes into that. I know firsthand. He built something that is tough to do, and still he was selfless enough to give that number away to the franchise QB. That's my brother. Love you, 5. And I think that sums this up pretty damn well. And that's coming from his teammate, right? Another guy in that locker room. And I think you can make tough decisions that are for the best of the organization. And if it works out, then that decision is one of the best things you'll do, right? Mm-hmm. I think, and I know that you probably haven't seen much of it, engaged in much of it. The conversation on social media is just ridiculous. If you have a passionate feeling about this and you're not related to Tressway or Jaden Daniels, I think you need to relax. Like, switch to decaf, dude.
Just ignore them. I mean, that's the whole thing about
Jeff, it. How deep is it in Commanders Twitter and Instagram on this topic?
Yo, I'm actually glad Tress, I think the only reason why it was even publicized is because the fans were making it a bigger deal than what it was. I believe if Jaden wanted the number, I think all that could have been handled, behind the scenes. But because our fan base got something to say about every little thing.
Everything was handled behind the scenes. It was just the lunatics on social media that made this like a big debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what I mean by handled behind the scenes, I believe, it wouldn't even have been a thing of, even having the whole video of Tress.
They want to put that because
they
that's about marketing. That's about jerseys for sale.
The videos are
that's
cool.
what that's about.
Yeah,
but
no.
The thing about
cool.
it is, as I say all the time, and I'm gonna leave it at this: we can sit up here and make people think that they matter. Those opinions on social media don't damn matter at all. Only thing that matters is Tress and Jaden got together and solved it.
Agreed.
And the team was cool. So whatever somebody wants to say, positive or negative, it doesn't damn matter. Stop making yourself more important than what you are, fans. You are very important when it comes to cheering and doing all that, but you don't make decisions like that.
I also wonder, like the folks, because there are people screaming, no way Tress should give this up. he's a veteran, he's earned it. And then there are people screaming, this is the quarterback. What are we talking about? This is a punter. Give him the jersey number.
See, the whole thing about
everybody
this,
who just why do we care so much about jersey
let's solve
numbers?
it, okay? Tress did a noble thing, but he probably got paid for it. So everybody was taking care of in this whole damn thing. So let's stop acting as if what we think matters, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Social media has made people stick their chests out and think that they are the best of the best and they know everything. You don't have a damn clue. You don't have the money to stop it from happening, and you don't have the money to make it happen. Those two dudes came up with a decision, and that's all that damn matters. We can move on, because I think at this point we have given the people that don't matter too damn much.
I think salute to Tress. Jaden gets his number. The people that are like, oh my God, Donovan McNabb and Heath Schuler wore that. Dude, who cares? Nobody thought LSU could produce a quarterback till Joe Burrow showed up. Nobody thought Ohio State could produce a quarterback till CJ Stroud showed up. Like the stuff in the past, unless it's like you're having a debate about a cruise through the Bermuda Triangle, like you can leave stuff in the past. Like numbers and cosmetology, like, man, a lot of this is nonsense, dude.
Cosmetology? What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know.
See, sometimes
numerology? What do they call it?
See, when you go too far in the conversation, you normally screw up. Cosmetology has nothing to do with this.
Right, but like people get caught up in, is it numerology?
You mean astrology, dog?
Whatever any of it is, it's probably nonsense. I think everybody that wants to order a Jaden Daniels jersey, do it. They're dope. Like, I would still just order the LSU one. I think that's cooler. But if you had to get one, B, are you going?
Hey, JP, let me just let you know one thing. Everybody in the marketing aspect of the Commanders and the NFL don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that buying that LSU crap.
It's just doper, dude. It's a cool looking jersey. Brian, you tell me not to care what other people think. I'm not caring.
Well, I'm telling you that the NFL and Jaden Daniels right now don't give a damn, because at LSU jersey, they put no more money in his pocket.
I bet LSU put plenty of money in his
pocket. They might have, but they're not putting any more.
That's fine.
The money that's being put in his pocket now comes from that number 5 burgundy and gold jersey being sold.
Which one would you get? Black,
I'm not wearing no
white,
damn LSU.
I'm saying of the Commanders. Black, white, or red?
I like wearing white. So, I think white you can put with anything. The red can limit the amount of things other colors you can wear with it.
That's true. Jeff, I think the only person that would actually
the black to me looks too close to the damn Steelers. I hope they change that.
Okay. B's out on the black. I think I would go the burgundy, because I'm not, like, if I'm wearing a jersey, I'm only wearing it to a game, right? Like, I'm not wearing it to the club. And
yeah, but I'm saying I can wear it to the game, but I can wear multiple pants, different colored pants. Like the black with some burgundy on it, with like make it darker and have the little white stripe without the yellow looking like the damn Steelers. I could do that.
Yeah. I think I would.
Or
it's
just
funny.
Go all black.
It's
and
funny
then have
because
the numbers raised a little bit, make it look like.
Remember they used to sell those, like, I don't know if they were real or not, but they had those like alternate all black Pro Bowl Trent Williams jerseys. Those were cool. Those were cooler than these. Mm-hmm. I'm on their website and I'm kind of shocked that they don't have the Daniels number 5 yet. And maybe I'm looking in the wrong place and it exists somewhere else.
It's coming.
I'm on Commander's store. Or maybe this is England or something. I don't know. But I like the white jersey. Like, it looks cool. I think it looks cooler than the burgundy, but it just doesn't look to me at all like the burgundy and gold. You know what I mean? So I would probably go burgundy for like the historic nostalgia aspect. But I think the white is actually a cooler jersey. I agree with you on the black. Jeff's the only dude that actually might get one of these. Jeff, what jersey would you get?
Definitely a burgundy one. I just like the burgundy.
Here's what we're going to do. We got it for all the number conversation surrounding Jaden Daniels and Tress Way. There's another number conversation we got to have. But next, AJ Perez joins us. Movement at RFK Stadium, far more important than jersey numbers. Nobody go anywhere. Emilio. That's a deep cut for the real ones. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. You know what, Elon Musk? You have made it so difficult to find. The search function on Twitter is just so broken. I don't understand why you've made things more difficult. Joining us right now on the BetQL guest line is our buddy AJ Perez, reporter for Front Office Sports. AJ kind of brought it to everybody's attention last night that the Senate is moving along with old RFK Stadium. AJ, what up, man? How are you?
Hey, JP, how's it going?
Good, man. Get us up to speed with the Senate moves this morning.
Yeah, we learned last night that the stadium bill is going to come up for a vote in the Senate. This is a few months after the House passed the version. It's going to be taken up by a subcommittee on the Senate on Wednesday, 10 a.m. There's a lot of other bills in front of the subcommittee, which is on the National Park Subcommittee. And looks like I don't see a lot of opposition. So things looking good to get this bill, passed and over to President Biden.
AJ, they were talking about it was going to take a while. They were tearing this thing down brick by brick from the inside out because they were worried about all of the environmental possibilities and things that could happen. Then they came back and they're going to implode this thing.
Yes.
Was that change? Does that have something to do with the possibility that they're leaning towards, let's get this thing ready so they can possibly start building the stadium?
Oh, sorry about that. I kind of lost you there. It's a long process. I mean, tearing that thing down, nothing's been there for many years, and that was a big issue with what to do with the old site. They weren't going to keep it, but it's just been a really long process and slow process of basically taking the RFK Stadium down. Yes, there's a lot of concerns as far as environmental. A lot of materials were used to build that stadium that could be dangerous. But, this is going to be a very long process no matter where it was going. Even if you're putting a stadium next to the now formerly named FedEx, that's the only straightforward path, really.
At this point, all the people I've talked to for months now have said this is going to get through. Like the House passed it, the Senate's going to pass it, Biden's going to sign it. And that still leaves a pretty big hurdle, though, because you got to get a deal done with the city, like the team does, right?
Yes.
What do you think of that portion of what remains? Like, this is a huge hurdle that has been problematic forever. They change the name. Dan finally sells. Voila, you're able to get it through. That said, what do you think the prospects are of the city getting this done, especially after they just committed so much cash to Capital One Arena?
Exactly. Yeah, that's a lot of $500 or so million there. Yeah, that's a big. That's going to be one of the hurdles once DC gets control. If this bill does pass the Senate and President Biden signs it, the next battle is going to be not only public money, but placating the neighbors who for many years haven't had, pretty much since DC United left, there hasn't been much going on there. So now you have to convince them not only you're going to get maybe 10, 11 games, depending on preseason and playoffs a year, maybe more if you make the Super Bowl. But that's one thing, but you're also going to have concerts. You're going to have other events. You're going to have more events than are currently at Commander Field because it's going to be a dome stadium almost certainly. So that's going to be, there's going to be some, I'm not saying this is the easy part, but getting this bill out of the House was the biggest hurdle because really the climate in DC right now, on the Hill isn't great. There's not much bipartisanship. Getting it through the House, which is run by the Republicans, with a bipartisan bill, it got out. Pretty much the only opposition for that was from Maryland's Congress people. So
and they're kind of just doing their job. I'm not mad at them on that one. If you're
totally,
the rep for PG County, you don't want to lose the stadium, so you should vote against it.
Exactly.
Who is the dude?
No problem.
We don't give a lot of credit to politicians on here, but there was one dude I remember when their kind of friendship was announced that people were kind of shocked. It's the dude that brought the bill up in the House. I think he's the Kentucky Republican that became friends with Muriel Bowser.
Yeah, that was a very odd one, especially since he's
What's his name?
He's the one that I'm blanking right now.
Okay.
Let's see here. And he's also the one who's doing the impeachment of
Comer, right?
Of Biden right now. So It's James Comer.
Yeah.
So that was that was kind of shocking. But it was like when you have that, when you have somebody, especially with DC and all the fights they've had with this with this body over their enforcing laws that the city has passed, and kind of going back and it's going back and overruling the council that happened earlier this year.
Right.
So this was kind of an odd thing. Yeah, it was kind of odd bedfellows on this one. And obviously you talked about the opposition from Maryland, and which is fine. I think they're fighting for their constituents as well. But you have to remember, there's no vote in Congress that DC has. They don't have a true House representative. They don't have not even one senator, let alone two.
Right.
So the question was, after it got out of the House, who's going to help get this through the Senate? So it looks like that it's kind of moved past that part now. So but yeah, it's going to be a long process, and it's going to be a couple, and be another year before we know, and we'll know probably in a few weeks as far as the exact time they're going to get RFK totally torn down so they can start developing.
But you think if DC gets full control, does any one of y'all think that DC is going to say, "Oh no, now we don't want no stadium"?
I think it's zoned only for a stadium.
There's as far as zoning, they can do it. It doesn't have to be a stadium, but yeah, it's they have to set aside a certain part of this land for basically parks, open space, and anything. But they could use it for residential. They could use it for commercial. There's other uses they could do for it. But I think this was passed because of the Commanders.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
Totally.
I think it's well on its way. Like, this is by far the most momentum this thing is ever going to have, or has had, since they moved to Landover. But I'd still only put it, like, if we're in football parlance, I'd still only put it at like the 50-yard line. Like, there's still a lot.
That's right. Yeah.
Like the city, the neighborhood, like now. But that said, this thing didn't move at all for 25 years, and now all of a sudden they picked up a couple first downs, and there's a little bit, and I think not only the change in ownership, but that this isn't like the Walmart dude that bought the Broncos, right? That dude has no ties to Denver. He just bought an NFL team because buying an NFL team is a smart investment and cool to do. Like, the guys that bought the Skins are from here, have established relationships here. And that's established relationships with politicians and developers and people that can get things done. And I just think it makes a tremendous difference.
Yeah, it does. And not only that, but JP, you were there. You've said on these press conferences, how many times did Josh Harris and other co-owners mention RFK going to games as a kid? There's a sentimental value for fans, for sure, especially older fans. But there's also for this ownership group. There are many members who were, several members who, grew up in this area and going to these games at RFK. And, that's it. You're not going to bring back the old name, but you could bring back, the site of the stadium, trying to get past, another step past, obviously the former FedEx was built by Jack Van Cook, but, you're kind of moving past Snyder in another way. And I think there's, and as I said on Twitter, or X, sorry, there's no good place to put the stadium. There's all the sites that were considered over the last few years are mentioned down in, Woodbridge, or even here in Loudoun County. There's no good place to put a stadium for in this area, really, for traffic, ease of access, and stuff like that. There's really no good way.
You're right about that.
No good way, and especially public money, maybe not. It's going to be hard anywhere. If all things being equal, I think RFK has a little more of an edge just because it was their former home.
Yep,
totally. I mean, traffic is like, dude. We went to Nats Orioles the other night and sat in traffic getting out of there. On some level, whenever you have an event where, especially a football game, let's say 60,000 people are leaving at one time, it's going to back up a little.
It'll be a problem.
Now, that said, 95 South is the worst stretch of road in America, so that is not the ideal spot. AJ, we got to bounce, man. Thank you for the time,
AJ, appreciate you, brother.
JP, thanks, JP. Thanks, Mitch.
Bye, brother.
All right, that's AJ Perez coming up. plenty to discuss. De'Ami Brown, number situation. Plus, Chase Hughes is going to join us. Got to look at these incredibly stupid Utah NHL names. That's been on my list for a while. Mike Jones at noon. Nobody go anywhere. Minutes till Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday starts. Buckle up.
You right now.
Got to be honest, we don't do a whole lot of Utah hockey talk. Did watch some puck last night. Dude, I watched this Rangers Hurricanes game last night, B. It goes into overtime, and I was all steamed up for the overtime. But, you know, I thought they have a 20-minute intermission, and by the time I went back to the overtime game, it was over. The Rangers scored
quick, Jay.
I think the intermission going to overtime is a little shorter.
But we talked about that last week. It's so exciting and fast that you leave, you lose.
I lost because I switched over to the Thunder game, and by the time I came back, it was over. My boy Parker texted me. He's like, damn, that was a fast overtime. I was like, bleep. Looking around the pucks right now, tonight we get Panthers Bruins at 7, Canucks Oilers at 10. I might try to stay up for that game. That series is fun, man. Those dudes are fast. I think Dallas won last night. The Avs tried to kind of climb back in it. That was a good game late. I stayed up too late watching sports. But we're talking pucks, not about the Stanley Cup playoffs going on right now. So the Phoenix team, I guess the Arizona Coyotes, had just – it was kind of messy. Whatever was going on out there, like they tried to sell and they were trying to get a new stadium and blah, 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 but they're moving, right?
Yeah.
The Arizona team is moving to Salt Lake City to Utah. And the powers that be in Utah, the new owners, this dude Ryan Smith. They've come up with 20 names that fans get to vote on. Are you aware of some of these names, B?
Yep, I was listening to the guys talk about that yesterday. I can care about whatever their name is.
Frost. All right, you got Frost, Ice, Powder, which just sounds like, I get that they're making snow references here, but the Utah Powder, I don't know. Mountaineers, Freeze, Mammoth, Black Diamonds, which I think is actually kind of cool. Blast, Caribou, Blizzard, Swarm, Hive, Outlaws. On what planet, when you think of Utah, do you think of outlaws? I think of Mormons.
Yeah.
When
you think of a lot of the different things that go on, Utah has a lot of the same stuff that some of those people over there in those other in the mountains and stuff do, where they fight government and everything else. That's a damn outlaw.
That's true. I mean, I've been to Utah. I go to Utah every winter to shout out to the Mathers family for hosting us to go skiing. But Yeti, Squall. Who the Caps playing tonight? The Squall, Fury, Glaciers, Canyons, Venom, and HC, which stands for Hockey Club. Now that has shades of the Washington football team right there. Landfill, is there a name here you like?
No, they all kind of suck.
Which maybe speaks to a point about, I think Commanders sucks, but all the names might suck.
Yeah, I don't know if there's necessarily a good option. Like, it could be a lot worse than Commanders.
Right. Like, what was the last true expansion team? Was Seattle, right? The Kraken? I think Kraken sucks. I get people think it's
it sucks, but I think people like that name. I think it's cool.
The Vegas Golden Knights.
Let's be real, man. We waste our time talking about a name without having a history with it. If the team wins, you'll start liking the name. Point blank.
I agree with that.
If we can sit up here, we hate Commanders. If they had won a Super Bowl with Commanders, guess what? We'll be loving the Commanders.
If Jaden Daniels makes the offense move and the defense plays better and they win 11 games, people are going to feel a lot better. Now, could they tweak the jerseys, maybe fix the black ones? Or
I think once you start winning, all that stuff solved.
Jeff, what's your vote for the Utah hockey team?
Honestly, JP, I was over here working on something else, bro.
Jeff, where are we at on the Jaden Daniels hype song?
Hey, so I got
Hey,
it.
yo.
Hey,
No.
okay, so
I got it in production. It's just we got bought out last night at the studio.
what does that mean?
So this rapper came in, prominent rapper. He bought out the entire studio, and they basically told us we had that.
Hey, money
Kick
talk,
rocks.
BS walk.
Yeah.
That happens in all aspects of life.
That was like when Jeter walked into the club in New York, right, B? Everybody
Hell
had
yeah.
to move.
Derek Jeter's the one when it's New York.
What rapper was able to kick you out, Jeff? I'm not so fond of this fella.
Well, actually, JP, you are fond of this fella, if I would told you, but I can't put that info out there. You know, we like to keep our major
JP.
artists low key.
That's how it goes on in the studio world.
Listen, man, J-Dog's forever. I'm trying to stand.
Oh,
No,
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 no.
no, you-
I understood it. You know, it's the better for the studio, you know?
Yo, it's kind of like Jaden and Tress.
It's like if somebody walked to your house right now and tell you they're giving you $10 million for you and Lauren leaving.
We gone.
All right, then let's stop.
Scott Van Pelt has this, he calls it the bigger boat theory. Like, no matter what's going on, somebody always has a bigger boat. And I think
it's something bigger than it's something other than the boat. It works always.
Sure. How about this? I was not expecting this, Brian, but we have gotten a vote for the Utah hockey team name.
What's that?
Santana Moss just texted me the name that he likes for the Utah hockey team.
What's that?
Santana votes Utah Glacier.
All right.
You know what?
Hold on.
If Tana wants
going
it,
to
I'm
for
in.
sure because it's cold up there. He ain't going to no damn Utah. I know that for a fact.
I stand with Santana. They should
Santana
make
go with it's probably the Utah. I'm not coming to see you.
Tana, you come skiing with me next year in Deer Valley, dude. When we come back today, rookie mini camp opens. This is normally a 1 out of 100. With a brand new number 2 overall Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, it's a 98 out of 100. Let's talk about what we're going to see this afternoon. Shots. Everybody.
Dude,
It's my
you just say
understanding.
you are such a cool dude and you know all these songs. You got to work on that rhythm thing because you be offbeat, man.
Maybe I'm delayed a little bit.
No. It wasn't a delay. That wasn't a delay.
That's just my own. I dance to my own drum, B.
Yeah.
Listen, here's some important news. It is officially Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV.
Yeah.
It's my understanding, Cody, you could go to that ABC store over there by Wegmans and get a bottle of Scotty's now. They're in Virginia, baby. They're making moves.
Uh-oh.
Who else is making moves are the Commanders. Today is rookie minicamp. Did they have rookie minicamp when you were coming up, B?
Yeah.
What'd you make of it?
As a rookie, it's the biggest thing in the world to you. You get a chance to start working for the team that just drafted you. And it's going to be other people around. So you want to make sure you go out there and do something to get people talking about you. So it's a jump start. It's the beginning of what you hope to be a long, long time.
Yeah. For those guys, it's got to be really cool.
Yeah.
Now,
I hear everybody not a rookie or not playing always saying what's important and what's not. Dude, everything is important to these dudes.
you talk about
just
trying to make a
lifting
first
weights
impression.
is the most important thing in the world right now.
Right.
They want to leave an impression. They want the people to see how they work, what they do. All that stuff comes to play.
Totally. Agreed. Jeff, did you just see that video? Tailgate Ted, apparently. Yo, B, you got to watch that video in the next break. Cody just sent me this video. Tailgate Ted got into it with some like professional TikTok troll. It's pretty funny. It's definitely not suitable for the air.
Really?
But Tailgate Ted was standing up for his team and his city for sure.
Tell him, Ted.
All right. Now, as much news as the Jaden Tress thing made, it's now over. I think all parties are happy. I just got this tweet that I like. Paige Fadden says, I'm buying a new Tress Way jersey after seeing how well he handled it. Love him so much. True class act. Awesome. Cool. And I bet a lot of people are going to order Jaden Daniels jerseys now, which is also awesome and cool.
Mm-hmm.
There's another little bit of Jersey conversation.
Jersey
Gate. Because the Commanders assigned all the rookies' numbers, not just Jaden, all of them. Let's go through. Johnny Newton, the 36th overall pick, he's getting 95.
All right.
Javonte Jean-Baptiste, 7th rounder out of Notre Dame, number 90. I think that's Montez Sweat's old number.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Sennett, 82, previously worn by Logan Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Coleman, 74. I feel like 74 is a good tackle number. I like this. My man, Jordan McGee, the Temple linebacker, is wearing 58. Cool. That's a regular linebacker number. Yep. I'm at the point now where I kind of like when people just wear regular numbers. Dominique Hampton, safety, number 45. Brian, I have a feeling that should he make the roster and other numbers emerge, he ain't wearing 45.
Never know.
Sure.
If I make the team wearing 45, I'm going to wear 45.
That's true. 45 just doesn't really strike me as a safety number. 45 is what, like a fullback number?
Yeah.
But everything's different nowadays. Luke McCaffrey. You know what number Luke McCaffrey is wearing?
What number did Mr. Luke get?
I believe this was Gus Frerott's number. Is that right?
What number?
12.
I can't remember what Gus wore. I think it was 12.
I'm pulling it up. Gus wore 12.
Yeah.
Boom. I doubt that's why Luke McCaffrey's wearing 12, but Gus did wear 12.
Now, I just don't see receivers or anybody wearing 12 other than the quarterback. Be honest with you.
Honestly, I could see like a punter wearing 12.
Yeah, somebody like that, but like not a receiver.
Yeah, I wonder, was he 12 in college?
Mm-hmm.
Or did he just really want a lower digit number.
But normally, to be honest with you,
Dude, you know what?
Most rookies don't choose numbers.
Right.
They hand you a number.
Right. I don't know what year he was wearing 12, but he did wear 12 in college. And think about this, B. He could have, because he grew up playing quarterback, maybe he wore 12 growing up.
Could be.
I don't know. Of course, we all know about Jaden Daniels at number 5. But a lot of people are jumping to a lot of conclusions that Mikey Sainristil is wearing number 2, the cornerback out of Michigan. Why are people jumping to conclusions about this? Because De'Ami Brown is currently on the roster and wears number 2.
Okay.
Landfill, what was the conclusion you reached in the text thread last night?
De'Ami Brown is definitely getting cut.
Okay. And
maybe not, but he won't be wearing number 2.
Well, I think because you're not the only person that said that, Landini, and it's just it's too far of a conclusion to jump to that Sainristil wearing 2 means De'Ami Brown is automatically cut. What happens this time of year? They have 90-man rosters. Some guys just wear the same number, and
yeah, but when the guy's a number 2 pick, Jay, you can
if this was
make that sound how you want. If both of them make the team, Sainristil gonna have that number. And
I tend to agree with you.
In this situation, De'Ami has to now step up and show exactly what he said he was when he got here. See, the whole thing about it is, like we always talk about, certain coaching staff didn't draft the person. They didn't draft him. They drafted a guy that Nick Saban said was the best football player in the draft. And Nick Saban gets a lot of damn respect from people when it comes to football. He said that kid right there, 5'9", is the best player in the draft. You think he's going anywhere? Nope. So maybe, just maybe, somebody else going to be looking for a number.
I agree. It's worth pointing out that guys wear duplicates this time of year because they have 90-man rosters. And then
I know
numbers get figured out later into the season. That said, it doesn't look like great news for De'Ami.
Hey.
And I mean, hell, we talked about that when we went through the roster. Like, what do they have right now? And I don't think the receiver position is particularly strong. And De'Ami's got to show them.
Hey, man, one thing about pro sport, it's a show me job. So every year you got to show.
Totally. I mean, you still have receivers getting signed. Tyler Boyd, I think, just signed with the Titans. Did Zay Jones sign? I know he was taking visits. Like, there are still dudes out there. There will probably be some releases in the next couple weeks. I think, is Sterling Shepard still available? Kind of how the Giants always kill the Commanders. I feel like that dude always killed.
He's had a hell of a career against the Commanders.
Right. Now, I mean, maybe he's 31. Maybe people think he's too old. I don't know that that's the case. But, yeah, I think he's a free agent right now. Maybe he's coming off injury, though, or something. So the De'Ami Brown thing, I don't know. Apparently, you played in the league a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine after year 2 or so, like, when did you feel kind of established and maybe not comfortable? Because, being comfortable in the NFL is pretty dangerous as a player.
I don't think I was ever comfortable, but I felt established after year 2.
So after year 2, you were like no longer, I don't know if concerned is the right way, but you're like, all right, I'm number 30. This thing's sticking around, right?
They never gave nobody my number.
Right.
When I was on from year 1 all the way through. So,
but how much did you think, pay attention to your number? Like, when did it start to really matter?
When I started caring about my number, I never really worried about my number. I worried about being ready to play. And everything else took care of itself. Like, every time they brought a player in that was in my position, I basically worked out with him, alongside him, and I showed them I was better than him. I don't give a damn who it was. You weren't going to be stronger than me. You're no faster than me. And if I still can outrun the young dude, and I've been doing it consistently for years, they go with the thing that they know instead of what they don't know. So I always welcome the young dudes. Hey, come lift. We're going to lift at 7 in the morning. We're going to do our running at 7, 7:30. Because they're looking. I'm giving them something to look at. And I think the problem is people do get comfortable and they stop competing. I competed the whole time.
Right.
And because I watched Daryl, Art, Ernest Biner. I watched those dudes who were established competing as if this is their first year. So I picked up that. I never was a person like, oh, I know I'm going to make the team. I was confident I would because I had worked hard enough to make sure I put myself in that position. But I wasn't just like resting on my laurels.
Well, here's why I ask, right? Because I guess Mariota picked 0, which I think is odd, but whatever. For a quarter, I mean, doesn't that just strike you as odd that a quarterback's taking 0? But whatever.
Anybody that takes 0 is odd to me.
I mean, the biggest 0, like the biggest name that wore 0 that I can think of is Gilbert Arenas, who I rooted for and enjoyed, but he's a little odd. But Sandra still apparently wore 0 at Michigan. Like, you can just look in our chat right now, and people are saying, you know, Mariota should switch so Sandra still can get 0. Like, I just don't care.
Yeah, but Mariota is a veteran guy playing quarterback. You notice they didn't give what's called number 0 also, right?
Hartman?
No. They didn't give San Francisco 0 with Mariota, right?
Right.
Okay.
Landfill
may be on to something.
It might say more about Diami than we realize. What I believe, though, is I'm not positive on this, but I'm pretty damn sure. Did Diami wear 2 in college? I think he did. I'm pulling that up right now. Yeah, Diami wore 21 and then 2 in college. I'm pretty sure Diami has a 2 tattooed on him, and it says Deuce. So I wonder. I can't imagine that sitting great with him. But again, they have duplicates this time of year. It's not the end of the world. B, what, if anything, do you think coaches want to see during rookie minicamp?
They want to see guys if they can retain information. They want to see how guys react, how guys compete. If a guy makes a mistake, they want to see if he can get over it quickly. If a guy has success, they want to see if he's going to forget about it and move on to the next play, or will he walk around like a peacock? And then he keeps messing up on the next play. You know what I mean? They want to see from one day to the next, does he come back the next day and know everything, or does he forget it all? So the mental aspect and how fast a guy moves right now is important to the coaches.
Well, I think we might learn a little too here about DQ. I mean, we haven't seen him in like a coaching capacity yet, and that'll be interesting, kind of the pace of practices. I think when we had Nikki on earlier in the week, she was saying that she wants to see like how they run, how, you know, station to station kind of thing. And then I wonder if they'll be in the bubble today because it's just kind of crappy out here.
Yeah. I mean, today, go in the bubble because you want to. You don't want to mess up. You want to get everything you can out of it. Since they're not really going as hard today and all that, you go inside to where you know every play is going to matter. You go outside, you don't want people slipping down and all that stuff in the beginning. Now, if the season is going on and it's supposed to rain this weekend, they practicing this.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
I would totally agree with that. And Ron was really good. Ron wanted to be outside pretty much no matter what, unless there was a serious weather event or, you know, the fields were underwater or something. I think today, man, you can go in the bubble. But I'm curious kind of the flow of everything. Landville thinks Diami's getting cut. I don't know if did we check in with Jeff on that? Do you think this Samerstill thing means Diami's out?
It could be, but we never know. Diami could go in this camp and have a great camp and have a breakout season. Being optimistic, but we just never know. But it could say that, just because you was on this team before we got here does not mean you have seniority on the new, things that's going forward.
Yeah, if the players didn't already know that, and it's possible for Diami, this is his first regime change, for lack of a better word. Although I think Turner really liked him, and Turner was why they drafted Diami. So he's already seen a change in OC. But ultimately, man, it's production, and he's got to be aware that the production isn't there. That said, last year there wasn't a ton of production for anybody.
What was that saying? I say, Jay, easy to get drafted. It's hard to stay around.
Yeah.
So, and guys have to understand that. And I hope it's a message that the coaches give them. Because, like when I saw guys constantly messing up and they kept getting put on the field week in and week out, you basically were telling other players that you could play horrible and you still get a chance to play. That's not a good message for a coach to put out.
Totally. It undercuts the entire spirit of competition or whatever.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, dude, because we talked so much about specialists this week, like the decision to kind of think about the decision to run off Morgan Moses wasn't about play on the field. Decision to get rid of Nick Sundberg really wasn't about play on the, you know what I mean? Like some of these older veteran dudes that
guys who
had opinions,
stand up.
Right. And
I thought you want that type of person on the team.
Right. It's an interesting kind of new day in Ashburn, and today is really barely getting the first look at it. I think next week when we're out here for OTAs and all the players are here will be much, much different. But it's going to be wildly exciting to go watch Jaden Daniels throw in person. That, like, just the football nerd in me is really excited about seeing that. I want to see Brandon Coleman. I just want to see his ability to move.
But I'll be honest with you, you're not going to get much today.
I know. I'm talking about a tackle. I'm definitely not going to get much out of a tackle.
Yeah.
I'm curious I want to see McCaffrey's fluidity in person. But dude, to your point, B, I think they're practicing for an hour. Like I don't think we're going to get much of anything.
Very possible.
Right? Like a training camp practice would probably be 90 minutes, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, depending on the day and what they're doing. Today is just in golf parlance, today would be a hit and giggle. Coming up next, Chase Hughes covers the Wizards and the NBA for Monumental. Chase Hughes is heading to Chicago for the NBA draft lottery, which for whatever reason they've decided to hold Mother's Day Sunday at 3:00. I want to catch up on the association and the Wiz draft odds when we return.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This NBA playoffs, FanDuel is giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. Just place the same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists to 3-pointers and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian and shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years or older, present in Virginia, present in D.C. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Match refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
B, Landfill just called me a punk.
He's right.
Damn. Not getting much support here, boys. What's new? You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley right now. Going to the back.
Out.
It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. And as a matter of fact, I just found this out. I acquired this information, Brian. The St. John's, the high school up in DC, DC Northwest, St. John's College High School, I think is the official name. Scotty's, they're having their alumni golf tournament today. Scotty's is a sponsor of the golf tournament. They got a big table set up, a tent. Imagine a lot of people hanging out under that tent with the rain. And if it's cold and rainy on a golf course and you've already paid to play, you're going to hang out at the vodka tent for sure.
Yep, definitely.
All right, right now on the BetQL guest line is our guy Chase Hughes. Chase covers the Wiz, is going to Chicago for the lottery this weekend. Chase, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. Dude, let's start with the surprise last night of Cleveland beating Boston and beating them kind of handily.
Boston does this yearly, man.
They love to lay an egg.
Yeah, I think it was surprising and how convincing of a win it is. But, the Cavaliers are a really good team, and I think their size and their physicality can give a team like the Celtics fits. Those are two question marks for them, especially with Porzingis out in terms of size. But, Donovan Mitchell, I think it was a reminder that he is a borderline superstar in this league. But also, I saw that game as kind of an anomaly. I don't expect that to be repeated really for the rest of the series, because you look at the stat lines for guys like Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, they had off nights. Jrue Holiday had 4 points. Derek White had a bad game. I don't think you're going to see it again where all four of those guys don't shoot well. But certainly Jrue Holiday and Derek White, two all defensive guards, are going to have to do a better job stopping Donovan Mitchell, because he was 5 of 7 from 3 and was getting into the paint at will.
Whenever he felt like it. I mean, they couldn't stop him. He was cooking them. But listen, we could talk about Jrue Holiday and Derek White all we want. They're going to have to get Tatum and Brown to play at a higher level than they played. They had 44 points amongst the two of them last night. They paid way more. They paid way better than that. Brown makes what? Damn near $60 million a year.
Right. I mean, those are the guys that are going to be the separators for Boston if they go far in the playoffs and if they're able to win the first title in the Jason Tatum era. I heard a stat about how closely contested the 3 attempts that they had were that it was something like close to 80% were closely contested threes. So what my takeaway from that is that Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown got to get in the paint and open up some space on the perimeter for their shooters, because Boston is a really good offensive team and they're a very good 3-point shooting team. But no matter how good of a shooter you are, unless you're Steph Curry, you need at least a little bit of daylight to get threes down. And obviously, the Cavaliers, tip your cap to them and their defense. But I think Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are still the best players on the floor, ultimately, especially Jason Tatum. And they're going to have to prove that.
Dude, from a plus minus, Tatum was a minus 22 and Brown was a minus 29. Like, I mean, good luck. They shot 8 of 35 from 3. I think Boston, last night especially, was just too reliant on the 3 and looked a little soft. And Kristaps Porzingis ain't the answer to that either. I mean, I remember when the Wiz traded for him, I was like, that dude's always hurt. And here we are, playoff time for Boston, and he's been really good all year, and he's hurt. And there's no real timeline on his return, right?
Right. I mean, it sounds like if they make the conference finals, he could return then. And, if they do go on a finals run, then there's a chance he could be healthy when they need him the most. But certainly when he's out of the lineup, then size is a concern. He could help them with that when he comes back. He could certainly help them with their scoring depth. I don't think they're going to have an offensive night like they did last night if he's on the court and healthy. But, the being soft and the physicality that you mentioned, that is one question mark for the Celtics, because I thought they had a terrific offseason last summer. Some of the trades they made are continuing to look better and better, and the depth that they got in their starting lineup is pretty much unmatched. But they lost a lot of their most physical players, guys like Marcus Smart, Grant Williams, Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon. Like, Boston for many years has been known as kind of like a football team on the basketball court, where they've got guys that are built like NFL linebackers, and they lost all those dudes. So they're kind of more of a finesse team now. And so I think an opponent like the Cavaliers can take advantage of that. And especially if they move on and face the New York Knicks, and if the Knicks can get a little bit healthier, then that could really be something to watch.
The Knicks are just so beat up.
Yeah.
Let's switch over to the Mavs last night. I mean, that's a really good win. The Thunder have been really good, especially at home. Luka was awesome, but damn, that dude's a diva, man. Like he rolled his ankle, and he's like, it looks like he's dying. And on that same possession, he gets the ball and knocks down a 3. Like, I don't know. He's a great player.
Man, he could play football. Based off Austin Rivers.
Yo, Austin Rivers, that is not your guy, Austin. What do you think? What do you think happens in that series now, tied up 1-1?
Well, first of all, it was a very eventful night for Luka. I'm surprised you honed in on that, because he also had an interaction with a fan who said something about his family, and then of course, what happened in the post-game press conference, I won't go into it.
Yo, actually,
out there hasn't
we should play that audio. Let's play that audio later. That is wild. Maybe that'll be our shocking audio at the end of the show, like we had yesterday.
Yeah, definitely shocking. I've been in a lot of those settings, never seen or heard that before. But Luka, it was great proof that he is healthy, even though on that one sequence he didn't look healthy, because that was a question mark in game 1. But my takeaway from that game was just the depth and experience of the Dallas Mavericks. I had a good feeling that they'd win game 2, because they had lost, I think, 5 straight game 1s, including last series against the Clippers, who were missing Kawhi Leonard. They lost that game 1 and still won the series. But you look at their depth when everything is clicking, and Kyrie Irving, like, he's a better number 2 than the Thunder have. Like, I think SGA and Luka, it's a lot closer than people think. I think they kind of cross each other out. They're both MVP candidates. I actually had an NBA scout earlier this year tell me he'd rather have SGA than Luka, and I thought it was kind of crazy at the time, but it is actually very close. But Kyrie Irving, compared to the number 2 on the Thunder, is not very close. And the depth that the Mavs have and the experience that they have, they can go on like extended runs when Luka's not on the court. And we saw that last night. Yeah, they grew the lead to double digits, and then Luka comes in and he's all of a sudden getting to the free throw line and slowing the game down. And that's a really tough combination. So, that's the one thing that the Thunder are trying to battle is inexperience, because you don't often see young teams go deep in the playoffs. They're the youngest team ever to make it this far.
Well, dude, it's also the Thunder last night also just didn't shoot well. They were 10 of 30, and like when they had a chance to cut it, they just couldn't knock down a bucket. Chase, we're going to run out of time. There's a lot I want to talk about. two really good games tonight. I oddly the two series where the higher seeded, I guess the two series that are 2-0 have been the better games though. Knicks Pacers, they go back to Indy. I think that place is going to be fired up. Nuggets T-Wolves going to Minnesota. The Nuggets might be dead here, man. What do you expect tonight? Fast, if you can.
Yeah, I think the Knicks get past the Pacers ultimately pretty easily. The Pacers' 28th ranked defense, just not the recipe to go deep in the playoffs. And that, the Nuggets are going to win some games, but the Timberwolves beating the Nuggets in game 2 as convincingly as they did, that to me says that they're going to go to the conference finals and maybe well beyond that.
Yeah. They're good, dude. That defense is unreal.
Do you think if Boston plays like they did last night, they can beat Minnesota?
I mean, Minnesota might be the wrong matchup for them with the size that they have and the defense and the physicality. So if they play like last night, I don't think there's any chance they could beat the Timberwolves. I think the Celtics win the title over the Timberwolves in the final. That was my pick going in, but that's looking a little shaky at the moment.
All right, let's talk this weekend. Our guy Chase Hughes covers the Wiz. You're going out to Chicago for the lottery. What are the Wiz odds, and who do we want? Like, there's no Wemby this year. It's a bunch of French dudes I've never heard of.
It's Wimpy this year.
Yeah, so they have a 14% chance to get the number 1 pick. It's tied for the highest odds, but they technically have the second best odds because they had the second worst record. So the Detroit Pistons have the best odds. They can't fall further than 5. The Wizards can technically fall to 6, but either way, it'll be the best pick they've had since at least 2013 when they got Otto Porter Jr. 3rd overall. They have very good odds. No consensus number 1 pick at this point. Oftentimes, you know who the number 1 pick is on lottery night, but it's probably, I think, going to be either Alex Sarr or Zachary Risacher, those two French dudes you mentioned, because they've got the best combination of size, athleticism, and skill set. And I think if you're picking 1st overall, you got to go with someone who has the stuff that you can't teach, which is size and athleticism. And one last quick point. I know there's no consensus number 1 pick this year, but that's not always a bad thing. If you go back to 2020, we did not know who the number 1 pick was going to be until the week of the draft. It ended up being Anthony Edwards, and he's turned out pretty good.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They can't fall below 4, you said?
6.
He's a unicorn.
6. If they fall to 6, goodness gracious, Le Boulay. Thank you, Chase. Appreciate you,
All
buddy.
right, Chase, be cool, brother.
Absolutely, guys. Have a great weekend.
All
Go
right,
to
safe
Gibson
travels.
Steakhouse when you're in Chicago.
There you go. Safe travels to Chicago. When we come back, Cody Betts, real or fake Mike Jones at noon. Nobody go anywhere. I like this song. It's a good Scotty's Vodka Red Bull song. What else is a good Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday? Is our guy Cody Betts coming on for some real or fake? Cody's done this a million times, worked with us in person for a long time before he became a famous tech executive, but seems incredibly nervous to join us right now. Hello,
Why
Cody.
is he
Are
so
you
nervous?
I don't know.
Man, you should have seen me last week when I called in. I mean, I was walking, pacing around the room.
You're just weird, Cody.
I need some relaxers or something.
You do. Like Xanax or weed or something. You need it, man.
Why you making man take some weed? What's wrong with you?
What do you mean?
Why you put him on weed?
Weed will help him relax.
Oh Lord.
You don't think getting stoned helps you relax? Jeff, tell him.
Why you just put everybody on Front Street?
All right, Kodo, explain real or fake to the people, and let's get down to business.
All right, I'm going to give y'all some headlines. You're going to determine whether I made them up or I found them online. Number one, here we go. Fort Lauderdale spring breaker arrested after stealing jet ski rental.
That seems completely
That seems real as hell.
Are the other boys in the aquarium?
Boys,
playing?
you want to jump in?
That is definitely real. I believe anything with the Florida headline.
Especially at spring break.
Yeah, come on.
All right. Next one. Florida man bites chunk out of deputy's head.
Real.
Yeah, I'm also going real. I'll
I'm gonna
also
go
believe
fake on
anything
that
with
one.
Florida.
It's Florida.
So I kind of think he's setting us up, and the spring break thing was fake, and this is real. But I'm going real because it's Florida.
I'm going fake.
All right. Iowa restaurant cook sentenced to 10 years in jail for storing human remains inside walk-in freezer.
You know what,
Always.
Cody? I'm starting to think you need to be in jail because you always talk about somebody storing some dead bodies in the freezer.
Hey, man, last week's was real.
I mean, it seems like a reasonable place to store a body.
And then it's Iowa.
Yeah, and,
Yeah.
and it's kind of. I'm going real.
I'm going real. I don't trust Iowa.
Jeff?
I'm going to go fake. This the loop.
I'm also going fake. I got to be honest here, fellas. I'm having a real tough time of keeping track of how everyone has voted. So we're just going to have to be honest at the end.
All right, next one. TSA discovered a bag with small snakes in passenger pants.
Real.
Snakes in your pants?
Snakes in your
Real.
pants.
Real.
Nah, that's just the plot from Snakes on a Plane.
I
Except
think
in
I
your
saw
pants.
that one on online.
Great movie, by the way.
Have you actually watched Snakes on a Plane?
Of course,
on a
I've
Plane
seen it
is
like 10
awful.
times.
Snakes on the Plane is
I go
awful.
fake.
If
There's
you
no
sit
way
there and
you've
watch
watched
that,
Snakes
you
on a
should
Plane.
be
Yeah,
shot.
Snakes on a Plane. Great
You
movie.
should be on the firing line.
All-time good movie.
B, there's no way you've actually watched Snakes on a Plane.
I started watching and I turned it off. It was awful. That's garbage.
B, Mitch, what would you rather do? Watch Snakes on a Plane or drink mimosas with a bunch of men?
Watch Snakes on the Plane.
In Snakes on a Plane, after the snakes kill the pilots, Keenan Thompson lands the plane because he's playing a video game about landing planes. It's great.
Whoa,
I love
spoiler
that movie.
alert.
I haven't-
Spoiler alert.
I haven't seen that yet.
In left field.
It came out
Stop.
20 years ago.
Nobody want to hear
I
about
mean,
that.
I just watched
awful
Friday
movie.
last week, so
Great
Friday's
movie.
good.
really good.
Friday's great. Snakes on a Plane.
Snakes
don't-
on a Plane is great.
I don't think I'm ever going to watch that one. I'm going to be honest.
Landfill is
Hold
awful.
on, you said you just saw Friday last week.
Yeah, last week on the flight home from Boston.
Wow.
It's a great flick.
All right.
Hold on. I never voted. I don't know if who Snakes in your pants. What do you
Real.
vote? B says real. Landfill?
I said fake because it's the plot to the Snakes on the Plane.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Landini on this one. Fake.
I'll go fake too.
All right.
That sounds fake.
Last one here. Colorado woman tried to steal a pickup truck but couldn't handle the stick shift.
I mean,
That's real.
the way you tried to like weirdly sexualize that, I fully applaud you.
Real.
2 votes real, Landini.
I'm going to vote real.
I'm going to go fake. I think that's fake.
All right. That was all of them for this week.
They're like stick shift cars kind of don't exist anymore. They're like hard to find.
Yeah, in Colorado in the mountains, they might have one still.
That's true.
Just one.
All right, let's run through them. We all said the spring breaker was real.
That one was fake.
I knew it.
Made that one up.
You were trying to. That was the gift. That was the
JP, you
okey-doke.
didn't know it because you said that it was
You
real.
said real. What the hell?
Right, but I said, yo,
Put
I think
nothing.
he's
We don't
faking
hear
us
what you
out.
said. We know what you bet.
Yeah, I mean you're correct.
All right. The next one was the Florida man bites chunk out of deputy's head. That one was real. That was recent.
That's gross.
It's
Nasty.
Florida, bro.
Next one was Iowa restaurant cook sentenced to 10 years in jail for storing human remains inside walk-in kitchen freezer. That one was fake.
All right, you are weird with the freezer bit.
I mean, now it's a bit like
I'm sitting in front of you, so it's a little different.
Hey,
I can't
JP, you're
What?
in his house. Do you see a freezer?
I should check the
You might
freezer.
want to move, dog.
Is there a deep freeze there? Because
Hold on,
You know what's
I
in
got a
there.
camera up here. Well, there's Cody and his
we're
freezer.
just going to open up the freezer.
I don't know if everybody on the stream can see
Hey,
it.
man.
A lot of
Hey,
Costco in there.
JP, if you see a freezer, leave.
Yeah, if he's got like the big deep freezer
Ah,
somewhere else,
Yeah, JP, I don't think you can get in there. Your ears won't fit in there.
that's rough.
The next one was TSA discovered a bag with small snakes in passenger pants. That one's real. That one's out of Miami.
Bam. I know I saw that.
Florida.
Who is putting snakes in their pants?
A dumbass.
in the movie, they put the snakes on the plane because there was a witness on the plane and they were trying to take the plane down.
Spoiler, we already talked about this. What? Give me a. All right, at this point, I need to know. Give me the brief book report on snakes on a plane. What happens?
I explained it to you. There's a guy. He's the witness to a crime. I think it was a murder, organized crime involved, and they got to fly him from Hawaii to like LA or something. And he's going to be on a plane, obviously, and they put snakes on the plane so it'll kill everyone and the plane will crash. And then the guy's dead. He can't testify. And then Sam Jackson.
What is Samuel L. Jackson's role? in all
Well,
of this?
he delivers the greatest line in the history of movie. But on basic cable, it's I'm tired of these monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane.
Yeah, he says
is Samuel
he said
L.
Monday
Jackson
and
like?
Friday more than anybody in history on movies.
Is he like a police officer?
Yeah, I think he's like an air marshal or something.
Okay. All right. Well, there you have it. Snakes on a plane. Last one.
He
Coach.
opened some windows.
Great. Like Paul Henry could help him.
All right. Last one. Colorado woman tried to steal a pickup truck but couldn't handle a stick shift. That was real.
She's an idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in the car stealing business, you're probably an idiot anyway. But if you try to steal a car that you can't physically drive, you're an extra idiot. Kodo, these were great. You want to say bye to the people on the stream? Let me make sure I got you there. Okay.
Thanks for having me
That's
on.
Cody Betts. That's his freezer.
I know we mentioned Cody was nervous, but can we just bring up that JP asked Cody to count to 10 and he had a complete meltdown?
I said, Cody, give us a 10 count. And he just stood there like frozen, like a dead body in a
That damn
freezer.
scared. What the hell is wrong with Cody, man?
Mike Jones from The Athletic joins us next. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan, high noon in the District of Columbia. If you're watching on the stream, I'm at Cody Betts' house. He legit just pulled out a bottle of Scotty's vodka because it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I told him, take it easy. Joining us right now on the BetQL guest line is our buddy, Mr. Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. That's right. Jonesy, what's up, man? How are you, bud?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, man.
We're doing great, dude. I am in Ashburn, headed over to Commanders rookie minicamp. Rookie minicamps are going on around the league. You're a national NFL guy, covering all sorts of different stuff for The Athletic. This time of year is not really a time of year where there's much news happening. What do you have your eye on mostly right now?
Well, I think that this is, maybe it's not as exciting or whatever time of year, but it's a crucial time of year. So, you can't get too excited over what you see in OTAs, but it's all just part of the process. You want to see how young guys are, picking up the systems that they're going to be in, and how they're going to be used. Guys who are free agent additions or trade guys, how they're fitting in with their new teams. The rookie mini camps are going on this weekend. OTAs are starting for a lot of teams next week. And so, this is just like laying the foundation, learning so that way when you get to training camp, you can kind of hit the ground running and start really competing for roster spots. But I do think that there have been times that you kind of see some foreshadowing of what you're going to see in training camp in the preseason based on the OTAs.
All right, we hadn't talked to you in a while, but you covered the draft. You wrote an article about who improved themselves the most. How would you think the Commanders fared?
No, I think they did well for themselves. They filled holes at a lot of important positions. Obviously, the quarterback being the most important position. But they got some value picks, some talented guys for their secondary. The one thing when I was looking at it, I expected that they were going to take a tackle pretty early. That didn't happen. So, but you can't address everything all in 1 year. They have some veterans that, they have on the team. But I thought for the draft, the pieces that they put in place, obviously Jaden Daniels is going to be, really exciting to see how that plays out there. But the whole rookie class are guys that seem like they should have an opportunity to contribute, whether it's on special teams or in offense or defense.
I'm talking with Mike Jones from The Athletic here. You can give him a follow at by Mike Jones. I don't know that we talked to you about this before the draft. How did you see this quarterback group? Like, would you have gone Daniels over May? Did you like Penix? Did you like McCarthy? Some people would argue that you could put Jaden ahead of Caleb. How did you view this class?
Yeah, I mean, I from what I gather from talking to people, because during the football season, the pro football season, I don't get to study college prospects, as much as like somebody who's, watches a lot of college football. Saturday is a big travel day for, in the NFL for writers and players. But, from everybody I talked to, yes, obviously Caleb Williams, the number one guy in a lot of people's books, but they did feel like Jaden Daniels, a guy that is very promising. He was I expected that he was going to go number 2. Sounds like, Drake May, wasn't surprised he went number 3. Sounds like he's got a lot to offer, and some people think he might wind up being the best of them, but he might be a little bit of a project guy. I was really surprised that Atlanta took Michael Penix Jr. J.J. McCarthy, I know that the talk was that he could have gone maybe in the top 3 or top 4. I thought that seemed a little high for him. But, I think he's at a perfect spot there in Minnesota, a team that's going to try to run the football and ease pressure on him. He does well with the play action passing attack. So, I thought that the 2 reaches were basically Penix Jr. and Bo Nix, but that, the top 3 picks, that the team's got it right.
I think so too. I think Daniels has a real opportunity here. It's funny, Mike, because you covered, the Skins for so long and saw how broken they were when it came to trying to develop a quarterback.
Right.
Do you think Kingsbury, Brian Johnson, this staff they've put in place to work with Jaden I mean, getting a veteran backup, presumably in Mariota. Like, how do you think the situation is here for Mariota's development?
I didn't like the Mariota signing. I don't like him as I don't know that he has much left. And I just don't see a lot of competitive fire in him. So I would have liked to see them have kept Brissett to be the veteran mentor. But obviously he went to New England, and who knows, he might have a chance to start there if Drake May takes some time. But a lot of people were excited about the Daniels pick, but at the same time, they're kind of holding their breath. Like you said, this team has been really broken when it comes to developing quarterbacks. But as I told people, the common denominator in all of those failed quarterback experiments is gone. Dan Snyder's not here to screw it up anymore. If you imagine what would have happened if RG3 was here and he didn't have an owner empowering him and telling him to go stand up to his coach and poisoning that relationship, if they were able to, take their time, bring him along slowly, not, Mike Shanahan played him the second year when he was coming off the injury. He knew he shouldn't have put him back out there, but Griffin was lobbying and Shanahan was trying to save his job because he knew that Dan Snyder was in Robert Griffin's ear. And so say that they took that a slower, approach, a more patient approach, that might have panned out. The whole Dwayne Haskins thing, the coaching staff wasn't sold on him, Snyder, or that they drafted him. So every turn where there's been a quarterback, even going back to Patrick Ramsey,
Yep.
Dan Snyder screwed up every quarterback situation, and so that's gone now. And it seems and feels like you have adults running the operation, and the owner is sitting back and letting the people that he hired do their jobs. So I don't think that the angst and, the worry about, okay, are we going to ruin this guy? I don't think it applies anymore. I do think that, look, they've got a lot of quarterback minds in the room, which is great. You've got a guy who I think Cliff Kingsbury is probably a better offensive coordinator than he was a head coach, because now he can just focus on the offense. He's going to find ways to put Daniels in the best situations and, really use his strengths to the best of his ability and for the team. So I think that this is a good situation. And, I know we're jaded and you're nervous, but call me Pollyanna, but I just think that, hey, I think brighter days are here. And like I said, the adults are running the operation and they're going to get this thing right.
But and the thing about it, Mike, you covered this team the whole time Dan was around,
Right.
and now do you sense a great difference now in this franchise?
Well, it's still early, but again, like I was saying, just from the way that you hear that they're going about things, and also, there weren't a lot of leaks, there wasn't, like rumors coming out about, oh, they like this or whatever, because, it's a tight, things are buttoned up. And also, Josh, their owner doesn't have a whole lot of, NFL people that he's, whispering stuff to. And so I think that, it's a good thing. And I think that the franchise is running like a pro franchise. Look, you have a guy as your owner who has experience in taking over reclamation projects, putting the right people in place and letting them fix it. Dan Snyder wasn't a football guy, but thought he could play fantasy football and produce a winner. Now, we're going to see what it's like to have a real sports owner and general manager and staff and coaching staff all working towards the same thing without, differing agendas.
Totally. I've been saying it. Mike, I'm curious if you agree with me, just knowing how things used to operate. Even this Jaden Daniels jersey number Tress Way thing, if Dan was still running the show, he would have just taken it on draft night and they would have been selling Jaden Daniels 5 jerseys already. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
100%.
Little things matter,
Yep.
And so, if you get the little things right, both on and off the field, and the way you treat people, which, we know that this franchise was notorious for treating people terribly, the people behind the scenes. And so if you can get the little things right it all manifests and builds towards the healthy type of culture that you need to win.
Talking with Mike Jones, senior NFL writer for The Athletic. You can follow him at by Mike Jones, B-Y, Mike, M-I-K-E, Jones, J-O-N-E-S. I want to zoom out from rookie minicamps and stuff to a really big picture, probably fight coming down the pike that you wrote about maybe last week. Goodell, during the draft, went on McAfee's show and said what has been pretty well known in NFL circles, at least, that eventually the league wants to get to an 18-game schedule and to play the Super Bowl on President's Day weekend.
Right.
That, for Goodell to come out and say that's pretty interesting, because I think you reported that the league hasn't talked with the union about changing the schedule at all. Where is that? And is it kind of just like pie in the sky dream, or like how close? What are the process to get this thing done?
It's a ways off, but Goodell is trying to sow the seeds early, plant the seeds, and let the Players Association know that this is coming. Again, I think we all expected this, but there's nothing that they can do to change it before 2030 unless they go back to them and say, hey, we got to rip up this CBA. Now, it probably wouldn't happen even approaching the Players Association about this. Probably wouldn't happen until like 2028, maybe 2029, and the players don't want this, so they could slow play this thing all the way till 2030. But they basically have to go back to the negotiation table, and right now the players are getting 48.5% of all revenue. The players would probably push to say, hey, well, if you want an 18th game, we need 50%, because they
51.
went up from something, maybe 51, there's all kinds of different things that they would try to see and look for leverage. But right now it's so early that they haven't even had a whole lot of discussions about what they would want. So Goodell is saying it right now because I think he's like, look, okay, it's 2024. Before you know it, we're going to have to start talking about this, and they want a smooth negotiation process. They want to negotiate before the deadline. They don't want to lock out because, look, money is good, business is good right now, and they want the NFL continuing to climb and grow and not be stunted by negotiations and stalled talks at a CBA lockout or anything like that. So, again, it's a ways off. 18 games is coming, but there are going to have to be concessions that the owners give up to appease the players.
It's going to be interesting. Do you think they get it done?
I mean, in 2029, maybe they'll reach their agreement. I mean, it could go to 2030, but I just know that the players are not happy with that. But if they do, again, they're going to want the revenue going up. And then they also, guys like Joe Burrow are already on Twitter saying, hey, well, we need an extra bye week. We need something to help our bodies recover from the extra pounding that we're going to take from now 2 more games. And so, again, they're probably going to get what they want because the owners always do, but they're just going to have to make sure they have a really sweet pot for the players.
Yep, because they tried to do it last time by just adding a week on the pay schedule, but not adding more money on the pay schedule.
Right.
So
right.
if I'm making 1.7 right now for 17 weeks, you need to make that thing 1.8 for the 18 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. You got to up that. And then again, look, these guys, the TV contracts, the money that the league is making, money hand over fist, the players want that. And, they're like, hey, look, you're going to have to continue to increase our revenue that we're bringing in as well. And so it will, I think, go to, more like a 50-50 split of all revenue, which puts more money in every player's pockets, the young guys, the older guys as well.
Talking about Mike Jones from The Athletic here. Kind of to that point, did you see that Netflix, I believe, got the 2 Christmas Day games?
Yeah, man, it's a whole new world out there. It's so weird to think that, that now Netflix is in the live sporting events.
It's crazy.
Thing. And also, I mean, I thought it felt crazy that, Amazon Prime, Peacock, something that you have to have a subscription to. Last year was getting the Thursday night games and it was just weird that they would put playoff games on Peacock, but the NFL, they are masterful at printing money. And, people are going to pay it. And so then these partners are like, hey, this is awesome. We can use the NFL to boost our subscriptions because people are just so hooked on this league that they're going to pay it instead of just being like, no, I'm not watching that game. I'm not going to pay extra on top of my cable bill and my, internet, bill. But people are going to do it. And so the NFL will just keep on finding ways to make money. And, the businesses want to partner with them. And they know that, the Shield is just, undefeated.
Well, and I mean, I think the season opener, whatever it is in Brazil, like the Friday night game, I think that is on Peacock, isn't it?
Yes, that is. And it's just, I mean, it's crazy that, the league is forcing everybody to subscribe to all of these different things. But again, we all are doing it. And so, they'll be like, hey, why not? We'll keep on. And what I'm really curious, I mean, okay, so we're going to have games on Thursday. We're going to have it on Friday. We have some games on Saturday. I mean, are we going to see in 5 years from now that there's an NFL game going on almost every night of the week? It's pretty crazy. But Roger Goodell has the mission of making the league, the most profitable. And he said he wants it to have the global type of audience to rival the Premier League. I don't know if they'll get there, but they definitely are continually expanding their reach. And so it's going to continue to grow, and they're just going to continue. The pockets are going to get deeper for these owners, and the players are going to make the money too. But not only a fraction of what these owners are getting, and all of us are just continuing to line their pockets.
It's crazy, man. It is just nuts. Mike, thanks so much, dude.
Appreciate
Always great to
brother,
catch
man.
up with you, man.
All right, you guys have a good one. Thanks for having
Take care,
me.
Mike.
All right, that's our guy, Mike Jones. Give him a follow at by Mike Jones, national NFL writer for The Athletic. 18 games, B. That is wild. We have some roster news for today's rookie minicamp. Who's going to be there and what second-year players get to take part? Got that for you next on
Offensive lineman.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. DJ Landini getting it going. So I don't want to say too much. I don't even know that I want to call this news. Technically, though, it's news. So one thing I've been curious about with this rookie minicamp is the league changed the rules. There's probably a COVID rule change that has stuck around because some of the COVID rule changes were actually positive. Rookie minicamp now, you can have, 1, you have your draft picks. 2, you have your UFAs, your undrafted guys. 3, you're allowed to invite tryout players that are basically just here for the weekend.
Yeah.
This happens every year.
Bodies in camp.
A couple years ago, they added that you were allowed to bring in some second-year players that were either on the practice squad or injured or whatever. They can come also. Now, that's a select few generally. Zach Selby, Commanders reporter. He works for the Commanders. You can follow him at Zach Selby, ZachSelbywc is his X handle. He tweeted out, what's going to happen when we all walk into the building is they're going to give us the roster of the people practicing there. Mm-hmm. The building just opened to the media at 12:30. Selby probably got it a little earlier because he's already there. The tryout players include, I don't even have the colleges for these guys. Bryce Gallagher, Trey Jenkins is a safety. Nolan Johnson is a corner, 6'2", 200. Listen to this. Tyke Ogle Kellogg, 6'5", 200 wideout. Nico Reganey is 6 foot 190 wideout. These are the types of dudes that are going to be catching passes from Jaden Daniels today and tomorrow. Miles Sims is a 6'3", 190 corner. Khalil Tate, 6'2", 216 wideout. Noah Taylor, 6'5", 240 backer. And Roderick Ward is a 5'11", 185 safety. So those are your tryout players that are going to kind of fill out the roster. Now, math-wise, we knew they had 9 draft picks and 11 UFAs. I'm no math guy, but that's 20 players. You can't really have much of a practice with 20 guys.
Yep.
So they've added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Another 9. Now we're at 29. Probably need to get around 30. Now, what I've noticed is there are 2 second-year players that will be taking part today. At least 2. I don't want to, just in case some. Oh, no, 3. Whiteside's going. Okay. So you've got a guy you liked a lot last year. Kaz Allen will be out on the field today.
Kaz?
Yeah.
So you said Kaz and Whiteside?
Kaz will be out there. Nick Whiteside, the corner, will be out there. A guy I like and I'm really curious to see is Mason Brooks, who was an undrafted guy last year.
That was 6'4". When he was 64 last year or something like that?
Yeah.
I like him. I thought he was going to play last year.
So did I. I kind of don't understand why he didn't late in the year.
Hey,
if for nothing else, give the kid a game check.
It was a lot of stuff happened that you can't explain from last year.
But if nothing else, give the kid a game check, right? So Mason Brooks there today. So I'm looking. I see Kaz Allen of second-year guys. Mason Brooks. I mentioned Whiteside, and I thought I saw one other, but I could be wrong. But B, I don't want to make too much out of something or nothing. One guy that I fully expected to see that I think it's odd we don't.
Daniels?
Yeah. Braden Daniels. He was a 4th-round pick last year.
Yep.
And
I don't know. I don't think his position where he was picked matters, but the whole thing that he couldn't get on the field last year was a problem too.
Well, and technically he was injured, right? He was put on the IR before the season started. That was one of those
mysterious things. That's that injury that never happened.
Yeah, it's the old fake injury. We're going to redshirt you. A lot of questions if he was built. I mean, if he's a tackle or a guard, and now I just thought we'd see him today. Now maybe he's hurt.
Or he may be back, and they might be happy with what they've seen thus far.
Yeah, maybe. But I would just think you'd want him to get a little bit of work after he was down the whole year, you know?
Yeah.
And This is definitely just a little bit of work. I'm glad to see Kaz Allen getting some work with these guys because he's small, but he's electric with the ball in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mason Brooks is the type of story that I'm excited about that. The other thing I noticed kind of looking at this roster, do you realize the Commanders now have a Jaden Daniels and a Braden Daniels? Kind of crazy, right?
Not necessarily. I mean,
It's just kind of funny or interesting. I don't know the right term.
I don't know what. Yeah, it's like you're reaching on that one, though.
I mean, they got Jaden and Braden Daniels.
They've been having people on team with the same last name for years. They had about
but not with rhyming first names.
Braden and Jaden. I mean, I don't know, but like they had like 8 Johnsons on the team when I first got here.
Landfill, is it worse for De'Ami Brown that Mike Sammer still got his number, or for Braden Daniels that he's not part of this rookie minicamp?
It's a pretty bad sign for both of them, to be perfectly honest with you.
What's the bad sign?
I'm asking, do you think it's worse that thank you, Justice Perry. Bryson Tremaine was on the practice squad last year, wide out of Stanford, and he's taking part in rookie minicamp.
Yeah.
So they got 4
Isn't that the
second-year
tall kid?
players. Yeah, 6'4"
Yeah.
kid. 4 second-year players taking part in camp.
All right.
So B, here's my question. Is it worse news that De'Ami got his number given out to Sanders still, even though there are duplicate numbers this time of year? Or that Braden Daniels isn't taking part in the rookie camp, even though 4 other second-year players are?
I think the De'Ami one is probably worse.
Yeah, because it's a second rounder.
Yeah.
And it's like a guy they think immediately fills a need. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Jeffrey, what say you?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a bad thing for De'Ami.
Doesn't seem like a good thing.
Yeah, and I hate to jump to that conclusion because as this regime have showed, you never know what they're going to do. You know, they've been good at keeping things under wraps, but it just don't feel right.
I mean, I don't know what it means. I'm just saying you got to understand the guy that they also gave you a duplicate number with is a guy that many people consider is damn good and more than likely making this squad.
Yeah.
You can't say that on the other side.
Yeah, I agree. Like,
so, I don't know.
Of all the people in this conversation, if we line up Brown, Daniels, and Samerstill, who would you put what does Doc always say? Who would you put your money on to be on the roster? It's Samerstill. And if I had 100 chips, I'd put all 100 on him because that is a safe play.
Yeah, I just started laughing because I happened to look at the little text thread on the stream. And it says, okay, JP obviously have been sipping.
So also on the team website.
Why do people say that? I haven't.
Dude,
I gotta
look, bro. You just always look like something.
That's tough. I gotta put a collared shirt on, comb my hair a little bit.
Just put some. Don't put shades on because they think you're hiding your eyes. Then.
Hey, so JP,
what?
The thing that might be the only good look for De'Ami is on the Commanders' actual website. It has the draft class numbers, and the only guy who has an asterisk by his number is Samerstill, and it says his number is a roster duplicate. All numbers are subject to change, so we don't know.
Okay, do the other ones have anybody else's number?
I think that's the only dupe.
Yeah, that's the only dupe.
Why they couldn't dupe him with somebody else then?
I mean,
it would have been better if they duped him with a guy that has a 20-something number that probably, he ain't gonna be anyway. But you dupe him with that too.
I think the other thing is bringing up somebody bought it in the stream too. He didn't dupe. He could have duped with Mariota,
but he didn't.
Yeah,
they did duplicate him with a guy who's not going to be here anyway.
Like, hold on. Now, nobody's making a big deal that Michael Wiley Undrafted rookie out of Arizona is also wearing number 6, the same number 6 as Dante Fowler Jr.
Michael who? If he drafted?
Wiley. Nope.
Okay. So Dante Fowler Jr. ain't worried about that. So what you got to realize is this: what you're just throwing out numbers now. Michael Fowler Jr. is probably going to be here because he's a guy.
Dante Fowler Jr.
Dante, whoever the hell it is. The other guy is undrafted free agent, right?
Yes.
Okay. You have a guy on the team that hadn't reached his potential, then you draft a guy in the second round. I'm going to go back to Nick Saban says he's the best player in the draft. And now they give that dude your number. That's reason to be concerned.
Much like I was correct about Howell getting shipped out, and everybody told me I was wrong. This isn't that. I'm not planting a flag on this. This isn't exactly a proclamation, but I've been saying for some time now, Jake Fromm should be kind of looking at his next opportunity. Do you remember what number Jake Fromm was wearing, B?
No, I never cared about what number Jake Fromm was wearing.
I mean, you called his preseason games. I thought maybe you'd remember. Number 11 for Jake Fromm. Guess who else got number 11?
Who?
Jeremy Chin.
Well, you said that yesterday, and I think Chin.
Well, you clearly forgot it.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Chin's gonna be on the squad.
Chin's definitely gonna be on the squad. Now, I don't know what his role is. He's definitely that kind of like Dan Quinn defense. We're gonna move you around a lot, but I think it could really work for him. Here's what I know works for us. 1:00, you get the chance to ask an NFL legend anything you want. Phone lines open at 1. That is Ask B. Mitch Anything. Everybody commenting in the chat. Get on the phone. You can ask B a question.
Yeah.
Thanos wants to know if I'm going to rookie camp. Damn right I am, Thanos.
It is. Yeah.
B, did you watch hoops last night?
I watched some of it till I fell asleep.
So I was at Channel 4 on Nebraska Ave last night, and I had to go in and tape my show. And because the show is like kind of a solo show, like I don't have my phone with me while we're doing it because I just try to like actually pay attention for once.
Mm-hmm.
And I came out.
That's hard.
It's not my strong suit. I came out and this dude Matt was sitting there, and on his TV in the newsroom, he had Celtics Cavs on, and this was like the third quarter, and they were up like 15 or whatever. And I was like, "Holy bleep!" That game surprised me. I thought Cleveland might win one, but I thought it would be at home. Boston, man, I wonder if they lack like the killer instinct or something.
They just seem to have this lull. They fall into a lull like every year. It happens. When they lost
to the Heat
like that, I'm like, what the hell? And let's be real, like eventually you have to pull through in certain moments for people to begin to think you're capable of doing it. And I just think that they're sitting in that position right now where both of those guys, Jaylen Brown, and also what's the other guy name? Tatum. Those guys have shown that they can play ball, but have they shown that they deserve the money they got? Have they been the guys who's clutch in clutch situations? No. So, I mean, they're going to have to prove that.
I mean, for sure. I think tonight could be a really good ball night. It's hard. What is the Pacers line? They're like a big favorite tonight, right? Do we know Brunson's status?
Huh?
Do we know Brunson's status for tonight?
But nobody really knows. I think it was all based off of the fact that they said, you're going to be pervasive. I'm trying. Well, hell, you just finished the game and you scored about 17 points in the fourth quarter. So you didn't just try, you produced. So I think him saying I'm trying, making people think that it's going to be that he may not be in there. But I think he'll be playing.
So do you think this will make an impact? I kind of think it will, honestly. Rick Carlisle, the Pacers coach, has been going nuts about the refs. And the breaks have all gone to New York, undoubtedly, so far. Do you think the Pacers will get the calls tonight? Dude, the NBA just fined Carlisle $35K, I think.
If they, like I said before, if they completely change the way that they call the game, that right there would be the league calling and saying, give them some calls. And I don't like that. Yeah. I think that would show me right there that they can dictate what happens in every game.
Oh, wow. So the Knicks have already ruled out. I'm on ESPN.com right now, and it looks like the Knicks have already ruled out OG Anunoby tonight. So Mitch Robinson's out, Anunoby's out, and Brunson's day-to-day. That's a lot. And the Pacers will be – that arena will be buzzing. My guy Tim Meek will be there. Like, it'll be electric.
Uh-huh.
That should be a fun atmosphere. That's been a good series. I could kind of see an ass kicking, though, between the injuries and the scenario. And I still think the Knicks win that series. As long as Brunson's okay, I think the Knicks win that series. But I think tonight could get kind of rough. The other game tonight is a good one. Timberwolves Nuggets in Minnesota. I mean, the Nuggets coming off one of the most embarrassing.
They better show up and play.
You think they will?
I think they will. I think they have the type of players on this team where they will show up and try to perform. I just think that if they don't get this game tonight, you can stick a fork in them.
Over. Both series, if they don't get the win tonight, they're over. You get to 3-0, you're cooked, man.
Yeah. When people start going out of character, it means that they just feel like they don't think they can get it done.
So Murray threw that heat pack. Did you see the video of it?
Yeah, but I'm saying that
they only fined him $100,000.
You say only $100,000? That's a
Don't you
lot.
think that should be I mean, he's throwing stuff on the court.
Yeah, but he threw a heat pack. I mean, you throw a punch, you get fined less than that.
Right. I just think it needs to be a suspension. Like you can't throw stuff on the court.
I don't think it needs to be that serious. It's $100,000, a lot of damn money for throwing a heat pack. That's like if you throw a punch, you land a punch, it's $50,000.
I don't know. I thought that.
But I'm saying that right there shows me Minnesota is in their damn heads.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the fact that the guy's throwing stuff on the
You can't beat him, throw a heat pack at him. That's the new motto.
Dude. All right, so $100,000 for Jamal Murray. Do you know his earnings so far?
He probably made well over $100 million.
The last contract he signed is worth $160 million.
Yeah.
I don't think $100,000 fine matters.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing about it, though, Jay. See, you gotta stop thinking like these other people. See, I don't like this part. Just because I make $100 million don't mean that I have to pay you according to that. The fines
that's fine. I just don't think that's enough for throwing something on the
fines
on the
are
court.
established ahead of time. You can't just go by what you think. You go by based off what the rules are, the CBA rules are.
That's fine. I'm just saying, I think you throw something on the court, you should get suspended. You can't be throwing stuff on the court. That was kind of during like a stoppage during a free throw.
Yeah.
So maybe they give him a benefit of the doubt there. But if it's like game action and you're throwing stuff on the court,
I don't think he should be suspended. I think especially in the playoff game.
Then you shouldn't throw stuff in a playoff game.
Well, that's why they fined him $100,000. I think that's more than enough.
I think to your point, the Nuggets are shook, man. And I don't think they expected it to go like this.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what they got tonight, man. It's going to be very interesting. All right. Headed to Ashburn. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. He's an NFL legend. You can ask him anything you want. He loves giving dating advice, talking about football, and remembering that time you guys met at Home Depot in Burke.
You're an ass.
Ask me, Mitch, anything next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
B. Mitchell and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find your contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Also, this is a Vodka Red Bull Friday, and it's powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. Right now, get a chance to ask me questions. I don't do all the dating things. That's JP says that he is the best at the dating because he runs home and he sits there all the time. He'll get to make sure he goes over to the fam and everything. What are you doing? Jeff just walk in and just start turning stuff. Now the people looking at a TV that's not working. Ridiculous. It's time for Ask B. Mitch Anything. And let's go right to the phone lines. We're going to go to Bethesda and check out Jason. What's up, Jason? How you doing, brother?
Hey, B. Mitch, how you doing?
I'm good.
I'm going to be out in L.A. this summer. I was wondering, do you have any Los Angeles public golf recommendations? Something somewhat of.
Every time I've been to Los Angeles, I played a private course. I don't know many of the public courses out there.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And normally when I'm in L.A., I don't even play golf. There's too many other things happening in L.A. to play golf. Seriously. You know, JP, he should call JP and ask him that question because JP always get the hook up in golf in L.A. I'd rather do other stuff in L.A. All right, let's go to Cliff in Delaware. Cliff, what's going on? What's your question?
Hey, what's happening, B. Mitch?
Chilling.
So, look, we've heard you talk a lot of times about what you thought the lowest moment in your Redskins tenure was. I want to ask you, since retiring and being around the team after retiring, what is your single happiest moment being around a team? Thank you.
Ooh, since retirement, single most happiest moment. I might have to say the change of ownership right now, to be honest with you, because I think that I talk to a lot of fans on a regular basis. People were in a lull, in a slump, didn't see this thing moving or going anywhere. And the excitement I saw on people's faces, and I'm talking about young to old, everybody had the same type of mindset. And I just feel that this whole thing is going to change up and get this back to where it used to be. I believe that things were depleted. There were a lot of players that came in that were trying their damnness. But the stuff that was going on above them just never allowed it to continue doing or being like it used to be. So I would have to say that was, had great excitement watching Tanner play, watching Robert come in his rookie season and things like that. Those things brought me great enjoyment. But to look at this thing overall, knowing what it was and what it had fallen off from and what it can go back to, I might say that the ownership change might be that for me. And I know people don't like to say certain things, but hey, this thing was like dead man walking for a long damn time. And now things are changing. 800-636-1067 is the phone number if you want to ask me a question. Let's go to line 3. Talk to our buddy, Commander Tequila. I'm going to ask you a question. What kind of tequila are you drinking?
Patron.
Patron. All right. Yep. What's your question, man?
I love it. Hey, my question to you, being Mitch, is this: when what was it? Now that you're retired and everything, you see more free time. Would you rather like to talk to kids, talk to high schoolers, and about football, and what to do, what not to do?
Well, I do talk to people a lot, but I'll be honest with you, my time is less. I have less time now than I did when I played football. But I go out and talk to people. I do different speaking engagements and things of that nature. But I try to give my guidance to people, even if I see an individual and I have a conversation with them. I'm basically an open book. I walk up and down the streets when I'm around, and somebody walk up to me and ask me a question. I'm only talking to them, so I don't hide away. I don't hide from that type of thing. Continue on. Let's go to Rhonda Mills, and that's Rick. What's up, Rick? How you doing?
Rick, hey, B. Mitch, how are you, man? Listen to you guys every single day, man.
Appreciate it.
Like I was telling I think was it Jeff.
Jeff,
I think
yeah.
it is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was telling him, man, I run between North Carolina, right outside of Raleigh, born and raised in Washington, D.C., just got my season tickets again at the draft party. I hear about Scotty's Vodka. I cannot find Scotty's Vodka anywhere. Where do I find Scotty's Vodka?
It's in Maryland for sure, in liquor stores and things of that nature. I know for sure in Montgomery County. It's in D.C. as well. I think it just got into Virginia, so you should be able to get it at any store you go into.
I've been about 5 different stores in Anne Arundel County, and I can't find it anywhere. But I'll keep a lookout for it. You know, you guys pump it all the time, so I'm just trying to, see what it's like. You know what I mean?
All right, I'm gonna have to tell Scotty to go on his social media, and he have to put some store names of where you can find Scotty's Vodka at. Because
no doubt.
Is it downstairs, Jeff? In the store downstairs?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Yeah,
all
I'm
right.
not sure about that.
Yeah, I'll make sure he does something like that.
I appreciate you, B-Mitch.
All
Man,
right,
we
brother.
talked when they were doing the name change and everything. And, yeah, man, keep up the good work, man.
All right, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Sir.
All right, 800-636-1067. You can ask me anything. I'm about to ask B-Mitch. Ask me anything you want. Let's go to Columbia and check out Daryl. What's up, Daryl? How you doing, brother?
Hey, brother, how you doing, B? I tell you, man, you a serious cyclist, man. I saw some of the pictures in Facebook, man. How far do y'all be riding, man? What, like 50 miles or what?
We go from 30, but we'll do 25, 30, something like that. Normally, we'll do some 50-mile rides, but we creep up to 100 every once in a while.
Man, y'all do overnight or you just there
We did.
and back?
Well, the ride that you probably saw on Facebook was overnight because that was more of a military ride. We rode with Face of America from Crystal City to Gettysburg. We had a lot of first responders and military guys that, some people have issues from the military mentally. Some of them have lost limbs, and we help push them up hills as we get the hills as we riding to Gettysburg. So that was a 110-mile ride.
I know, man. Yeah, I know how far Gettysburg. I used to go up there. But, B, I want to ask you a commander's question real quick. Do you think our name is going to change, man, within the next couple of years? And also I wanted to ask you, as far as the possibility, do you think that we will actually, we got a legitimate chance with the players that we brought in to really make some noise? And I see it happen overnight. The Eagles did it after they fired Chip Kelly. They went to the Super Bowl the next year. I look at Houston last year. So it's been done. But I like what Dan Quinn said about recalibration and not rebuilding. But I just think that they strategically put some good parts in there, and we can seriously make some noise. I ain't talking about a 500 season.
Well,
I'm saying if they click.
If things click properly, that's a possibility. I think that they have to be better than they were last year. But the ultimate thing for me is they have brought people in positions that are better than the guys they had last year. Has the team improved? Yes. But like Jaden Daniels told Keyshawn Johnson, they have to get out there and see how the chemistry is going to be built.
That's
and
right.
if everything works the way that it seems, and you see it got better players, and I believe the coaching will be better, then there's an opportunity and a possibility that will happen. But I don't know how far or whatever, but you can see a jump. I've seen it year in and year out where people go from worst to first. And I just don't understand why people in this town never want to feel like it could happen. But it's been so long of the stink that was around. Now I think it's a chance that you got to have a different thought process, but it's going to have to happen before people start truly believing it. I think the name may change. I don't know what it's going to be or how long, but going back to the other one, no. But I'm thinking it may.
Hey, B, my last question is this. What about, man, do you think that, we're going to see all three of them big boys on that line, man, running a 4-3 with Newton and Payne and Allen and having those and having four our best linebackers?
Well, I think what you're going to see is they don't at 4-3-3-4. It doesn't make that big of a difference anymore. It's going to be they're going to have situational football, and they're going to use these guys in different ways. You may see guys lined up in positions you never thought. they're
Which
going to
is smart.
utilize the ability of the players that are there, not try to force feed these guys into a certain scheme. So
Do
that
you
should
thi-
make things better for you right there.
Last one, man. Do you think Cliff is going to adjust to Jaden's strengths or try to fit him into his air raid? Or
He's
you
going
think
to adjust to Jaden's strength. They already having conversations and they bouncing ideas off of each other. That's the way I said this yesterday, where I like that. Already you're trying to give your quarterback some level of ownership, which makes that guy worky and be even more tuned in and will buy in even more. So I'm expecting things to work out for them. Appreciate your call,
Thank
brother.
you, Pete.
All right, man. Let's go to DC, and we got Seth. What's up, Seth?
Hey, B-Man, quick question for you, man. I went to Louisiana Tech, so I'm a Ruston, Louisiana man.
All right.
I'm just curious how often you get back to Louisiana and if you're from Lafayette.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm from Plaquemine, right outside of Baton
Gotcha.
Rouge. Yeah, so I would get back normally 4 or 5 times a year. I go to Lafayette mostly, to be honest with you. I go to my hometown every once in a while. My mom and dad have both passed away, so I go to Lafayette and Baton Rouge because my brothers and sisters live in Baton Rouge, so I go there a good bit.
Yeah, we used to have some epic battles with you guys down in Lafayette between Louisiana Tech and ULL. So
Yeah,
I was
y'all
curious, man.
linebackers
Appreciate
were
it.
always good. Y'all got the best of us most times. I would say that.
All right, man. Appreciate
All
it.
right, brother. Appreciate you, man. Jeff, you got this in green. I can't see that in green. Who is that?
Steve in Silver Spring.
Let's go to Silver Spring and check out our buddy Steve. What's up, Steve?
B, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. What's going on?
I just wanted to let the listeners know, man. It was a while ago I met you. It was a day I was just having a bad day, man. I just lost my dad the day before it, and I met you, and we just had a cordial conversation. I think it was right before the pandemic. But I just wanted to let you know, man, you made my day. So it was a 5-minute conversation, B. But it just go to show, man, you can impact somebody's life. You can have people around you for 30 years and they didn't impact your life, and somebody spend 5 minutes with you. So I just wanted to let you know, and the listeners know, man, you're a great guy. I met you, Doc. I met Art Monk and Charles Mann down in the Misses game before. Just guys that stay in the community. So, just appreciation for you, man.
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, Steve. And I think for me, I'll be totally honest with you. I have a motto where if I don't want to be bothered, I stay my ass home. Because calls like that, as a person who plays in the public eye, my job now in the public eye, people feel that they know you, they want to be a part of you, and when they come up to talk to you, if you're nasty to them, you don't know what somebody is dealing with. You may say something to the wrong person. I remember stopping everything one day, signing an autograph, go to an appearance later on, and guess who the kid was? The kid was the president of the company that went to the appearance child. I didn't know that at the time, but it's just try to be nice, We have a lot of BS going on in our country. We got a lot of separation. But I think if you just go out there and try to be nice and do the right thing, because just like we want people to treat us a certain way, we should do the exact same thing to them. And more calls like that or more situations like that with Steve just calling in, more things like that can happen. Doesn't take that long, man. Walking down the street, somebody looking at you, just smile. I've been watching on social media where people walk up and they hand a note to a person, and the note is just saying, "Smile, you're great." And then the person will come back and talk to him. You never know what somebody needs in moments like that. And I think that try to be a beacon of happiness and togetherness instead of trying to separate everything like a lot of people in great high places supposed to be running this damn country is doing. Let's go to Drew. Drew, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, B. Mitch, how are you?
I'm good, brother.
I have a question for you. You've said already a bunch of times that the coaching has probably gotten better this year. The players have generally gotten better, and you expect the team to be better. My question is, we've had just a ton of change, and that should also mean that this team has a lot of unknowns for the other teams that play them.
True.
How does that affect the preparation of the opponents when they go to play the Commanders next year? And do you think that element of surprise gives them an advantage? And, what would that mean to you if you were game planning against a team? And you think that could translate to extra wins for us during the season?
It could get
Just
you
the
wins.
element of surprise, not the players and coaches.
Well, I think, Drew, that gets you wins early because people know what Cliff Kingsbury run. They know what Dan Quinn ran. But now they have new players running it. So you have to, I always say, like, after that 4 weeks, when they have that they get 4 weeks of film, then they start to dissect and break down things. It gives people a better chance to compete against you. But while they're trying to do that stuff, you know what you do? You take advantage of it. You have to be on point because they're going to attack you based off of what you used to do. And as Coach Gibbs would always do, okay, I know what they're going to attack. So we're going to counter that with something different. So you have 4 weeks to get that done. Then now they're going to come in with something new. Now you should have a wrinkle to where you switch it up completely on them too. So yes, they have a lot of change here, but that's going to affect the other teams that we're playing because those other teams will not have a hold on what we're trying to do. So also, these coaches seem to listen to the players, what the players see. Hell, I know you're coaching me, but I'm on the field, and if I see something and you don't respect it or take something from it, that's going to make me go on the field hesitant instead of going full force. But if you give me some respect, I'll go full speed for you, and I think that's going to happen on this squad too. All right, thank y'all for the calls. We do this every Friday at 1 o'clock. What you say? We do this every Friday at 1 o'clock, but you know what? Take a quick break here. We'll be back, and JP is going to get you all caught up on what's going on out there at Rookie Minicamp. Jay loves to be the play-by-play guy, and you can get ready for that coming up a little bit next. by Scotty's Vodka. It's Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. As I said a little earlier, JP is out at rookie minicamp and always brings this stuff to you. This is what we do on this show. We bring you the live stuff right there in the action. So they have the first minicamp out there today, and nobody can say that they have some representation talking to you right now on the radio than B. Mitch and Philly. JP, what you seeing out there so far, brother?
B, I got to tell you, the thing that stands out most is the amount of media here.
Is it more media than players?
Oh, significantly. I think there's did we count it up? I think there's like 33 kids here. I think there's the 9 draft picks, the 11 UFAs is 20. Was it another 9 tryout guys and then 4 second-year guys? So call it 34, whatever it is. I mean, B, we're in the bubble, and the media is basically from the end zone up to the other 30, at least up to the 50-yard line. And like, I've worked in television. You worked in television. I didn't know this many cameras existed in the DC market.
It's a new era, Jay. It's a new era, and everybody wants to document what they see so they can go back to remember when. I ask you this question, though. If they need some extra help, if they need some extra help and they reach out to somebody in the media, you go volunteer.
Help with what?
Like line up at safety or corner. Just stand there. They're not gonna hurt you.
Unlike Austin Rivers, I am fully aware that I am not equipped to be an NFL player. Fully aware.
But you're not gonna be an NFL player. You're just gonna stand there. You're gonna be a placeholder.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a situation where they just need someone to stay there, I could help. I would do what I could. I don't know that I'm expecting that, but it's all eyes on Jaden. I had to stop myself. So I tweeted out a video of him doing like the fake quarterback warm up where it's actually a warm up for the center.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it's not even a quarterback warm up; it's a center warm up.
Yeah.
So I posted one video of that, and then I found myself like all they're doing right now is stretching, like just legitimate stretching. And I found myself taping him stretching, and I'm like, you know what? The world doesn't need video of Jaden Daniels stretching.
Nah.
So I put my phone in my pocket.
Hey, no rookie mistakes, JP.
Yeah, right? We got to all remind ourselves. But Beamish, even the parking lot, man, you know how they have that like mobile detailing dude that comes out here sometimes for the players' cars?
Yeah.
So that dude is set up out there like close all the way out to like Loudoun County Parkway. But the parking lot is packed. And I'm not talking about like the inside the gate. I'm talking about outside the gate. Oh, wow. Something big just happened right now. I think maybe there's veterans on the other side because they just like broke their first huddle. And it's fairly chaotic right now, honestly. The music is bumping. I can't tell who's in the middle of that. It is. All right, I've never seen this in a rookie minicamp. I promise you that, B.
What's that?
They are, dude, so they just formed a big huddle, ran over to the sideline. I guess this is like a dynamic warm-up. They're doing like really fast-paced, high knees. Seems like I've never seen what I'm seeing right now. I don't know how to describe it differently. Can you hear like the volume of this?
I hear stuff in the background.
Yeah, dude. I'm sure you'll see a lot of video of this. This is getting kind of nuts. I think maybe this is DQ just trying to set the tone.
Is it showing some level of excitement and things that you see in a football game rather than everybody showing up and look like you're at a damn funeral like it used to be?
Yeah, that was more intensity in a minute, 45 seconds, whatever that was, than most of what.
Is that going to be the fired up part of practice? Start up with a little hype.
I don't know. Maybe it is. But what's interesting though is like whatever that was, I don't think you can generate that level of hype day after day after day. But damn,
you can try. You know what? Yes, you can, Jay. Yes, you can.
Now.
You might bring it one day, and then the next day you don't have it. I got it, and then you feed off of me. The next day, Landfill got it. Then Jeff feed off of him. Then Jeff got it. So if everybody come and take their days, you can get through a season of that, brother. See, the
Yeah,
problem is they expect one guy to do it all the time.
Sure. Well,
Even a spark plug needs to be ignited every once in a while.
Well, I think what you're trying to build also is that players generate the excitement, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that certainly seemed like players were very into it. And I can't, because I'm blind, as you know, I can't quite see all the way across if there were, like, because there have been veteran players in and out throughout the offseason, right? Like, I'm sure veteran players were here today. They're not taking part in this practice, but between lifting or working on injuries or just rolling in to get some free food, like, it's too bad we won't hear from Dan Quinn until tomorrow, because that was really cool, very different. Maybe
Remember that conversation. So you'll be there tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time?
My wife's thrilled. DQ's talking at 12:45, I want to say, and practice is slated for the same 1:15.
All right, I'll come tomorrow because I think I'm gonna be left home. Everybody going to the winery. I'm not invited.
Oh, it's a girls' day at the winery.
Yeah, because baby girl's birthday is Sunday, Mother's Day is there, so they gonna connect together and go do something tomorrow.
Okay, that's
and they'll
fun.
probably make me do some work on Sunday though. You know how that goes.
Yeah, I do know how that goes. So, B, we're starting to see some drills now. They've broken up into kind of position groups. Looks like DBs and linebackers over here to my right. Tanner Still's out here in his number 2 jersey. He is small, dude. Like you see it when you see him, but he does look pretty damn quick. I just saw Ben.
How does
Sennett
number 2 look on him?
It looks good. It looks fresh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
What does that mean?
Huh?
What do you mean?
I'm just saying I don't like to mess with people like that.
Oh, how does it look on him compared to someone else? You mean?
Yes, but I'll take that back. How does San Rasil look?
One thing that stands out for sure, Mason Brooks, the offensive lineman we were talking about, that was on the practice squad last year.
Yeah.
He has his shorts pulled up very high, and like very high. And what word would you use to describe Mason Brooks, Ben? Pasty? Is that a fair word?
He's trying to get a tan, bro. I know he's inside today, but he's trying to get a tan.
It doesn't look like he has seen much of the sun. I asked Standing, because Standing is obviously an expert on not seeing the sun. So I thought, I don't know. Mace looks like he wants the world to know that his ties are in supply. I'll tell you that much.
He did that. I think he did that a little bit last year too, though.
Well, dude, a lot of these guys wear the short shorts now. That's like a popular thing, I would say.
Hey, I still don't like him too short,
kind of
dog.
warming up now.
Nah, we don't need no skin showing too much.
Yeah, it's a lot, dude. So you got all right, we finally got some QB stuff over here. Daniel's warming up, doing kind of, it's not like the full Dak Prescott, but they're doing some footwork drills.
He's not doing the hip thrust, is he?
No. But it's definitely just like the working through the pocket, kind of the fake pass rush.
Yeah.
He's just fired to the sideline right there. He's going back and forth with Hartman. Hartman's getting a rep right now. I'll say of Daniels' frame standing here now. Now, granted, I'm on the sideline and he's, midfield, if not far hash. But, like, the frame doesn't alarm me standing here. Like, I get that he's slight, but it doesn't, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem, like, I remember when I first saw Kyler Murray in person, people were talking about how short he was.
Yeah.
And when I first saw him in person, I was like, damn, he is short. And then to your point about Bryce Young, when I saw him last year at the Combine, I was like, that dude is little. I'm seeing Jaden now, and later this afternoon, I'll get to talk to him, like, in person. But this is now the second or third time I've seen him in person now, and the frame doesn't stand out to me that much, like, visually.
Yeah.
And for all the people that were worried, I did just see him throw a pass over the middle. So you got that going for you.
Hey, when you don't have to, when you're asked to do it, then you can do it. If you're not asked, you know what? I'm gonna show you. You met my boy Shep, right?
Yeah, of course.
And Shep is the type where Shep is going to be hardcore. He just, I guess he just saw what I reposted Tress and also Jaden, and he say, "That's what's up." You know what I mean?
That's right.
Shep agree, so that's a good thing.
Here's how crowded it is. Our friend Greg Abernathy had a good idea to stand up on a chair so he could shoot because his camera tripod will go up that high. But now I'm just standing on a chair to watch because there's so many people in tripods.
People are invested and interested in this franchise, man. I'm telling you, when this franchise is good, the league is good, man. And they love it. I'm not saying the league isn't, but Washington, D.C., your nation capital, you want to have successful. You want to have good coming out of this. You don't want to have what the garbage we've been having.
Today, I think it's more about seeing the rookie quarterback.
It's about that, but it's about also the new beginning of this whole thing. Like, they took over last year very late.
I got a cool drive for you. Cool. All right, so Jaden's in the shotgun throwing into the quarterback. The net with the pockets for each pass. He just hit the middle one on his first try. I think the second one bounced out, but it was in. Here comes number 3. Yeah, he's pretty dialed in over there, and the ball's coming out fast and hot.
The dude is accurate. But I just think that
Him and Hartman are kind of going back and forth.
I understand quarterbacks, they run everything, but I think the whole attention is Josh Harris and crew, new coaching staff, and on top of that, you got a franchise quarterback.
I agree that there's I think we saw, like, remember last year, the first day of training camp, it was like this celebration, right? Yeah. And that was like the Dan is gone celebration. This year feels like the new people are in charge.
That's what I'm saying.
With Peters and new coaching chains and new quarterback. All right, dude, this would be a DQ thing. He does have them running. Like, they're running station to station. They're running for this water break right now.
What did I tell you about Andy Reid?
Yeah.
And by the time practice is over, you don't need to go do no extra running. You know why? Because you got your running in already.
Right. Yeah, I've always heard that there's some question about the people that have to work for an hour after practice. Like, were you really working hard enough during practice?
Yeah. You know, I asked that question. Remember, Josh used to give us a whole hour and a half. If you got an hour and a half after practice, damn it, then guess what? You didn't do nothing in practice.
Right. It's or some of those years maybe you weren't asked to do much in practice. Getting my first look here at Luke McCaffrey, big number 12. The height and the length is quite real, especially with him standing next to Kaz Allen, who is not a tall or long fella. Mm-hmm. But it looks like they're about to. One thing that I definitely find interesting with Mason Brooks out here is he is, best I can tell, the only center. Like, he's taken all of the snaps, and that may just be out of necessity because they don't, Stromberg could be out here, right? He's a second-year guy, although I guess he played.
He plays some.
Yeah, but they're going through some.
Or do they really want to see what Mason could do?
Yeah, I wonder if it's not let's give him rookie camp at center, see how the ball comes out. There's no question about his nastiness, but, like, is he a guard? Maybe they're trying to figure that out. I don't know. That's just kind of an interesting little subplot in all of this. I'm watching right now, Daniels under center with Mason Brooks snapping it to him. It's a pretty cool drill. He takes the snap from Brooks, hands it off to the back on a little sweep, but then they roll back. A ball gets fired to them as they're rolling. Daniels catches it and then throws it to the other back on the other side.
Yeah.
Kind of a neat little drill that makes you stick with it. Now we got Brooks in the shotgun to Daniels. I can't tell who that back is next to him, but I would assume it's the kid out of USC. Let me see it. Greg, is there a name on the back of that running back? I want to say that's Jones. Benny, is that the USC kid next to him with Jaden? Yeah, so it's the USC back that's getting to work with Daniels right now, which is a guy that we kind of said, Austin Jones, that we kind of said might have a chance to make things interesting.
But also on top of the Jay, just like Pat Mahomes, there's a lot of passes, balls coming back to you and all that stuff is keeping the focus of the quarterback on the football as well. Like, when I hand off a ball, then another one is coming at me.
Yeah, totally.
Ball security works with that too.
It keeps the focus on the quarterback, and it keeps everything moving. It keeps every person moving, and it like kind of elongates the drill. I mean, we've talked about this a lot, about the individualized attention kind of situation they've built for Jaden to develop here. Watching him go through these drills, Kingsbury is right there on every rep. Brian Johnson's behind him. You also have Anthony Lynn is behind him, working with the running back. Plus, Tavita Pritchard is going side to side. Like, and let's not act like, all quarterbacks get a lot of investment, but they are positioned to help this soon. You know what I mean? It's a pretty neat little drill. The one dude I've been trying to get eyes on that I haven't yet. All right, so I see 12. Let's see if he's going to run a route. Yeah, so we got Tremaine is about to go first in this little receiver route tree thing. I still want to see Coleman. I can't even tell where they have the O-line. Oh, you know what? I just found where they have the O-line. They're just on the sideline. Is that them on the far side, Greg? Yeah, they're kind of just chilling, right? We'll find them. We'll find them for you. Don't you worry. All right, so
Jay, we got to take a break here.
Oh, I forgot about the break.
Yeah.
We got a break.
So Landfill and Jeff will be here to handle you when you get back.
All right, later, buddy.
All right, be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
baby. Sit this down. .1067 The Fan. It is Jeff Walker checking in right now, and we have the one and only JP Finley back in with us. What's up, JP? What's going on new down there?
Nothing, man. Can you guys hear me? Because I just thought I was up and did a whole open and everything, only for you to then come in and do it open.
The thing was, so I knew you was going to come back in and do the open, but I didn't realize I had a Cody Betts moment over here, and Landfill was like, "Yo, you going to open up?" And I'm over here worried about the stream, and then he go, "Yo, open them up," and I'm like, "Oh," so my bad.
All good, all good. All I was saying in the things I said that didn't go out over the air is your eyes cannot, like, being here, you can't help but stop and look at Daniels. Like, we've kind of known it. We've all watched the highlights, but he is incredibly fluid. He's starting to, all right, so they're actually running some drills now. I did get eyes on Coleman. They're down in the corner. He looks plenty big, and the footwork is what matters there. The way quarterback warm-ups work is they generally start with the short stuff and then work their way to more intermediate routes. But I've got Daniels with McCaffrey. It looked like McCaffrey went early. Daniels just aired it out the loop down the sideline. Too much sauce, incomplete. Just looked a little disjointed, like it's the first day of rookie minicamp. But Daniels is smooth, man. I don't know. I think if you're a Commanders fan, you should be pretty encouraged with 20 minutes of practice on his first day of rookie minicamp. It looks fluid. It doesn't look like any sort of strain motion. The frame, I'm out on that. If anybody wants to have that conversation, until he takes a hit that he can't stand or something, I don't think there's anything to worry about there. Jeff, who all do we need to thank today? I know we had
AJ Perez, Chase Hughes,
Mike Jones. Thank you to all those guys for joining us. Obviously, how was Ask B? Did you get some good calls? I listened to a couple minutes of it.
Great calls. He got some good calls from our listeners.
You guys ready for you guys ready to actually have a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull? Because it's, you know what? It's 1:54, which means Grant and Danny are coming up next. The boys will be enjoying a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday in moments. If you want to see some live footage of Jaden Daniels, check me out on Channel 4 this evening. I'm in the A block at the 4 o'clock, A block at the 5 o'clock. We'll have a ton of Daniels footage for you. As for us, we got to bounce. Grant and Danny coming up next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in May 10th, 2024. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Tress Way joins the show in 1 hour. Right at 3 o'clock, we'll talk to Tress about giving away number 5 to Jaden Daniels. That happened last night. It is official. You can order those Jaden Daniels jerseys now. Daniel, what's up?
What do you say, buddy? Did you know it was going to rain like this?
I
Did
never
anybody know?
No, I'm not a weather guy, in the sense that I never check the weather the day in advance. I ask Alexa, what is it right now? And I assume that's what it'll be all day, and I dress accordingly in the morning. That's the extent of my looking ahead.
I checked last night because it my kids' sports stuff, like it's governed by weather oftentimes. My activities outdoors are governed by that. It's not in any forecast. None of those little blue drops coming down, and it was raining all morning. I don't like that. I don't like it.
Got tickets for you if you want to go see wrestling locally. AEW Wrestling is coming to Fairfax's Eagle Bank Arena, coming to the DMV. We got those tickets at 4 o'clock for the final time today ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Danny, the Commanders are on the practice field, the rookies anyway. It is officially rookie minicamp this afternoon. Pictures, videos coming out from the practice facility in the bubble today with the rain. Jaden Daniels on the field, throwing deep shots to the rookie receivers and tight ends running routes. An exciting day for the organization. A lot of energy in the bubble.
It's awesome. The media assembled. There are throngs. It's not your regular May run through. With all due respect, you got a new sheriff in town. You got a new guy that everybody is focused on, concerned with. A lot of hopes riding on him as a transformative figure for this organization. Hopefully not just this year, but for the next 5, 10, God willing, 15 years. You have an institution here potentially on Jaden Daniels. But it's awesome. Like, actual football is taking place. No games. No one's playing for months from now, right? We got to wait 4 long, slogging, miserable footballless months. But the future, that's quite literally what it is. It's this rookie minicamp. These kids are out there for the first time as NFL football players. So cool for them, and cool for us too to get to catch a little glimpse.
All eyes on Daniels, obviously, but a couple of other notes. Johnny Newton, the D tackle from Illinois, is in a boot out at practice. That left foot, remember, he had surgery on what we found out after the season. Like, he was pretty dominant, played really well, and didn't even know he was playing through a broken bone. His defensive line coach came on our show a few weeks ago. You can go find that podcast. It was really good at fandc.com. I'm sure it's still there. But Johnny's coach told us, yeah, he didn't know and we didn't know. And how could you? He was still outplaying people and dominating at times.
Never limping.
But he's in a boot. Presumably he'll be full go for training camp. Mike Sandra still wearing number 2 is out there. The corner from Michigan, where they took number 50 overall. Ben Sinnott is rocking 82 at tight end out of Kansas State, the 53rd overall pick. I was just watching some video of Brandon Coleman, the offensive lineman from Texas Christian. They see as a tackle. I'll tell you what, he's huge. And it's not like your tackle length necessarily, where you're almost more slender as a tackle. You're really tall and you've got the long
huge
legs.
reach, yeah.
He looks physically to me a little more like a guard body, but they think, and he's proven it, he started 22 games at tackle the last couple of years, that he's got that kind of athleticism, but he looks really like a strong, physical, intimidating force on the offensive line.
You can always use that, but again, it's a matter of how he's deployed, how they're used, right? I mean, it's a matter of, if he's a depth guy at guard his rookie year and maybe fills in the rotation or becomes the left guard down the line because you feel like you're pretty comfortable with Cosme over there, that's fine, but it's not what was needed. Like, we're all sitting there going, who's going to play left tackle? And they maybe are confident he can do it. I mean, proof will be in the pudding. If that happens, by the way, if he really is a left tackle and he's good at it, what a transformative thing for this draft class here.
I haven't seen much coming out of practice on Luke McCaffrey. The last time I saw Luke McCaffrey, he was walking into the building yesterday, slow motion with Sam Hart.
So I had to play it 10 times before I noticed that Luke McCaffrey was there too.
He was next to him.
Yeah.
But he presumably is at practice with Jordan McGee and Dominique Hampton and Javante Jean-Baptiste and the rest of this rookie class. Those last 3 guys are the defensive players they drafted rounds 5 and 7, respectively. McGee, the linebacker from Temple, is drawn from Harrison, and a lot of the really good undersized Mike linebackers in the board. Dominique Hampton, the safety from Washington, I think has a really good chance to make the team and help on special teams. And then I'm interested in Jean-Baptiste, who's a former really highly recruited player out of high school. Reminds me a lot of KJ Henry. He was a 4 or 5-star recruit, depending on which of those two guys you're talking about. Goes to college. A little bit of a disappointing statistical collegiate career. And Jean-Baptiste situation, he transferred to Notre Dame for his final season and played pretty well last year at Notre Dame. But he was on the show. Very smart guy. And I'd bet on him. It just seems like a guy that's prepared to be a professional.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not exactly the same parallel, but similar to Jaden Daniels' story, right? Where at once super highly touted, the all the stars and number this on the recruiting mag and on this top 100 list or whatever, it didn't go the way he probably wanted to in college. And there's two ways you can go from that. You can blame everybody else, or you can get to work. And it sounds like, just having talked to him and then just sort of a little bit that we've read about him, is a guy that, as you said, you'd want to bet on because he, took the slight, took the lack of productivity, whatever it was, took the criticism, went to a new place, had a pretty good season, turned himself into an NFL player.
I did you mentioned how many media members were at practice. We talked yesterday about what is a perceived lack of energy and buzz in town, considering you just drafted the quarterback too. And I don't necessarily feel that from a media standpoint. Every time you turn on local TV, if you watch any of the local sportscasts, they're talking about Jaden Daniels. Every time you listen to whether it's the radio or any kind of content about the team, it is about this rookie class, and it centers around the QB as it should, number 5. It's more within the fan base where I'm going, man, I'm surprised more people aren't giddy. And maybe that'll start now. The jersey purchases and apparel and stuff like that. Maybe people were waiting to see what number he wore. But to your point, I've been at so many of those practices in the bubble over the years, both for training camp, mini camp, all kinds of stuff. And to see basically looks like from 20 to 20 in terms of yard line, shoulder to shoulder media members and cameras. I mean, there's a lot of people getting their first glimpse at Daniels and getting those images out to the masses, which I think is a good sign if you comp it to the conversation we were having yesterday.
Right. I mean, there's a little bit, there's some give and take. I mean, everybody thinks that they'll just say the media in general, as if we're all just sitting around in one room, pulling strings and deciding what happens. Like there's a meeting that takes place where everything gets set. But there is some power there.
You weren't at the meeting today.
I never go to the meetings because they don't
Why
exist, because they're not real meetings.
Oh.
But what happens sometimes, and there is some push and pull here, but when it's covered a certain way, right, where it's like, no, you guys, this is a big deal. Trust us. And you sort of keep hammering it. I think maybe there'll be a gradual awakening, I think, of the fan base. But I think we got to the bottom of some things yesterday in that discussion. I just don't know that the ceiling is where it was. And I think are forced to kind of acknowledge that for myriad reasons. And also I think a lot of people, and I'm kind of in this boat too, I feel like, just in terms of examining my own feelings of, I need to see it a little bit. I need to see some more positive things before I just jump in with 2 feet again after having been burned for, 3 decades.
One thing outside of DC that I wanted to mention, because I think it is actually related to the Commanders. Matt Eberflus, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, met with the media today ahead of rookie minicamp. He was asked about the quarterback situation, and he basically, I'm paraphrasing, but this is what he said. I'm not going to play games. There's no reason to pretend. Caleb Williams is our starter. And he named their number 1 overall pick out of USC, the 2022 Heisman Trophy winner, Caleb Williams. Starting quarterback right here and right now. He said there's really no reason to not acknowledge what's happening. We're not going to have some fake competition where we pretend like he might not start. He is the guy. Later today in the 4 o'clock hour, right at 4:25, I want to talk about this. To me, this is what should be done when you pick a quarterback as high as Washington has with Jaden Daniels. There's no reason to pretend that he may not start, or to, like, this idea, people will say, you got to make him earn everything. You got to make him earn it. No, you don't. Okay, you just don't. Quarterback rules are different. We all know what's going to happen. We can pretend that it might not, that Marcus Mariota might start. Marcus Mariota shouldn't start. Jaden Daniels should. He started 55 games in college. He was the best player in the country. He was the Heisman Trophy winner in the SEC. This notion that you've got to earn everything, did he earn number 5 or did he just get it because he's Jaden Daniels, as Tressway emotionally gave it away to him? He's the quarterback. He's the face of the franchise. He gets the keys to the kingdom. Sometimes it's different. By the way, if he was a cornerback, he wouldn't have gotten number 5. If he was a wide receiver, he wouldn't have gotten number 5. If he was a 4th-round pick, he wouldn't have gotten number 5. The 10-year player and the team captain would have just kept it. And I'm glad that he did get number 5. I think it was a good thing for the organization. Having said that, though, Danny, let's not pretend like he's the same as everybody else. Well, he's got to go through the rigors and he's got to earn this thing. No. You just saw it last night. He doesn't, okay? He needs to be on the field in week 1 playing football. So what I think Dan Quinn should do is what Matt Eberflus did, which is to come out and say, no charade here, guys. We're not doing the big dog and pony show act that everybody else does. You know it. We know it. Caleb Williams is our starter.
So I'm with you in the sense that that's what I would like to have happen. I guess the thing that I object to in general is we're going to have a competition, and then you never have one.
Because
the
there
Rivera.
will be no competition.
Right, the AKA the Rivera.
Yes.
That I can't do. So if you really like to have one, okay, because that's a philosophy. At least it's thoughtful. At least there's a reason behind it, right? Where I don't care what you did before. I'm here because you guys weren't any good. You went 4-13. You had the 2nd overall pick. Everybody's got to earn their spot. Now, I bet you John Allen wins his position battle. I bet you Deron Payne wins his. I bet you Terry McLaurin wins his position battle, and so on. But I would, if you want to do that as a philosophy, this is how we're doing things here. We're always going to be competitive or something. At least there'd be some sort of rationale behind it. Then you really have to do it. You have to go all in and do it that way. And you would hope certainly that Daniels would win that job.
But is that what's best for Daniels' development?
That
to split reps?
It's not what I would do. Now, again, it's not what I would do. But I'm saying I wouldn't be furious if there was a legitimate philosophy and a legitimate approach. I'd go, I disagree with that. I would get him every second of experience possible. With all due respect to Mariota, Sam Hartman, who's a dreamboat, Jake Fromm, Jeff Driscoll, whoever else they have to take a snap, they wouldn't take any snaps from me in every practice. Jaden Daniels gets everything.
But you're bringing up this hypothetical other side. And so whoever does think that, I'm asking them the rhetorical question. Is that what's best for Jaden Daniels?
My answer is no.
To then split reps. A real competition means at a 50-50 clip, another guy's getting the same amount of work with the first team as you are. What a waste of opportunity and time and prep for Jaden Daniels. Give him 90% of the reps or 95% of the reps if you can. Don't we all agree that the more he's on the field, the more he's in the first team huddle, the more work he's getting, the better off he'll be come the regular season? That's the path. Did you see either of the videos that have gone viral the last couple days from Dan Orlovsky or Chase Daniel on their playbooks?
No.
So Dan Orlovsky had a playbook from his rookie year, I think it was. And it was Kyle Shanahan's Houston Texans playbook from like 2008 or something.
Gotcha.
Before he came to Washington as an OC. Chase Daniel saw that, liked it, and did his own version with Sean Payton's playbook from one of his years in New Orleans. Orlovsky just said, hey, I think it'd be instructive for you guys to see what a playbook looks like and how much these guys are going to have thrown at them in short order here. And he basically showed, like, the first page of the playbook is, this is how we huddle. It was like 8 pages long, and then the next thing is, this is how we call the play. Not the actual words, but like this, repeat, clap, this is how we break the huddle. And we're at like page 23 of this 800-page playbook.
And there's no play yet.
But his point is, there's 3 installs over the course of like pre-training camp. And there's 50 plays each time. And here's one of the plays. And it's like 6 pages of here's where everyone's got to be lined up. And here's why we say it this way. And it's unbelievable. You already know that these guys are speaking a different language. And these players from a football standpoint are brilliant, right? To even be able to figure this all out. It's unbelievable. But his point was, remember this when you're frustrated about Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, whoever it is. Like, this is a lot to take in a short time here. So Daniel then built on that, and he's like, okay, Dan Orlovsky showed you kind of the macro, so to speak, of like how the install works over weeks. I want to show you the micro. I'm going to show you one play and what all goes into it. And it was like a 4-minute video, and it was great. But again, you come away going, oh my God, how does anyone do this?
How does anyone remember all these things?
Like how can any player know all of this? And this is one play. They're installing 40 of them during rookie minicamp or whatever. And it's just so much. Now, these guys speak the language. so much of it will come easier. But I bring this up to say that there's just so much going on with Jaden Daniels and these young guys, and there's some grace that we probably need, I would say, during this rookie minicamp, that there's a lot being thrown at them in a very quick time. We've all got the expectations. But when you talk about those pages and the specifics of what he needs, you know how much more helpful another 40% of the snaps are? To have a true competition, if it's a charade, which I think and most of us think he's going to be the starter, just give him the reps and name him the starter. The Bears have done this correctly.
Yeah, to me, I don't care about anybody else outside of Jaden Daniels.
What do you mean by that?
I don't care what any other quarterback does or might or might not do. The instant Jaden Daniels can't play, those subsequent plays have no point this year. Anything that he's doing, it needs to be about maximizing him, protecting and maximizing. That's why I still am calling on the front office to add a left tackle and add another weapon. Like more, maximize and protect. Everything's about him and his development. If he gets great, everybody looks a lot smarter. Everybody looks good. And it'll cover all the warts and the wrinkles and those vertical stripes make you look thin. All of that stuff, right? To me, every rep should go to him. And when he's tired, we stop practice until he's not tired anymore and he can take all the rest of the reps. I know it's not realistic, but it's how I would do it. Eventually, when we get to where we want to get to, knock on wood, that happens. Now we can start splitting and you can work the back up and this, that, and the other thing. Because my point is, if he goes down via injury, God forbid, and Marcus Mariota plays, this isn't 2 years from now where you're still fighting for a playoff spot, presumably. This year, whatever happens is fine. I know they don't think this way, but it's how I would.
What did you make of Daniels getting 5, Tressway giving it away? It was emotional. Didn't see that coming. Tress is going to be on the show at 3. I want to discuss that and something that's been missing, in my opinion, from this exchange. Next on Grant and Danny. Rookie mini camp has broken for the day. Players are off the field. First day to get a look at this new Commanders rookie class. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Nats baseball when we are done from Fenway Park in Boston, where the Nationals have another series against an American League team. They're in a stretch against the AL at this point.
They only play the American League now.
It's what they do. Weird schedule, but here we are. Want to open up the phone lines at 800-636-1067. Last night was pretty interesting. Jaden Daniels gets the number 5. Tress Way, in a video published by the organization, if you didn't see it, you can go check it out on my social, and I'm sure Danny posted it at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. But Tress was emotional about giving up the number. It means something to him. He's been here for years. But he said it was the right thing to do. He's a team captain. He wanted to welcome Jaden Daniels, and this was the best way for him to do it. He's going to be on the show at 3. We'll talk to him about it. What did you make of kind of we got to the conclusion we all thought we were going to, which was Daniels getting number 5. But, man, that number meant more to Tress Way than I thought.
Same.
And it seemed like he gave more thought to keeping the number than I anticipated.
Well, the part about why it mattered to him, I thought was outstanding. Again, kudos. There's been just as a quick side, a significant turn to the positive for all things Commanders social media and engagement and video stuff. They have been crushing it here over however long. I haven't really documented the start and finish of it, but it's been nothing but, hey, this is great. This is great. This is great of late.
I agree with that. I think it goes back a year or more. I mean, maybe
Fair
even
enough,
a couple of years. They've long kind of now, I think, done a really good job on social media, but they're on a heater with the Darryl Green retirement and then the emotional video with Tress Way yesterday.
Just great content.
It's been a good run.
Sorry, for Tress, his point about they wanted me talking about Washington and something I didn't even realize about the captaincy. And if he gets voted captain again, it gets filled in like an extra layer of honor. And how strange is that going to be if that does happen and it's in a different jersey number? And I'm kind of going, well, I didn't think of that. I thought maybe just give it to the quarterback, but
Right.
like all this other kind of stuff that was a consideration. And this is again from Tress, his wife talking with him about, well, what made you a captain? What does that mean? That this is about something bigger than you. This isn't about a number. This is about who you are and leadership and sacrificing for the greater good and for the team and everything else. And if you can't make this sacrifice, yada, yada, yada. And I thought that was outstanding. So again, we got to a conclusion. I thought it would be like, yeah, give me tickets to an LSU game. Well, now it's more significant than that. And again, kudos to everybody involved.
Yeah, Schefter reported last night that Tress's family is going to go to an Oklahoma LSU game, and Daniels is getting them the good seats. So that's part of the negotiation. We'll see if anything else is changing hands when he joins us at 3 o'clock. We'll get all the details from the trade. But they did a really good job with it, I thought.
Yes.
And it became, you and I were kind of joking at first, it became this huge story within the fan base. And I think part of why is it seems like the team didn't really get involved in terms of like the equipment room or the coaching staff. It was up to kind of Jaden Daniels and Tress Way to figure it out. And it seems like they had an ongoing conversation. And Tress ultimately said, yeah, you have the number. I'll figure something else out. And so now he's going to be numberless going into the season. He's going to have to find his new number. Sounds to me like maybe he's going to wait till after camp, see who gets cut, who's still there, who changes numbers, and then just grab the best of the rest of the numbers. But he has a couple numbers in the 30s that he wore in high school and college. You know me, I went the single digit on the punter. That's important to me, but we'll ask him at 3
I just don't know if that's available
when he joins. I think it will be ultimately when some guys get cut and some numbers get whittled down after camp, probably. But we can ask him that question. But overall, how do you feel about kind of how it went down? You come away feeling what?
Not over. Again, the only emotion I've got is from Way's reaction, but it seemed to be all solid all the way around. You know, we don't know what conversations were had behind the scenes. We don't know who talked to who or who approached whom. I guess people want to make a big deal that it wasn't Daniels demanding stuff. Again, I have no idea. But yeah, it all seemed fine to me.
So here is my only observation that I would say I'm sure people won't like and will get upset with, and that's fine. This is just, my opinion, my show, as I like to say sometimes. I would have liked to have seen Jaden Daniels come out and publicly thank Tress Way for the number at some point, which has not happened yet. Have you noticed that?
I have.
The only Jaden Daniels cameo really in any of this was when Tressway was standing in front of Jaden Daniels' locker, and he's like, "Hey guys, there's a new number 5 in town. Look at Jaden's locker. Look over my shoulder. It's his." And then he kind of moves his camera over to Jaden Daniels and he flashes the deuces. But there was no like, want to thank Tress for, welcoming me to the team. I was like, okay, well, that's probably coming. He's busy. He tweeted last night at about 8 p.m. about the number. And he said, the number is official. Commanders fans need y'all to go buy number 5 jerseys ASAP. I'm waiting for my Tressway's my guy tweet. Where is that? That's the only thing I would say about this is I would have liked to have seen, like, they're in a video together. It's just him flashing the peace sign. But I like what Tress did. He did the right thing. I think Jaden Daniels getting number 5 is best for everybody in the organization, maybe other than Tressway. But I don't know. I'm a little surprised that there has not been a nod to Tressway from Jaden Daniels publicly in any way yet. And I'm sure at the press conference today after he gets off the field, when they ask about it, he will reference, Tress was cool to give me the number or whatever. But if you're tweeting about, go buy your jerseys, I got my number 5, there's just no mention of the guy that gave it to you.
And thanks to Tressway.
Didn't love that. That's all. This was part of the video that got released last night from the Commanders.
I think about the first time I came, and I was one with Chicago.
Yeah.
I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I got there, they gave me one, and I got picked up here on the waiver wire. And it was the first time I felt wanted. It was like, hey, like they picked me.
Yeah.
And I came in, 5 was sitting there, and I was like, yeah. I was like, I like that. So it just kind of, this is harder than I thought.
It's all good, man.
But I think about, I was talking to my wife, and I've been fortunate enough to have been voted team captain 4 times. And if I get voted captain again in my career, that C gets filled in. And I was like, man, it's going to be weird if I give up the number. The first time I get that C filled in, it's going to be a different number.
Yeah.
And my wife said, why do you have the C in the first place? What gives you the C? And just feel like there's just so much excitement around this organization, hands down the most I have ever seen. Just all of the excitement building and building and building. And I just feel like this is just a very small part that I could do. Got a rookie coming in, can't imagine what's going on in his head and his heart. And, I'm there for him on 4th down if we have to give the ball away. But maybe this is an example I could show him, hey, I'm here for you now, too. So.
There's Tressway last night explaining some of the specifics behind the decision to give up the number. And again, he'll join us at 3 so we can dive into not just that, but his offseason. He's always entertaining and great to have on the show. He'll be joining us in a bit on Grant and Danny. You hear the emotion there.
Yeah.
I love guys that love ball. And I really love players that love the team and the city. Now, what else really as a fan can you ask for and can you want than a guy that ball and the org and the city that it means something to them? Sign me up for that every single time.
Here.
We've been lucky to, Terry McLaurin's another guy like this, right? Who we talk about ad nauseum, just being, the kind of guy that you want to build the whole thing around. And people will make their jokes. It's a punter. It's a number. Why are we getting emotional? That guy cares about the city. He cares about the organization, cares about football. His life's work in a lot of ways. Like the last 10 years has been the Commanders and punting. And it seems like it's been a pretty thoughtful last 72 or so hours for him and his wife. He's sitting there having heart-to-heart conversations with his spouse about it.
Deep philosophical stuff. And again, it went deeper than I certainly thought it would. Again, something I didn't even know about. I was embarrassed to say I didn't realize that about the C getting filled in if you're a captain 5 times. I didn't know that. I guess I don't know if that was common knowledge or not, but it's not something I even considered at that point. But yeah, just to your point in general about what I like about athletes and what I respect, what I find admirable as somebody whose journey ended because I wasn't good enough. I don't have sympathy for people that are and don't care, because there's too many of me, too many people that did everything they possibly could and were nowhere close and fell so short. You know, like the distance that I was away from being a Major League Baseball player is probably the same distance as my 6-year-old is from being like a D1 star right now. Like the gap was a chasm. And I don't have any sympathy for people that frittered away or don't care or aren't into it and sort of treat it like they're supposed to be there or whatever. Like there's too many of us that are so desperate just to have their foot in the door. And his phrase, the one that struck me, and actually I'm sitting there and there was a little minor weather system in my ocular region for a brief moment, and I caught it. We suspended it. We went back inside. I felt like I was wanted when he mentioned that part. I'm going, I wasn't wanted. You know what I mean? Like it reminded me of that. And it really struck a chord. I thought that was great.
I just think that you shouldn't take an exceptional teammate for granted. In professional sports, everyone's in it for different reasons. Everyone does things for differently, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And you see it with his rapport with Jeremy Reeves. You see it, I think, in terms of relationships over the years that he's had with whether it's Sundberg or kickers. Like a great teammate at its core to me is what sports is all about. You could get into a lot of things where guys are individual, like a NASCAR driver's in the car by himself or a swimmer or something. But team sports, to me, the fun of the Capitals run or the Nats run is the fellowship and the camaraderie and the cohesion.
You want the team that's going into the fountains.
It's just dudes being dudes, it's buddies. It's that bond. And Tress is the guy in that regard. And I just hope people properly appreciate when we have guys like this in town, how big a deal it is and how cool it is. But it is official. Jaden Daniels rocking number 5 on the practice field at rookie camp today with not just the 8 other guys from the draft class, but all the undrafted free agents. And I even saw, Danny, that the sophomores who were on the P squad last year, so like your Kaz Allen, the receiver from California and others, like those guys are out there running around as well. So it's a really good opportunity if you're young and trying to find your footing in this roster to go turn some heads before mini camp and then eventually training camp, which is coming up a couple months, probably about 10 weeks from right now. So we've almost done it. We're almost there, man. Won't be long before you get to training camp. Like it's preseason football time.
It's actually happening at that point. Yeah, second round of free agency, some OTAs here and there. We'll do the usual inventory of the guys that go and don't go. And should Chase Young have gone that time? The answer is yes. But yeah, I mean, it's now the calendar has started, man. We've turned the page from last year to this one.
G&D on the Fan. Tress at the top of the hour. Get into a little recap of some of the postseason action going on around the sports landscape next on the Fan.
y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Shout out Tress. You know, allow me to wear his jersey. Obviously, what it means to him, what it means to me. He's a legend here, so I'm very appreciative he allowed me to wear his jersey.
Attaboy, Jaden. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jaden Daniels just minutes ago stepping up to the podium. I said I wanted him to thank Tressway publicly.
And there you go.
He thanked him to start his press conference. Good enough for me. As we welcome you back on G and D. And you heard him acknowledge there. Legend of the organization. He even referred to it. He said, letting me wear his jersey. So that shows some appreciation and understanding that it wasn't just, I got drafted, I'm the quarterback, that's my jersey.
Yeah, there's no entitlement there, which I like.
Very, very cool. So that was the right way to do it for Jaden Daniels. He is off the practice field, practice number 1 in the books from rookie minicamp. We'll talk to Tressway coming up in about 15 minutes, right at the top of the hour. I have been told some birdies are chirping in my ear, I'm going to tell you. I have been told that nobody has the full details yet on the exchange between Jaden Daniels and Tressway.
Oh.
And I believe Tress, who's very candid, will probably give us the full details. But I don't think that currently anybody knows the full slate of what exchanged hands between Jaden Daniels and Tressway.
Interesting.
Coming up at 3 o'clock right here on The Fan. Nats in Boston tonight. You got the NBA and the NHL playoffs continuing as well, Danny. Not a bad weekend ahead for a sports fan. I mean, you're rarely ever sitting watching games at this point because you're always at some
Seriously.
youth event. But I like this. This evening, we've got a couple of NHL playoff games. You got coaches claiming that their team's getting screwed because they're in a small market in the NBA. Knicks, Pacers, Nuggets, Wolves tonight.
Celtics laid an egg last night, so all of a sudden that's a series.
By the way, that game was crazy and ridiculous.
Yeah. So
I don't think that'll be a series. You see this all the time. Teams get destroyed in individual games in these best of sevens. You know, the knock on the NBA in the regular season is teams take games off. And to a lesser extent, it still kind of happens weirdly and inexplicably in the playoffs. I think normally what happens in these cases is you don't have it, you're down. And rather than scratching and clawing and killing yourself energy-wise to get back into the game, coach says, let's punt on this one. Let's lose the battle for the sake of winning the war, so to speak. And I think that's what happened with Boston. They packed it in and said, we're not going to exert any more than we need to here. We'll win this thing in 5.
I certainly think that's a factor. I also think that this happens every once in a while because of the reliance on the three-point shot. Because everybody spreads you out and shoots threes, and if you're throwing up masonry, the results can all of a sudden look really dramatic, even if you're in the game. And when you're not shooting well, everything looks worse, right? You could be moving and cutting great and defending well, but you're throwing up, bricks. It's all of a sudden it look like you don't know what you're doing on offense. So I still think the Celtics win that series, but that was a pretty surprising result to lose that badly to Cleveland.
I thought Knicks Pacers was going to be better than it has been. The first game, Indiana probably could have and should have won. They got screwed, I thought, with a couple calls late. Game 2, the Knicks, even with a bunch of injuries and guys banged up and Brunson off the floor for a quarter, they just kind of bullied them.
Mm-hmm.
To me, this feels like the Knicks are built for the playoffs and in this more physical version of basketball where you're able to, there's more contact, you can play through things, there's fewer whistles. New York's like, yeah, this is what we want to do. And the Pacers are just not. I get the sense Indiana, like my view of this is they're not ready for the smoke. Now, they go back to Indiana for the next couple, and maybe they get one of these. But this is starting to look like maybe their best shot was game 1. I don't think Carlisle reeks of the desperation he did by whining about officiating and them getting screwed because they're not a big market team. By the way, none of the big market teams in the NBA win perennially. Like if a big market team was all you needed to be, DC and Philly might have a chance deep into the playoffs, right? But
no Lakers, no Heat at the moment.
That's
but yeah.
not really how it goes. But it seems to me like the Knicks, even with the series shift into Indianapolis, are going to be just fine.
Well, I think you're right on. The physicality ramp up has knocked Indianapolis. I'm sure they're the Colts. Indiana on their butts. I mean, that roster is built to get out and run and bother you with length and versatility and athleticism, and they're getting pushed around a little bit. And even without Brunson in that one game where, as you said, they had their golden opportunity, it didn't come to fruition because he came back Willis Reed style and was excellent down the stretch. But yeah, they're getting pushed around a little bit.
Nuggets in trouble, as we've talked about. I've got the bet with Linnell for lunch. I've got the Nuggets. He's got the Wolves. I thought when he came to me to make the bet that he was a crazy person. But I'm not nervous.
Where do you think he wants to go to lunch? Have you gotten the scouting report yet?
I'm not ready to say that yet. I don't think it's over. Now, if they lose one of the next two, we could start picking some lunch spots. But Denver's going to be tough to kill, especially after inexplicably
Them getting
Jamal Murray
embarrassed like
didn't
that.
get suspended.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray should not be playing tonight after throwing the heat pack on the floor the way he did in the middle of all those bodies, because he just got a fine, even on the road in Minnesota tonight, which is, you imagine how crazy that place is going to be going with Ant playing the way that he is and that team up a couple of games on the defending champs. I still give Denver a really good chance. I just think they're one of those clubs with Joker where you got to drive the stake through them twice and then bury them and then put them in a casket and then drop them off a boat or something. And they'll still somehow be standing there when you turn around.
Without a doubt. To kill the champ, you really got to do something special. Minnesota's done everything you could possibly ask.
It's just rare
to this point.
Like, I won the title last year and I'm going to go quietly into the night. It doesn't really happen like that.
And that's why that game 2 result was so surprising to me. After they lost, they kind of got I would say sucker punch, but sort of, knocked back a little bit, punched in the mouth in game number 1, where I think either team could have won that game. Minnesota was better, deserved to. You'd go, okay, watch the defending champs. They got, smacked awake. Watch what they do in game number 2. And they were outclassed from the first whistle. Just, they were run out of the building. And you got guys throwing temper tantrums, Jamal Murray throwing stuff onto the court. I mean, who was more cool, calm, and collected than that guy with clutch bucket after clutch bucket in postseason runs over the years? And he's throwing towels and heat pads and stuff. Come on, man. But yeah, the Minnesota has gotten off to a fantastic start here.
Terry and Arnold, the cornerback from Alabama, got drafted by the Detroit Lions.
Mm-hmm.
They traded up with the Cowboys to get him in the 20s, remember? He might have an awkward Mother's Day coming up. He was quoted today as saying on his competitiveness, "If my mom was a wide receiver, I'd jam her into the dirt." A, that's an unbelievable quote. B, it's Mother's Day week, man.
I didn't see that.
It's Mother's Day week. You seen the videos of the moms that get to tackle their peewee football kids?
By the way, a sneaky little guilty pleasure of mine. I watch those.
It's a great.
I love them. Where it's like when your mom was D1, and some little 8-year-old's trying to give her a little shake.
Well, I guess it's something I've seen it enough over the years to assume that this is a peewee football thing occasionally.
Yep.
But the kid he's probably 6 or 7. He's in his helmet and shoulder pads and stuff with ankle biter football, and he's running almost like Oklahoma drill style between two bags, and the moms are just standing there without any gear or anything, but they just get to grab the kids and sling them to the ground, and it's a nice little reminder, Mom still got you, little boy. But not Terry and Arnold, apparently.
He wants jam her into the dirt.
He wants to play bump coverage.
Oh, man.
Come on, man. It's Mother's Day.
Man.
Tress Way of the Commanders joins us next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Alton.
Like I said earlier, it's significant not only to me but to him also. So him allowing me to wear it, it meant a lot. You know, that he was able to kind of just pass it to me, pass the torch, obviously with the agreements. But you know, he didn't have to come off the number. Obviously, what he did for he's a captain, All Pro Bowl player. So you know, he means a lot to the DMV, to this organization. So for him to be able to allow me to wear a number, it just shows that he has my back, and you know, he's excited, and you know, that's what we talked about, and you know, I'm excited to be his teammate.
Love that from Jaden Daniels today after rookie mini camp, showing not only an appreciation for a veteran giving up his number, but maybe more importantly, you know, that it wasn't just going to be his, that it was a choice made by Tress Way. You saw Way in a video the team put out, has been contemplating it and decided that he wanted to give the number to Jaden Daniels. We'll have him on the show in just a couple of moments. This is Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are giving away tickets to AEW Wrestling in 1 hour ahead of the Blitz, right at 4 o'clock. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm of Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family by drafting a will, setting up a trust, creating a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. And if you mention us, you get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're live in D.C. on 106.7. We're in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, coast to coast on the Odyssey app. And we are in high-definition video on YouTube, streaming right now as well. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline and welcome not just the punter, the people's punter.
People's punter.
Tress Way onto the show here on Grant and Danny. Trestopher, how are you?
G&D, I am genuinely looking forward to our date with some chicken wings, boys. That needs to happen ASAP when you guys are up this way.
ASAP Rocky. It's going to go down. We have said before training camp, okay? So we've got what, July, mid-July, late July? So we
got to factor in summer vacations and stuff. So let's get on this.
You know, I think the biggest thing is, you know, as a punter, you just have to be in your top tier physique and peak performance. And so, you know, I just think the earlier the better. Yep. You know, never mind that I have chicken wings regularly. I just think that, you know, the sooner the better. Going into training camp, just finely tuned athletic machine. Let's just get it knocked out.
Yeah, I think we need to give you enough of a buffer so that you can trim all the weight that you gain.
Thank you.
When you go eat all the chicken wings with us, because we're going to eat this restaurant out of chicken wing.
I'm in, my friend.
All right, let's start with, how did this go down? Who calls who? When did the conversations begin?
Yep. So got asked to do a fun draft night event with the Commanders. My wife and I got to make it a little date night. It was at DC Prime. It was just a very fun event. And, you know, a lot of people were starting to circulate. It was like, hey, have you heard anything in the building? Who are we picking? Who are we? I was like, guys, here's the deal. I'm here on 4th down. And then other than that, they just kind of tell me who's on the team and let's go from there. And I have no inside scoop. But I did know, you know, like I one of my very best friends, childhood best friend, huge LSU Tiger. He saw the rumblings, the rumors. Maybe we're going to be picking up the Heisman Trophy winner. And sure, I noticed his number was 5. And I thought, okay. You know, I'm not going to reach out. I'm not going to be like, hey, man, would you like it? You know, and so I just thought, we'll see how it goes. And then sure enough, whenever the draft night took place, my wife and I were there. We picked up Jaden, and everybody hooping, hollering. They're showing his highlights. I mean, dude, you can't be more excited to have him on your team. And then in the back of my mind, I was like, I wonder if he will ever ask. And, dude, I have to say, I don't know how nervous he was. I don't know what was going through his head. But when he asked me, he shot me a text, got my information from our people with the team, and he could not have been cooler and was just very complimentary, didn't put me on the spot. He just asked if I'd even be willing to talk about it. And I was very impressed by that, dude. Very humble.
So the thing I didn't realize, Tress, and there was this great video that the social team put out where you were talking to a couple of former teammates and guys that played in this league for a long time, as to why it would be actually something that mattered to you. And I know a lot of people maybe don't quite get the association that some athletes have with their numbers or otherwise. Some guys don't care, some guys do, and I don't begrudge anybody's reaction to it. But there was a weather system right in my eyes for many seconds while you were talking about being wanted and filling in the sea and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm like, my wife asked me a question. I was like, not now. But dude, I was moving. I think a lot of people were. I look for those that haven't seen it, even those that have. Go into that a little bit. The association you have and what it actually meant to you to be able to have a number where people know that number.
Yeah, dude, it is so crazy for me. I came in my rookie year and I got asked to go do a awesome kind of book reading for the charitable foundation. I go there and I see a kid with a number 5 jersey my rookie year. And I was like, wow, like, man, it happens fast. And the kid gets up to walk to lunch or recess and he's wearing a McNabb jersey. And I'm like, who do I think I am? Like, what is going on right now? And then like years go by and then people actually have a 5-way jersey. And it's just, I mean, dude, it's so surreal of just, I don't know, man. Like it's as long as I've played, as long as I've been here, dude, it just continues to get easier for me to have more gratitude because I didn't even know I was going to play in the NFL and then end up getting picked up off the waiver wire for our fantasy football fans out there. Like that's a real freaking thing. And I was part of that. And I just, like you said, man, I felt selected. And dude, I just think about the things that are important in my life. And dude, it sounds super cheesy, but who I want to be, how I want to be remembered. Man, my faith's the most important thing in my life. And then how my teammates and the people that love me and the things like the people that I love, how they think about me. And this would be, I don't get me wrong. I definitely want to be remembered for dropping literally everyone inside the 20 imaginable for, the rest of my life with the fans, but also just things like this, just how I try to love people, care about people. And it was, dude, it was tough. It was tough. The weather system, the tears were there for sure. It's a freaking number, but it just happens.
So it's funny though, Tress, because to that point, I think people you gotta know to know, right? The old slogan, I think, for the Washington Post was, if you don't get it, you don't get it. And I think this is one of those like real ones know things where it's funny to say, like someone in California or Texas or Chicago here's what's going on. And they're like, the number 2 overall pick Heisman is going to get the jersey and the punter's got to give it up. But it's just not that easy here. I mean, you've been one of the better players in a down era of the team for many, many years. And it's not just that, right? You're a team captain. You're the longest tenured player on the team. Like this stuff matters. And if you know anything about team sports, you understand that. And if you don't, then I don't know what to tell you. But on top of those things, it's the type of guy you've been. It's how involved you've been in the community and with the fan base and how you've treated people. So there was just like so much more to it, I think, than, some passerby who's in DC on business right now going, wait, what is going on here about this number?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of moving parts, I think.
Man, like my wife and I talked. One, I'm biased. She's just incredible, but all the conversations that we just kept having, and I kept looking at her and just like we would just talk, and I was like, just the excitement that is just around our freaking franchise right now of just these last 12 months, a full ownership change, and then a new GM coming, new head coach coming, and free agents and draft class. And I was like, this is just the coolest snowball I've ever been a part of. And I was like, I just feel like if I do this, I'm adding to the snowball. And I know it's so small. And then come October, it's a whole new snowball. But it's just the snowball that's right now. And I just felt like it was right. And I know I said it in that video, but I initially had told him no. Like I was just like, man, I don't know. Like
You told who no? You told Jaden no?
I told Jaden no out the gate. I really talked about it, and I went back and
forth. So
forth.
that first text you got, he said, "Would you be interested in talking about it?" You said,
"Nope."
Nah, I'm good. Or like what?
That's a no for me, dog.
Nah. I said no, bro. Yeah, no. I said, dude. I said thank you for asking. I appreciate. And he was so complimentary. And I go, I'm really gonna need a few days. I was like, man, I want to pray about it. I want to talk about it. I was like, I'm gonna need to talk about this a lot. And so a few days go by, and I circle back with him, and I send him this big long message. And dude, when I hit send, like I kid you not, I'm standing on my kitchen island. I'm joking with my wife, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like almost pressing send, like telling him no, and I'm joking, like hand down, and I couldn't do it. And she's like, well, don't do it. Like, if you don't really want to do it, don't do it. I was like, no, I need to give him an answer. I told him I'd give him an answer, and I did it. And I go into the facility that next day, and I only had about 3 teammates ask me if I was, giving up the number. It was Revo, KJ Henry, and John Allen. And all 3 of them, I told them like I was keeping it. And when I said those words, I was like, ugh, like I don't feel very good. And I just had a complete change of heart. And, Jaden and I got to talk again, and I was like, all right, man, like, let's talk. Like
So did he, so what did he say when you said no?
So he had asked, he was like, and not in any, I can't stress enough how it was not pressing at all.
Right.
But all he talked about, instead of about me, he was talking about how much it would mean to him. And I'm so glad that he did that. Instead of like trying to get me to give it up, he was just sharing what was passionate to him. Like, he was sharing what mattered to him. And I think because like, I think looking back, hindsight's 20/20, but looking back, because I actually said no, not thinking about saying no, but that I freaking said no. And then he came back with like the things that matter to him, and like dude, you could just tell like how excited, and like, dude, he's humble, he's hungry, he's excited, all this stuff. And then I looked at my wife, I was like, yeah, it's so obvious to me now. And then that's like kind of what I shared in the video with the team about, having that seed. If I'm fortunate enough to be voted captain at any point in my career before I retire and I'm done, you get the C filled in. And it's not the filled in C with the number that's on the jersey. It's why the frickin' C is filled in, and like why guys view you that way, and how you treat people, like how, and it just, I felt so much lighter on my feet after I decided, yep, let's do it.
What'd you get?
All right, so
some birdies have been chirping.
There have been rumblings, Tressler.
We don't know all the details.
Dude, my street cred has gone up so much with my buddies because there's a tweet out there that Adam Schefter says my name, and my buddies are like, dude, Shefty's tweeting about that.
That's awesome.
I've made it. I was like, never mind that I played 10 years in the league. Now that Schefter's tweeted about me, I've made it now. Like, we're there.
So, by the way, he says that I think it was your family, right, is going to an LSU Oklahoma game. Is that true?
That we are. That is true. He is hooking us up with some very sweet seats, pun intended, to LSU Oklahoma, and that is something, sooner born, sooner bred. When I die, I'll be sooner dead. We're a little passionate about the Sooners, you know, so that's just that's part of the gig.
Now that's in Baton Rouge, right? In his yard. Okay.
And it is date TBD, because obviously in the fall we're a little busy.
You guys are busy
now, so maybe and so things, a little conflicting schedules there while I'm still playing, so that'll have to wait. But very much looking forward to that. And that's what was very important to us, is like, I didn't want to do any sort of cash deal. I just didn't like the way that looked. I wanted it to be like things that are memories and like different, kind of comes across time. And as time goes on, different things we could do, like the LSU game. You look back and I was like, hey, very cool. And I could send Jaden a picture, and we, like things like that. I asked him to put my family in really good seats for this year. We may handle things a certain way in our home, but like we like to be in there with the fans and the family down in the lower bowl. And so like, hey, let's treat the family a little bit, put them in some really nice seats this year. So that was part of the gig.
You're
for
talking
the season.
about at Commanders games.
At Commanders games, yes. At Commanders games.
Maybe just take a quick break from the unwashed masses for 1 week.
All home games.
all home games. He is hooking my wife and kids up with awesome seats. For the games. And then I asked for multiple very cool and very kind of specific kind of resort style vacations where we could play a little golf and get some fun things to eat and maybe go out to the beach, take the family, like things like that. And he hooked us up with a few very cool kind of resort style vacations that we could take some friends and family to, which I thought was super generous of him, super cool. He is, so through the years, my wife's come up with these cool hats and cool jackets and hoodies and things like that with Five and Way and all these things like that. And Jaden is getting my family all new kind of cool custom gears, reordering hats and things like that with whatever my number is, which that's a separate conversation. I'm not sure what that's going to be. And then lastly, dude, the thing that I really wanted to do, and he was all about, is kind of through Fanatics, we're going to go on, we're going to kind of work with our media team and social media team and try and get people to submit jerseys. If you have a away jersey, like sending in a picture of you with the away jersey, and especially if I have signed it, Jaden is actually going to go on, get people the new Tress Wade jerseys. I'm going to sign it, and then we'll send it out to people so that they have a new jersey, since the five way jersey will be no more. And so he was that is what's very important for me and my family, is kind of that experience stuff and things involving the fan base and our family and our friends, and just that is the stuff that it came down to. And dude, he like, we got to talk in person, and he's like, man, it's just cool hearing your heart and hearing those things. Like he goes, it makes it a lot of fun. So I was very thankful for that, and made it very cool.
Well, very creative and good ideas from you, but I love that he was cool and accommodating, because for him, it might be easier. He's just like, dude, just give me $20K. Or
like, here's some money.
I'll just give you 20,000. And like, for him to go, yeah, I like that idea. Or like, okay, let's try this. So was this all over text, or do you guys sit down over lunch? How did you come up with all this?
So we had texted back and forth, and then, man, I mean, rightly so, as the second overall pick. I can't imagine how busy he's been and the things he's been doing. And so whenever he's texting me back, he's like, hey, if you're going to be in there when we come in for rookie minicamp, he goes, I just love to sit down and talk with you. Man, we got to sit and talk for, man, it must have been like 30, 40 minutes. And it was just one. I mean, we came in, like the kind of bro high five hug. I mean, whatever he had on for the cologne, I need to get some of that too, because he smelled pretty good.
Good smelling guy.
Throw that in as a rider. Yes.
Good smelling dude, and he could spin it a little bit. So, I mean, things are trending upwards right now.
Things are looking good.
Yeah. And so, man, I'm so glad we got to do that, where we just got to sit and talk. And, there felt like a lot of the media and things like were around within the team, and the pictures and things like that. And I was like, hey, man, I know I'm a punter, but I promise this is all going to make sense here in a few weeks. So let's just,
That's
like,
funny.
just ride this out. And like, this is like, let's have some fun. And he was just kind of smiling and looking around, but dude, it was very cool and very thankful, man.
The machinations of this are interesting to me. So like the little resort vacays, do you find something you like and just send him the bill and he Venmos you? Like, how does that actually work?
Yeah, so that I will tell you, that's kind of like in the fine print, that we don't necessarily like have that fully figured out, and that doesn't really matter to me. It's more of like, hey man, I want to go create some memories with my family and like things like that. And so I promise, hey, I'm gonna figure that part out. Like I'm very much looking forward to that. But yeah, that's way down on the totem pole in regards to how I feel about it. So
well, that's cool. So then we got to know about the next number. So you don't have a number yet. What are you going to wear in the meantime? Are you going to wear something in the meantime while you don't know your number?
I am. Well, we have to go back Monday, and then I think we have a practice on Tuesday. And so I probably have to give them an answer on Monday. So I'll come up with something. I really wanted to talk to Cleveland about 99 and just be like, dude, think about, and he's probably thinking the same thing, but all those Chase Young jerseys out there, if I go 99, those instantly become Tress Wade jerseys. And that's the kind of stadium I want to punt in.
And now all of a sudden,
that's kind of fire.
I mean, that would be, and then we're like I love hockey. So now we're bringing hockey into the mix too. I mean, you got a punter with a hockey number out there, and look at all these fans that have Tress Wade, but why is it duct tape? Oh, it's covering Young. Who cares? It still says Wade. Like, I don't know. It'd be kind of sweet.
So it's definitely going to happen, Danny. I mean,
he's going full Gretzky.
I have been begging into the air for you to go single digit number. I just hate the double digit number punter bit. I think it's such a wacky.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much of a choice you have at this point.
I know.
There aren't a lot of single digits available. The only donk who wears double digits is 42 for the Rams. You know his name. I don't know his name.
He's one of your rivals.
I'm embarrassed to say I don't. I'm embarrassed. He's a younger cat. I do not know his name.
Well, he was a good punter last year, but whoever that guy is.
Here's the headline: Tress Wade does not know punter's name. Disrespect.
Yeah. Ethan Evans.
Ethan Evans.
But anyway, he's the only guy.
That was it.
He's the only punter in the league that wears double digits.
Yeah.
So,
I
don't know, man.
Dude, Adam, AP, and DQ could not have been cooler through this whole thing. And they're like, hey man, like if you just want to pick a number, go through OTAs and training camp, and then come like week 1, finalize the number. Just do whatever you want. And then my wife thought it'd be an awesome bit if I just went out there with a question mark somehow. If I just went out through OTAs and training camp and just went with a question dress away. But yeah, I definitely wanted to be cool, wanted to be meaningful, but I promise you, that has not crossed my mind very much, and it probably will Monday because I have to give them an answer. But like Grant, thank you for telling me that, man, because that'll be factored in now. Because if I do finalize a double-digit number, every time I go out there to punt, I'm gonna be like, freaking Grant's up there going like, look at this moron with a double digit.
But Danny will love it. Danny will love it though, Tress.
And also,
but Danny's
I'm all in.
It's not as bad as like long ponytail Tommy Townsend hair. Now, if you did that with a long number, I don't know, man.
Mustache.
We had a good run as friends, you know.
Yep. Sunberg texted me. He's like, "Hey man, you have my full blessing to be 57."
That would be hilarious.
Right? So Tress, believe it or not, everything's bettable. I think there is a developing betting market for this. What was your wife's college soccer number?
Her soccer number was 3. Her
3?
softball number was 2, and 2 is actually my brother-in-law's number for the Brewers. So
yeah, Bryce Terang, who's silly by the way.
He's having a year.
He is going off, but De'Ami Brown's one of my good buddies and favorite gunners out on the punt team, and I don't have any desire to ask one of my good friends for his number. But
he might not even be 2 anymore because Mike Sanders the second round pick got number 2 at rookie minicamp.
Oh, well, there you go. See, there you go. I'm not there right now, so I haven't seen the guy's number.
But I mean, Dami still is too, because at camp,
there's crossover,
offense and defense, red and white, whatever, But by the way, Bryce Terang, 315, 815 OPS. He's
got at least 13, 14 steals.
15 bags.
15, yeah.
Killing it. He is killing it.
Crushing. It's been awesome.
Yes.
All right, awesome, so 30 and 36 were high school and college, right?
Correct.
All right, so you got options, man. There's a lot of balls in the air here.
99.
I don't think I'm going 30 or 36, but I promise you guys will see me in a number at some point officially. But I do not know what it is yet. Yeah.
All right, but to be clear, last thing I've got, you don't prefer single digits, like you don't have a preference really.
I do prefer single digits, like Danny.
Let's
sorry.
go, Joe. Let's go.
The betrayal.
I do. I know. Nate, I'm so sorry.
A man that I can trust.
It's a specialist thing, and like Grant is kind of right. It's just the double digits can be weird, but I hate saying that because I might have to go double digits. I mean, we're running low over here, so I don't know. But I will see.
You won't call Sonny Jurgensen and see if he'll let you wear number 9.
Dude, so that was the thing is, oh my God. So
you won't call Joe Theismann and get number 7 again.
Hey, Joe, it's Tress.
I love Joe. Yeah, I love Joe. But yeah, I was 7 in baseball all growing up and through high school. My family's number, dad's number, everything like that. That was 9. So it's like, sweet. So both of those are retired. See you on that one. So like, Danny, I'm running thin over here, bro. Like, I don't know.
This is the point of the dude's story. This is what I'm trying to say.
You
have to go full rogue. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Long hair, mustache. Just embrace this full rebrand.
What about 33 for Sammy Ball?
33.
That's also semi-retired without
right?
It's not. I don't know.
Do you consider him a punter or a quarterback?
I mean, he did both.
It's so old school. Like it's like
I'm asking
football player.
Asking, do you consider him punter or quarterback?
I guess quarterback.
Probably quarterback first, respectfully.
Yeah. But
yeah. I had some buddies send me like one day when I'm done playing, I'm going to go on and read every article out there, but I don't read anything. I like to go play ball and have some fun. One of my buddies sent me an article of like the all-time Redskin, Washington football team and Commander team. And the punter on there was Sammy Ball. And still to this day, that rips my nips because I consider him a quarterback and I'm coming after that spot.
Yeah. Well, you are, I would say, with all due respect to Matt Turk, who had an all-pro season, I think you are the best of the true like punter-only punters, I would think at this point.
I do consider myself a punter only. I've completed a couple of passes, but I definitely consider myself punter only.
On Puma, we'll never forget.
Puma. I'll catch some heat for this. I think you probably could have been a quarterback in Sammy Baugh's era, to be honest with you. I think you probably
you.
could have
Yeah.
put up the same numbers as Sammy Baugh.
Yeah.
They can't prove you wrong, man. Thank you. I agree
Exactly.
with that.
We
Yep.
could keep you all day, but we got to let you go at some point. Tress, it's great catching up. We appreciate you kind of setting the record straight here and letting us know how it all went
Awesome
down.
stuff, man. Seriously.
And hey, let us know what number you're going to wear so we can buy some jerseys in the studio here for the crew.
Deal. The only thing it's going to cost you is some wings. I still want my wing date. That's all.
Done and done.
We'll do wings in a tropical island. How about that? And Jaden can pay.
Wow, giddy up. Now we're talking.
Add that. Call him real quick. Say one more thing.
You got to bring these two pudgy radio hosts.
Do you want some wings? We
We want
got to bring them in.
50
bud.
wings every single Monday.
And they can only eat them in the
delivered
Bahamas.
to the studio.
There it is. There it is. Now we're talking. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
All right. Just get on the horn with him real quick. Tress, thank you,
See
man.
you, dude.
All right, see you guys.
You're the best. There's Tressway on Grant and Danny. A good egg, a good teammate, and the longest tenured football player in town. Double play at 3:45 on Friday means winning off the field.
that's what was very important to us, is like, I didn't want to do any sort of cash deal. I just didn't like the way that looked. I wanted it to be like things that are memories and like different, kind of comes across time. And as time goes on, different things we could do, like the LSU game. You look back and I was like, hey, very cool. And I could send Jaden a picture and we, like things like that. I asked him to put my family in really good seats for this year. We may handle things a certain way in our home, but like we like to be in there with the fans and the family down in the lower bowl. And so like, hey, let's treat the family a little bit, put them in some really nice seats this year.
So it sounds like the way family will be enjoying games this season in a suite for the first time, perhaps, via Tress's negotiating
Living the
skills.
sweet life on occasion.
I
Not bad.
it. They're going to LSU, Oklahoma, and Baton Rouge. They'll be taken care of with good seats for all home games. Now, if Jaden's smart, and I think he is, just get with the team on that and say, you guys want to help me out a little bit here? What suites are open? Let's get the ways in there. That way you can save a couple bucks.
Uh-huh.
Multiple very cool, very specific resort-style vacations that Tress talked about. Friends and family going with. And then the one I really liked was his wife had a bunch of number 5 gear made, jerseys, T-shirts, hats for his kids and stuff. And Jaden Daniels is going to replace all that gear with some, whatever number he's going to wear, gear for Tressway's family moving forward. So I think pretty good negotiation overall. Good for both parties here. Jaden Daniels gets his number. Tressway gets some of the things he wants and finds a new number.
And also, like, there's consideration for folks. I always think this needs to be something that's, I don't want to say standard because it's going above and beyond. But when I buy a jersey, it's not like it's not like a piece of paper. They're really expensive. The authentic, nice ones are pricey. And it's the biggest reason I don't own that many anymore, honestly, especially with football, where roster turnovers happen so rapidly. It's rare to have a guy that's in double-digit years. For the most part, it's 2, 3, maybe a rookie deal, maybe a season or two, and then that's it. Then you spend 150, 60, 70, $200 on something that's, I don't want to say useless, but kind of, like it becomes out of date very quickly. And consideration for those folks that did invest and bought that Tressway jersey. So that program he's talking about with he and Jaden Daniels and Fanatics, they're all going to work together to be able to say, if you got one, especially one that Tress signed, prove it, you get a new one. Because you acted in good faith. You didn't change anything. You know what I mean? It's not like they were involved in any kind of number change. They couldn't have foreseen this when they bought that Tressway jersey. So I love that. I love thinking about everybody else too.
Quick spin around the NFL. Some news and notes of the day for you ahead of winning off the field. Coming up in just a few minutes. Adam Schefter, just a couple of minutes ago, reporting former Jaguars wide receiver Zay Jones. Remember, he was meeting with the Chiefs?
That's right.
He has signed a deal with the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh.
So he okey-doked to Kansas City. Went out, talked to the Chiefs, met with them. He's actually going to sign with the Cardinals.
Wow.
Nobody cares about anybody's fantasy teams. We know that. I'm a little bit salty. I kind of like the idea of him with the Chiefs, but instead, Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, Chris Moore, former Titan, Zach Pascal, former Eagle, and now Zay Jones. Pretty loaded scenario.
I'm intrigued by that group.
I guess, but I don't know why he chose that over Kansas City. Go with Mahomes. I even think the Chiefs wide receiving room is wide open, more so than Arizona's, where you're behind a clear number 1 now in Marvin Harrison Jr. They're going to force feed the football to. I don't really get it. Maybe it's a personnel thing where he thinks he's a good fit in their offense.
Also, could be a money thing. We don't know what was offered. Kansas City might have just said,
good point.
We'll give you the privilege of playing for the league minimum with us. I mean, I have no idea. And Arizona might have topped that offer.
Raheem Morris, head coach, Atlanta Falcons, saying today Kirk Cousins is pretty much full go in phase 2. So if you thought part of the reason why the Falcons drafted Michael Penix was some type of potential setback for Kirk Cousins or fear that he wasn't advancing quickly in his recovery. Remember, he is coming off an Achilles rather at 35 years old. He's full go already, just about. I'm sure they'll slow him down and put him on some restrictions, but it sounds like he'll be good to go in training camp. And if you're in good shape now, clearly week 1 looks very promising for him.
Months from now, right?
So that was not part of the conversation when they took Michael Penix. It doesn't sound like.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in case it didn't go well, there's a setback or something. I guess you could squint and have it almost kind of make sense, nearly. I mean, it doesn't, but yeah. It seemed to me that we got that clean bill of health and we were good to go before free agency started, right? Like, meaning we were well on track. I've danced at the ESPYs. I've kind of showed you everything you needed to be shown, please and thank you. Now here's my guaranteed money.
They wouldn't have guaranteed him $100 million otherwise.
Yeah, they wouldn't have felt comfortable, right?
they just liked Michael Penix a lot, which is not a crime. He's a good player.
Yeah.
And he might be a great NFL quarterback. But you always knew you could get him at 8.
You always could have done that.
Could have just done that.
That's not good planning.
Not good planning. It's just like the overrated chant.
Yeah,
Works out very
kinda
well.
came out there, yeah.
Like the cadence. Malik Neighbors has signed a deal with the New York Giants, the number 1 wide receiver for Jaden Daniels at LSU last year. This is my favorite wide receiver in the country. 89 catches, 1,570 yards, 14 touchdowns. Love Malik Neighbors. Hate that he's in the division. He is signed, sealed, and delivered with the Giants.
He is a bad dude. I still hate this Giants roster. I do like I don't like it. I'm not sure exactly what the point is. I don't know what they're doing. I think they're kind of in a holding pattern before they can get out of this Daniel Jones deal because they tried to move up the number 3, were rebuffed. I don't know how hard they tried to move up, presumably to take Drake May. But Neighbors is a bad dude. And that's a great way to kind of kickstart a rebuild or build the nest for whoever's going to come in there. I think that guy is awesome. Like he there's nothing that he doesn't do at the receiver position. He's not one of those guys, well, he's just faster, or he's just a precision route runner, or he's just strong. He's got everything.
Double play comes your way next. It's Friday, which means we will win off the field blitz at the top of the hour to include the best kicker maybe in the United Football League with the DC Defenders, Matthew McCrane, who's drilled a couple 58-yarders this year. That's the Beltway blitz today, but we are going to win off the field next. G&D on the Fan. We are with you until after 6 tonight. Nats baseball, live and local, deep into the evening. We are your flagship home for the Nats and the Caps. You can follow us on social at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. You can watch us on YouTube every day. And, of course, take us with you wherever you go on the always free Odyssey app. It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. It's Friday, which means we are winning off the field to honor the great Bruce Allen.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
These are tiny, mini moral victories nobody else would care about. Something that made your day better, everyone else would think was a nothing burger. I'll give you an example.
Oh, please do.
Today, I was fearing that when I put my khaki shorts on, they would look wrinkly. They looked a little wrinkly to me when I picked them up.
Uh-huh.
I put them on. They didn't look wrinkly at all. They looked like they'd been pressed. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Last night, I had a blast with my friends at DTL, down the line, Sports Center, a little pickleball spot in Fairfax. It was called the Challenge of the Dannies. My name's Danny, as you know. And one of the instructors, coaches, like kind of like club pros, whatever you call them, there's also named Danny. And we played pretty well. Actually, he played well, and I was there too. We went 11-2 over the evening, which is pretty good. I was pretty happy with it. And I've got video to prove it. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
So then it's my turn to go, what video?
Oh, it's not a big deal. It's some highlights that they send. And there's some where I don't look that good that I won't be posting. But I'm gonna post a couple where I make shots that look okay.
There you go.
Yeah, to make it seem like I was good.
Hashtag pickleball Rouye.
Pickleball guy.
Everyone needs to find a hobby and a passion in their life that they love as much as Danny Huhe loves pickleball. Everyone should be lucky enough. I guess mine is just like watching the Nats. That's probably what I got. Yours is more active, so that's good for you, I guess?
Suppose it is, yeah. But then I ate Shake Shack today.
That's fine. Let's go to Mike and Burke on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, last night, having a few beers. I had 3 beers, asked for my bill. The lady came over, handed it to me, and there was only charged for 2 beers on there. And so 3 beers for the price of 2. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
That is the
That's how you do it.
definition of winning off the field.
Mike, that was outstanding.
Now, in that situation, if that's you, Danny, you mention that she short a beer on that tab? Because here's my thought. I probably would say, no, I'm not going to do that. But then it kind of eats at me a little bit that karma's coming. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't notice till you left, no harm, no foul. It's just you lucked out. But if you see the receipt right away and you go, oh, she didn't charge me for everything. I ordered and consumed those things. I'm not saying you're a bad person, like she made the mistake, but I am a believer in karma. I think I got to let her know so that something else doesn't happen to even things out later.
Allow me to retort, Samuel L. Jackson, Pulp Fiction style. That thing's coming regardless. I'm going to overpay for something. I'm going to get screwed on something that's going to go wrong eventually. I get a bonus.
So you're viewing this as the karma.
This is my point. This is my tiny recompense. This is my tiny little bit in the good column. I got so much bad coming. Like,
you got every day walking around. Everything costs too much.
Yeah, you need a hot water heater now. I do. Crap.
You're charging me $4 for a diet soda.
This is the point.
Just walking in the world, a gallon of gas is $9.52. So you're saying this is my evening out.
This is the small give back.
I just think that you are willingly signing up for something going terribly wrong to balance it out very soon.
I hear you.
Rich is in only on Grant and Daly. Hello, Rich.
Hey, Richard.
What's up, boys? You look silly on YouTube.
We're trying.
Well, thanks for noticing,
a little high definition Rouye and Paulson for you.
I got we've got wood shirt on.
Yeah, buddy. So, as you guys know, getting the kids to bed is always a chore every single night, especially rainy days. They can't even go outside and play. My sons have started watching X-Men 97 with me, and they love it, and it puts them all the way to bedtime. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
What's X-Men 97?
So the OG cartoon back in the day was awesome. Groundbreaking. It's of the X-Men, the characters that you know, Professor X, Wolverine, Storm, Rogue, Cyclops, against all the all the bad guys, the Magneto and company. Disney Plus rebooted it, and apparently it's awesome. I've My son won't let me watch it yet without him because he wants to do it. We haven't had time to do it.
Not cartoon.
It is very much a cartoon, so you're out.
For children?
For everybody that grew up with X-Men.
But it's a cartoon.
Yes. So you can't do it. And I know that you'll never do it. I wasn't trying to sell you on. I was just
No,
explaining.
I was just asking.
Yeah, I'm just answering.
But it's a cartoon.
Yes.
And therefore I am
out.
Or
And
you
for
could
those
say
reasons.
not winning off the field. Steve's in Warrenton. What's up, Steve?
Good afternoon, guys. So the other night, took the wife and family out to get some ice cream, got the kids their own cone. My wife and I decided to split a sundae. We were both trying to slim a couple pounds. It was her decision. I decided a battle I wasn't going to take that particular night, so I went along with the splitting of the sundae. Got our order. The nice high school kid working behind the thing gave us the wrong sundae. I bring it back. Then I realize it. Go back to her. I said, "Excuse me, you gave me the wrong sundae." She goes, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry." She says, "You can keep that sundae. Let me get you the one you ordered." There you go. So we ended up getting 2 sundaes, and I didn't have to worry about splitting. So therefore, I am
winning off the field.
I say this all the time. I will gladly, willingly sign up for a mistake that leads to a second of whatever I've ordered. Gladly. Know this about me. Restaurants, fast food establishments. If you're going to screw up on me. Because I'm not going to be angry with you. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to be upset. You just go ahead and hand me a second version of whatever you botched. You and me are going to be good pals.
How do you bring it up? Like, do you do like I'm so sorry to bother you, or like, excuse me?
Therein lies the issue. It depends what we're talking about. So if I get something that's wrong, like fast food style or whatever, I just go, "Hey, I'm still waiting on," or whatever. But at a restaurant, I almost will never send something back. In fact, last night, I grabbed food on the way home. My family was out and about. I was going home. I had to tape interviews with a couple of the top MLB draft prospects in this year's draft class. We're like setting home run records right now. So I was on my way home to tape interviews in the basement. And I stopped and grabbed food at this restaurant, knowing my family wouldn't be home till a little later. I got a medium piece of meat.
Okay.
It came and it was rare. Rare. Didn't send it back. I have never sent anything back at a restaurant ever in my life for me. I have done it for like my wife or for someone with me. Like if my parents, who are like, they're too nice to do it. For whatever reason, I don't have a problem in that regard. But for me, if it's just me, I'm like, not my night. We'll chalk this up as an L and keep it moving. So I say that, but you're right. I really don't send anything back. But because of that, I'm probably the guy you want to screw up with.
Well, what about if the order's wrong? You know what I mean? So, like, say for the sake of argument,
That's probably different. Yes.
You're at a restaurant. Like, I get, like, if you're at a fast food place.
I think that one's easy. You just go, like, I order a burger, they bring something else. I go, hey, I was supposed to get a burger, but this is here now.
Yeah, this is a chicken sandwich, and that looks good too.
Take that first bite. There's nothing they can do about it.
Do you ever think it could be a side of a chicken sandwich?
Have you ever done a side of chicken sandwich with a burger?
I'm trying to think of when the last time I did it was. Oh, today. Today I did that.
So you didn't get fries?
I did.
Oh, so you had fries and a burger and a sandwich?
Yep.
So you didn't get a milkshake?
I did.
Oh, James in Herndon, you're on Grant and Danny, home of the Hornets. What's up?
Hey, first off, I'm not eating a super rare steak. I would have sent that thing back, man.
I just can't. I don't know why. I've got to think.
I don't know why. I'm the same way, dude. I just can't send it back.
So awkward.
Dude,
I don't think it was medium rare, by the way. I mean, it was rare.
I understand if it's like a burger or some chicken tenders with the wrong seasoning, but my steak, I'm sending it back. But winning off the field a couple weeks ago, played in a charity golf tournament. Won closest to the pin, put that baby within 2 feet of the stick.
Let's go.
Cashing it in tomorrow with my free round of golf, baby. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Done, James and Herndon. All right, quick Herndon High School knowledge quiz for Danny Rouillet.
Oh,
I want a famous UVA product turned Tampa Bay Ray, Cleveland Guardian, who went to Herndon High School.
Brandon Geyer?
I was looking for Brandon Geyer, chief meteorologist on television for many years in D.C. that went to Herndon High School.
He's not, with all due respect, he's not your guy. He's my guy. Doug Kammerer. Also an excellent baseball player, by the way.
Doug Kammerer. With all due respect, he's not your guy at all.
That's
He's
adorable. That's nice.
Pick another guy.
That's my guy.
I'm looking for a 2006 graduate, same year I graduated from King George High School, who was a point guard at Villanova, was a McDonald's All-American. Big East Rookie of the Year.
Oh,
Played in the National Basketball Association.
Man. I actually don't know this. I
Same
probably
number as
should.
one of the famous Chicago Bulls with Michael Jordan.
Kyle Lowry?
I don't know
Doesn't sound
how
right.
what that has to do with Michael Jordan. This guy has the same name. Maybe I botched what I said. Same name as one of the famous teammates of Michael Jordan with the Bulls.
Pippen, Rondon.
Scotty.
Pippen?
Looking for Scotty Reynolds.
Oh, Scotty Reynolds. Oh.
Scotty Reynolds.
I didn't understand that clue.
That's
I was
all
like, his
right.
name's Scotty Pippen also?
That's we'll leave it there. Herndon High School.
Herndon High
ladies and
School.
gentlemen.
Horace Grant went
Let's
there?
hear it for the Hornets,
Yeah.
huh?
You sleep on Greg Miller, who went to James Madison out of the Herndon Hornets. Beat me out for all Met.
Thank God there's not a Hornet a mile from here. Darius wouldn't be able to focus on the
There's
show.
no show. We're off the air.
The Beltway Blitz coming your way next includes one of the DC Defenders on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan, the Blitz coming your way in a moment. We're going to catch up with the kicker for the DC Defenders, who's one of the best kickers in the UFL in just moments. Right now, as promised, caller 10-800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to AEW presents Dynamite and Rampage, Wednesday, June 19th, Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Let's talk football. And to do so, we will welcome onto the show Matt McCrane, the kicker for the DC Defenders, who's been awesome this year. He's leading the UFL in kicking points, 36, makes 12, attempts 14, and hit a season-long 58-yarder. He's got a couple of those back in week 3. Matt, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I appreciate you guys having me on.
You bet.
Sure thing.
You got to be fired up right now about the way the season's going. NFL teams must be taking notice. You are booting the ball with consistency. You're booting the ball from distance. I'm sure you're in a really good spot to get a shot in the league when this season ends.
Man, it's been a good opportunity for me. It's my second year playing in this league. Last year gave me some opportunities to get back into the NFL, and with as hard and difficult as it is to get that spot in the NFL, it's been like I said, a good opportunity. So yeah, we've done good up to this point, but we still got a couple games left.
What's your favorite turf to kick on that you played in this league?
We played on natural grass quite a bit. I think we've only had one indoor game, and so it's been pretty challenging for us from that standpoint. But playing at Audi Field, man, I mean, honestly, the turf's cut pretty low. We play in later on in the season this year, whereas last year early on in the year last year they kept the grass a little bit longer. So I don't have any complaints playing at Audi, man. It's a good environment.
What's the book normally like in that regard in terms of soccer fields, like pitches that are used for football? Is that good or bad typically?
I think it's pretty similar. I think, soccer fields, whether they're like at this time of the year, it's probably a rye seeded grass, a little bit sandier. So they're meant to give a little bit more. So, you see that a little bit on TV with the guys slipping around. But from a kicking standpoint, I haven't had any issues with it, but it sure is nice to have the grass cut a little bit shorter.
Noon game on Sunday this weekend at Audi Field in DC. Tickets are available. You guys can see the Defenders at home where they've lost once ever, taking on the Michigan Panthers, trying to get over 500. Now, it's funny as a kicker, this matchup is essentially a meeting of the 2 best kickers in the league. This guy, Jake Bates, who's kicking for Michigan. Danny, listen to this, because I know you haven't been tracking the UFL kicking game necessarily. How about this? He has been successful from 62 and 64 this year.
Whoa.
Yeah, he has been. I mean, everybody's talking about him and McCrane, the Defenders kicker. That would have been the second longest kick in history behind Justin Tucker's 66, which also happened at Ford Field, right?
Right. Yeah. He's Jake's been killing it, man. I think there's a lot of kickers in the UFL. I think we were cumulatively, like all of us, were 94% or something over the first 5 games. So we're doing really good. I mean, we're proving that that we belong up in the big league, and we just gotta keep taking it one game at a time, and as we kickers like to say, kind of one kick at a time. So yeah, we're enjoying it.
Matt, big picture to me, I'm obviously much older than you, but I remember when kicking wasn't good. You know what I mean? Like nobody could hit a kick ever. Guys were either straight on or
46 was like, let's see what happens.
Yeah, it was like it's 50-50. Like when did this renaissance happen where there's this number of incredible kickers? Like the idea that it's just, again, I'm waxing poetic about my life here, and I'm sure you don't care, but like the idea that to be a secondary league or another league where there'd also be really good kickers like you and this dude being able to hit bombs seemed unfathomable. Yeah. And now it just seems everybody's good at it. When did this happen?
Yeah, I mean, you look at over the past, 5 or 10 years of even in the National Football League when, you're kicking 85, 86%, that was a good year, 8 to 10 years ago. And now if you're 86%, you're bottom of the league. And so I just think it shows how technical kickers are starting to become. I mean, you've got guys like, well, when I started, I didn't start kicking until, my junior year of high school. And now you've got kids wanting to be Justin Tucker as a kindergartner, starting to kick football. So I think that's where you've seen kind of the evolution of kicking. But it also, it's just like anything, if you don't do your job, they're going to find somebody better. And so I think, whereas in the past in the NFL, they might have stuck with guys a little bit longer. Whereas now in this kind of new league, hey, if you don't get the job done in 1 or 2 weeks, you're going to be cut the next day. So, I think it also shows that there's quality talent out there outside of the NFL. There's probably 10 to 15 guys outside looking in that deserve a shot to play in the National Football League. And I think a lot of us UFL kickers are proving that we deserve a shot.
Matt McCrane kicked at Kansas State collegiately. So I just looked up your high school while you were saying, you started in high school. Brownwood High School in Texas. Now I'm going to flex a little bit, and I could be wrong on this. So I'm going to look like a fool if I am. Isn't that the same high school that Shelby Miller went to, the pitcher in the big leagues?
That's right. Yeah. Yep. Shelby's a couple years older than me. Yeah. Shelby's a couple years older than me, but he's been at it, up and down from the majors and into the minor league a little bit. And now he's back in it doing his thing. So yeah, he's a couple years older than I am.
It's just crazy, Danny. If you're on a team and you one of the guys that gets locked into a deal, there's continuity and you could be there for years. But you could be as good. Like Matt McCrane is a stud. I watch him and he's just down the middle every kick, and you bounce around and you're on that cycle where you're waiting for that call, you're waiting for that op, and it's going to come hopefully at the end of the year. But let's get a win at noon, Audi Field this weekend on Sunday. I'll be out there. Enjoy it.
That's right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate the call. And, that's the one thing about the NFL is there's 32 guys in the world that do our job. And, there's no backup. So it's just that difficult to get in. So we just have to keep proving that we're capable of doing it. But the UFL's been great for us, man. It's a league of opportunity. And there's guys that are first-round draft picks and 3-4 year NFL vets. So we're putting good quality football on the field and hopefully provide some entertainment for the fans. So I appreciate your support.
Hey, and you and him have something in common, Danny, that you don't know about.
Both really handsome?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, you are handsome.
Thank you.
Matt, weren't you at the Nats game? I think I was there like a week or so ago and you were there.
Yeah.
So Screech
we did
came up.
make an appearance.
Yeah,
yep.
Screech came up and was doing bits and like nibbling on his head and stuff.
Yeah.
The thing that you hate.
Yep, the thing I hate.
Yeah.
Had the lightsaber behind us. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, Star Wars Day. That's right. So Screech did that to Danny while we were on air, and he lost his mind and fought Screech. But you did a better job playing nice with Screech. I just want you to know that.
Man, everybody's coming to take pictures. Like, oh, this is pretty cool, man. The UFL's getting popular, and we turn around and hey, it's not us. They're taking pictures of Screech.
It's the mascot. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Enjoy the game.
I appreciate your time, fellas.
Yeah,
thanks,
be
Matt.
good. We'll see you out there. Matt McCrane, DC Defenders. Let's talk basketball.
Our guy Glenn Kotsor joins us to talk about the Wizards. Big night Sunday, Glenn. I don't necessarily, have any predictions or prognostications or anything like that, but what does Sunday mean for this new group here in their first kind of full offseason after kind of taking over this organization?
Well, you always want to get the highest pick you could possibly get. It doesn't matter what the state of the draft is. You always want that. But, you can't control it. We've seen it through the years with not just the Wizards, but with a lot of other teams. With this new organization, they're looking to get the best players they possibly can in this draft. And obviously you do that by getting the high pick, and, percentages are percentages. And, if they fall in line, we could get the top pick or top two.
Glenn, what do you say when you hear people say, oh, it's a bad year to have the number one pick because there's no great player? I was thinking about this recently. I mean, that was the same thing said when Anthony Edwards went 1-1. I'm just curious, you've been around the game your whole life. When you hear, oh, it's not a great year to be picking at the top of the board, you say what?
I say, how do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know?
The point.
Right.
How do you know? How does anyone know? Jokic went late in the second round, so there you go. You just don't know. I was an NBA scout for 7 years, and, what they're saying, it's not a great draft, but, some of these guys might, even in the second round, turn into become very good players. So, anyone that says that doesn't understand and doesn't follow, the draft, the history of the draft. And the history says that there's diamonds in the rough, and, on paper, it might not look like the greatest draft, but I promise you there's going to be players in here that are going to be, turn into become very good NBA players. When, I don't know, but because it's very young. It's also a very young draft.
Glenn, what do they need?
Well, with the NBA draft, everyone's always talking about, you pick based on need. You don't. You pick the best player available. But if you can pick, they need a lot. They need physicality. At all positions. You need a guy that's going to go in and body slam someone, which is what I think Danny Rouillet would do if he was playing hoop. Just become a lockdown defender, physicality. Bring that that element of the nasty. I think they need something like that. And to me, it doesn't matter what position it is. But you need the best player that you can get. It doesn't matter the position.
Glenn Consour's with us on our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. Glenn, 2 games in the NBA tonight. You got the Knicks in Indiana taking on the Pacers in Game 3, up 2-0 in the series. And then the Nuggets, believe it or not, just trying to get back into the series with the Wolves. What have you made of these 2 series, which have been lopsided to this point?
Yeah, it's been crazy. Look, the Knicks are really banged up right now. No one really even knows the status of Brunson's foot. But OG's out, and Butler's out, and they might have Josh Hart playing the 4 tonight, which I'm a big fan of Josh's. He's a 6'4" guy that yanks down 15 rebounds in a game. But there's something special about the Knicks this year, just based on how hard they play. And look, let's face it. The Nuggets going down 2 games to Minnesota. Minnesota looks really good, and they're hard to play because they got the Twin Towers, and I know Gobert's out. He's been out, but when he comes back, they are a difficult team. And I'm telling you guys, they could win it.
Glenn, always a pleasure, buddy. Have a great weekend.
All right, guys.
Thank you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. All right, Nick Ackridge of PFF joins us here on the Beltway Blitz to talk about the aforementioned football. Gentlemen, which rookie, non-Jaden Daniels division, has the biggest impact in year 1, Nick?
I think it's going to be Mike Sanderson. I think he kind of comes in right away, and, he's going to be the starting slot corner. And, I just think he plays with that type of intensity that, this team is really kind of missing in the secondary. And I think he steps in right away and plays a lot of snaps and contributes right away.
How do you think Cliff Kingsbury will use Luke McCaffrey in year 1?
Yeah, they can get pretty creative with him. At Rice, they used him a lot in these jet sweeps, quick screen games, just to get the ball in his hands because he's a great athlete, and he's really good with the ball in his hands. So, you can use him in those sort of scenarios, similar to how they used him at Rice, where, just get him quick, easy targets, and, kind of let him get comfortable with the ball in his hands and make people miss. I think right now there's still a lot of rawness in terms of him being a, receiver. Which is just natural for someone transitioning to the position. But, that raw athleticism is something that you want to kind of still take advantage of.
You got to walk to the betting window right now and spend the entire Ackridge fortune, right, on a bet. Is Brandon Coleman a tackle or a guard?
I think he's a tackle. I'd go tackle. I think that, he's got the length for it. And I think for me, that's kind of really the only concern is, with other guys that, you want to transition to guard is, do they have the arm length for the tackle position? And I think that he's done a really good job at tackle. In 2022, he started his entire season at left tackle. Now it's the best year of his career. 23 struggled a little bit, but apparently he was dealing with some injuries. And he just looks like, a solid tackle. And for him, his big thing is just kind of cleaning up some footwork issues and, continuing to finish and keep, driving those feet. But for me, I don't think there's any reason to move him to guard. I think he's a tackle.
What do you expect from Jaden Daniels in his rookie season?
Yeah, no, I expect him to come in right away and, be pretty decent. I think that, he's a 5th-year guy in college, so there's not much else he needs to learn in terms of, understanding defenses and whatnot. Obviously, there's going to be some rough patches as most rookie seasons go, unless you're CJ Stroud. But I think that he's going to come in right away, and you can see him be, dynamic in both the passing and running game. We saw it with Cliff Kingsbury and the Cardinals is, they kind of got their offense started right away and got pretty hot, with a young quarterback. And I think you can kind of do that similarly here. I'm a little concerned about the ceiling with him. Talked about that before, but I think that, kind of right now coming in, I think he can, really spread the ball around and take advantage.
This defense was ranked 32nd in points allowed, and they followed it up with 32nd in yards allowed last year, which comes to an average. Let me do the math real quick of 32. That's out of 32 teams. How much better could they be this year than last, just with a change of coaches and a couple bits of turnover around the edges here in terms of the roster?
Yeah, it's going to be a completely different defense. I think the mindset of the type of defensive coaches that you're kind of coming in with Dan Quinn. He's a very aggressive coach, likes to blitz, likes to use different sort of formations and whatnot, and get people into positions that they can really use themselves in, and likes to play a lot of man coverage, just in your face style defense. Where Rivera was very kind of off, like everything needed to be sort of off, keep things in front of you, tackle. That's just kind of how the Rivera Del Rio defense worked. And at times it was good, but, it's nice to see this sort of flip. I think you're just going to see a completely new style of defense that you're not really accustomed to. And you can see that with all of the, the personnel changes they've made on the defensive side, is basically bringing in a completely new 11 and just kind of, just seeing that change. And I think it's going to be drastically improved.
Nick Ackridge, PFF. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks as always, guys. You have a good one.
The Bears today came out and said there's no reason to pretend here. Caleb Williams is our starter. They named him the guy on May 10th. Should the Commanders do the same with Jaden Daniels? Next on Grant and Danny. We all want our teams to make the best decisions for their future. Don't forget to do the same for yourself. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the local law firm, Kondori and Murad. They're going to guide you and your family. Draft a will, set up a trust, create a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with one of their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and mention us, G&D, you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. The Bears are not messing around. Chicago knows what they are doing. Matt Eberflus is their head coach, which is a ding against them.
It's a knock.
That is a knock. He's got some Ron Rivera to him. To be clear, let me be clear. My dog, go to Soldier Field. But they are not playing games. Caleb Williams is their starter. Their head coach, Matt Eberflus, said as much today.
Has he been told that he's the starter going into training camp? Do you have to have that conversation?
No conversation. He's the starter.
In light of that, what do you want to? I know it's rookie minicamp, but what do you want to see from him, knowing that he's got all this on his plate to be ready for that?
Just be where your feet are, right? Be in that moment, be in the play, execute that play, turn the page, go to the next play, and that's what the elite guys do, and that's what we expect from him.
We got a Ron Rivera-ism in there, didn't we? They want him to be where his feet are.
Let me write that down.
By the way, that's also a Dan Quinn-ism. That is a I'm a defensive-minded head coach-ism, isn't it?
Just be where your feet are.
So my feet, let me see, they're here.
So I could be.
So where could I be?
What if I had my feet out of the room, but then came into one?
Let's play a trivia. You got a little a game show music for me, Darius? We'll go around the room. We're going to play a game.
Okay.
The game is called Are You Where Your Feet Are? That's the game. Are you where your feet are?
Just be where your feet are.
I'm going to start with you, Danny.
Yep.
Your feet are in front of the refrigerator in your kitchen. In what room in your home are you?
Kitchen. Excuse me. What is my kitchen?
Just be where your feet are.
Danny is where his feet are.
Form of a question.
All right, Ryan, you're next. Ryan, your feet are toes up toward your ceiling in your bedroom. Laying in your bed.
Oh, that's tougher.
Your feet are laying in your bed. Where is Ryan Clary?
What is in my bedroom?
He's good.
Just be where your feet are.
He gets
Ryan's
it.
got it.
He gets it.
All right, let's see if we can go clean sweep. Round the room we go. Darius Dameron. Now, Darius.
Okay.
Darius is known to not always be where his feet are. We know that about him.
Every now and again, right?
Especially if there are bees around. His mind can wander.
Yeah.
Darius, your feet are in a beehive. Your feet are in a beehive. Where is Darius Dameron?
Oh, man, this is tough. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, I love a beehive, man.
I believe if my feet are in the beehive, then that means I'm also in the beehive.
Darius,
just be where your feet are.
That's tough, by the way,
Clean
Darius. I'm
round.
sorry. You got stuck in a beehive.
Clean round. He's wearing one of those outfits, though. You know, those little
Oh, yeah, the
vests and
beekeeper guy outfit.
The net and
Yeah.
the head and the whole deal. He's fine. He's
Just
not getting
vacuum him up the bees.
stung at all. That was a tough hypothetical for Darius. But now that's how you play.
Yeah.
Are you where your feet are?
Are you where
So
your
I thought
feet
that
are?
was instructive. But can we give the Bears a little credit for not doing the charade that everybody likes to do? And can we please do the same thing in DC? Jaden Daniels is going to be the starter, not Marcus Mariota. Jaden Daniels should be the starter. Name him the starting quarterback before this becomes a whole big conversation that we have to talk about and it becomes some stupid dialogue all offseason. Just, it smells like a rat. It looks like a rat. Dare I say it tastes like a rat?
Whoa.
It's a rat. This guy is the starting quarterback. We all know. I know what you are. I know what you're not. You're not a cop. He is the quarterback, not Mariota. Don't play games.
The biggest reason for me, biggest reasons, it's twofold. One, it's about him getting as many reps as possible. The with all due respect to the other guys that are not Jaden Daniels on the roster, the success or failure of this regime, of this organization, the excitement of the fan base has nothing to do with how well Marcus Mariota plays at any point in time.
Yeah, and if he's the starter, he gets 80, 90% of the reps. And if he's in a competition, he gets close to 50.
That's the biggest part for me, is every moment of experience is invaluable for this kid to soak up. So please and thank you. Let's do that. Even if you want to call it a competition, just do that part. But that usually doesn't happen unless you name the guy the starter, give him that responsibility. Number two, we talked about this a bunch with regards to Adam Peters and company when with their experiences. governing who you are and your decision making and the things that you like, your proclivities, as it led up to the draft. For me as a fan, certain things have worn more so thin. Certain things, when I see them, even if there are good intentions behind them, now bother me immeasurably. Rewind a year ago. What were we doing? Anybody remember? He's QB1, but he's got the first crack at being the first QB, but he may or may not be. Stop it.
Also,
stop it.
That was such a fraudulent competition. It was such a pretend, fake, contrived competition.
I can't do that again.
And I don't know that anything's lost from that, but I know that nothing's gained, right? From the distraction of, or the nonsense of, we're having a competition. You're not having a competition. We all know you're not having a competition. The same guy started every preseason game. The same guy got all the reps with the starters. It's not a competition. Stop pretending it's a competition. It was never a competition. Now, again, is anything lost? I don't know. It's possible that just by saying one thing and having to answer a million questions, and Sam Howell being asked and Jacoby Brissett being asked about being the starter, that maybe it could be a slight distraction. But it's probably not a big deal negatively. But there's nothing to be gained by it. I think there is more to be gained by just throwing all your weight behind the kid. Whether that was Howell last year, it's Daniels now. Put all of your weight behind what we all know is a thing. Stop telling us something that clearly isn't true. You're dragging the trash can out to the end of the driveway while telling me it's not trash day. Stop doing that. Just be real for a second. You're going to start Jaden Daniels. Who are you kidding? And there is no bigger sham than this idea that, like, well, he's got to earn it. You know, we treat him like we treat the third linebacker. You know, he is the same as the corner we just signed, Noah Igbenogany. No, he's not. If it was Noah Igbenogany, he wouldn't have gotten Tressway's number, right? This is different. Let's just acknowledge that. Let's be adults and have an adult conversation. He's the number 2 pick. He won the Heisman Trophy. He started 55 games in college. He's the most exciting prospects the Orgs had in 12 years since Griffin. He's the starter. Say as much. I almost want to just focus on and say kudos to the Bears for doing it the right way. Because teams love not doing that. They love pretending. I'm not even an Eberflus guy. I don't know if that was his directive or Ryan Poles told him to do it or what. But props, man.
So, again, we talked about this a bit at the top of the show. My preference is what you just said. Yes, you just do it and stop the charade. And it's not even a charade. It's the most important thing to me is his development. So develop him. Don't spend half the time when you guys are in practice sessions developing him. Spend the full time.
But see, they're not going to do that regardless. They'll say it's a competition. He's still going to get all the reps. I don't think there's any chance there's an actual competition. You're saying, well, don't split the reps. Split the reps means there's a competition.
Well,
I don't think there's a single person in Washington, D.C. that thinks there will actually be a real competition.
Okay, well, let me use a little bit of history. Different regimes, obviously, but that's how it was with Haskins and Keenum and McCoy. There weren't enough reps to go around for everybody to really be the starter and figure out who's going to be who. Do it now. Do it right now. Give him every chance. As long as that's happening, I can kind of live with it. But I could understand whatever you guys had in terms of hierarchy before, whoever was a starter before on a 4-13 team that caused everyone to get fired and a whole new regime to come in here. I don't care about that. You've got to earn your place with us. We're going to have an open competition. I know that word is such a buzzword for everybody at all times. We're going to do that. If I wouldn't agree, I do it differently, but I go, at least that's an approach. At least that's a philosophy. At least that makes sense. At least it's not, again, the Rivera thing where sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes we're going to have an open one. Sometimes it's closed. Sometimes it's open book. Sometimes it's a take-home essay. Sometimes it's a sit-down test, but you can retake it if you miss a couple. None of that crap. Do or don't. Do or do not. There is no try. Find me a philosophy. Find me a coherent way of doing things. I can get on board. I won't be as excited. I'm with you. They should do this after this weekend, to be honest with you, and say, this is our guy. We're going to ride with him. We're going to do everything we possibly can to empower this kid to take this role. And by the way, we'll know sooner potentially if he may not be ready for it. We'll know sooner than that. Won't say this part, but we'll have more data earlier if he's maybe not the dude.
Okay,
in a bad sense.
You care almost exclusively about the reps, which is my main priority as well. What if they call it a competition, but he gets the reps anyway? Then how do you feel? If they give him 95% of the reps, see Sam Howell, Jacoby Brissett, and Ron just says all along, they're having a competition. And we're all looking at it going,
no, it's not.
This is not what a competition looks like. Again, there's not a whole lot lost there. Do you have any issue with that?
Yeah, just because of what we went through with Rivera and the double
that's what
talk
I'm
and
saying.
stuff.
The charade itself is not the issue, but is an issue because it's just useless. I'd like to depart from the nonsense of the last regime. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Spending a lot of time on futile things.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like there's something about the amount of energy wasted on that.
And for what? So let's open up the phones. I really want to hear what people think about this. The Bears have come out already. It's not even the weekend, a week after the draft. It's May 10th, rookie minicamp. The number 1 pick in the country that was a Heisman Trophy winner 2 seasons ago. Caleb Williams has been named the starter in Chicago. Jaden Daniels has more college experience, had a better year in a better conference, was the number 2 overall pick. And my point is the Commanders should do the same and name Jaden Daniels their starter sooner than later. There's no reason to pretend or to have some fake competition that isn't actually one. Do you agree with that or not? 800-636-1067 is the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. You can also hit us up at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny on social. You're listening to The Fan.
Man, it was awesome. I said be able to live out a childhood dream. Seeing my helmet, my locker, obviously a jersey, come out and get to practice. You can't take these times for granted because, at the end of the day, it's something that a lot of people work for. A lot of people don't be able to achieve their dreams. So, God bless me to be in this position, man. So I'm just happy.
Jaden Daniels today with the media after practice number 1 of 3 scheduled for the weekend at rookie minicamp. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. The Bears have already named Caleb Williams their starter. They are not waiting. They're not pretending. He's the guy for them. I think the Commanders should do the same with Jaden Daniels. What say you guys? 800-636-1067. Danny's co-signing?
Yes.
You feel good about it?
They should. At least I want no charades. I want to empower the kid as much as possible.
Derek and Waldorf, you are on the Fan. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call. I'm in agreement with you all. I think we need to stop playing around, name him the starter from the start, and let's get this season on the roll. I'm super excited, season ticket holder, and my excitement is due into the fact of Jaden being drafted and the possibilities. So I say let's name him the starter, and let's get this thing going.
There you go. And this is kind of what we were talking about yesterday. Want to get more into this next hour, but the excitement level, is it where it should be with a quarterback just drafted at 2? He just said the reason he's pumped up for the season is Daniels. He'll get more juice out of naming him the starter.
Yeah, I was going to say, what you think that'll add to it a little bit? If early on they go, because here's how I would feel. I'm rank and file Randy. I'm a fan. I tune in sometimes. I read the articles and I watch the games. If I find out after we saw him for this weekend, that's our starter, we got it, I'll be that much more excited. Right? Like that would get me in a little bit more if I was kind of on the fence or maybe even a little wishy-washy.
So that's possible. Does anybody really think for 1 second he won't be the starter? Maybe I'm assuming that everybody knows he's going to start, but someone who goes to 1 game a year and listens to the show twice a year, just some random fan who turns on local channel 7 for the report from rookie minicamp and gets like that inch deep, mile wide view of the team.
They're reciting a refrain where it's probably good for a guy to sit for a couple of years. They're still doing that from the 80s. So I don't know. But I think it provides some juice.
Let's go to Pat in Alexandria. You're on Grant and Danny. What's up, Pat?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I don't think they have to do it because the Bears came out and do it. I think the Bears are in like a win now mode where I don't think the Commanders are in win now mode with all the team around Caleb Williams isn't going to get you much better in the next 2-3 years. This is like with all the position players, the defense, how they've invested so heavy in their secondary. Like, I think the goal with the Commanders is they're going to invest heavy around Jaden now, or not now, in the coming years. So the team will look better eventually. But this is has to be Caleb. He has to hit because it's not going to be a better scenario for him in 2 years.
Well, Poles, to a lesser extent, but I would say qualifies for this. And definitely Eberflus, their jobs are on the line with Caleb Williams because they've been there. This is not year 1 for them like it is for Peters or Dan Quinn, where maybe you get to try with a couple quarterbacks if this one doesn't work. Eberflus is already on a warm seat. If they're not good this year, they don't make the playoffs. They go 6-11. That guy gets fired, and you bring in a new head coach for Caleb Williams that's going to be an offensive-minded guy. But they have a new GM, a new OC is really the one new guy with their GM Poles and their head coach Eberflus. Shane Waldron came over from Seattle to be their coordinator. But he's right about this. I mean, the Bears supporting cast is ready to win right now.
Yeah, it's good.
DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, they just drafted top 10. Keenan Allen, the former Charger they traded for this offseason. One of the best trios as far as any wide receiver room in the league. Running back room, DeAndre Swift comes over from Philly. Khalil Herbert's still there. Rashawn Johnson, the 4th-round pick last year, who's a decent player out of the backfield catching the football. Tight end room with Cole Kmet and Gerald Everett. That's an awesome supporting cast. He mentioned the secondary. They got some really, really good players. Tariq Stevenson at corner. They brought in Kevin Byard. Jaquan Brisker, the former 2nd-round pick. Jalen Johnson, the corner, was a 2nd-round pick, was fantastic. That's a terrific team. Maybe a top 10 defense with a top 10 supporting cast, and now what they perceive to be a generational quarterback. I'm not saying Washington should do anything because the Bears did it. I'm just saying the Bears did the thing that teams should typically do in this situation. And not every situation's the same. Like the Patriots don't necessarily have to come out and name Drake May the starter, who doesn't have a whole lot of experience. you referenced Dwayne Haskins in Washington, kind of making him and Case Keenum compete. Dwayne Haskins had basically been a one-year full-time starter at Ohio State, and he had a great year, but it's so different than Daniels, who is he is the guy that was in the school for 5 or 6 years. He's the Van Wilder kind of coming out. Like, it's 55 games, man. He's 2 full years older than some of the young QBs in this class. Part of what they liked about him is that he's seen everything. All the more reason to get him on the grass. Eric in Warrenton, what's up?
Hey, fellas. I was just going to say, I mean, I disagree. I think it's an internal thing, an internal organizational thing. I mean, like, we all kind of know it, but they'll say it when they want to say it. And part of like turning the page from ownerships and awful front office management is just trusting them, the player, like the room, like just trusting the room.
I think you could do two things, and I'm glad you said this, Eric. You can hang on the line. You don't need to go. But I think it's possible to trust the room and still be a critical thinker. Like, any kind of disagreement and or a different view from them, and I'm not blaming you, but I've dealt with this all off season now. There is this straw man, like, and I got the same deal with the same people yelling at me going, in Peters we trust. We're doing the in Ron we trust bit. And I didn't think Ron was particularly good, and I think Peters is awesome. So it's a very different situation, in my opinion. Having said that, I'm not going to just sit here every step of the way and go, well, whatever they're doing, it's probably right. I just don't operate that way.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I think we've just grown to be so hesitant to trust with this organization.
I'm sure of that. You're right. Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah. That it's just now we're at a point where it's just like I'm just taking my hands off the wheel. Like, before I was critical of Ron. I was not in Ron we trust. I thought it was a terrible regime, but like now I'm just like, okay, like, grown-ups in the room, when they want to announce he's the starter, I'm good with it. And I'm going to leave him alone until training camp. Like,
Totally get that.
Good
I
call,
think
buddy.
that's fair. It's a good phone call. By the way, Ron was a grown-up, for the record. He was, I'm serious.
Right. No, seriously.
Like,
yeah.
he was a grown-up in the room. I mean, he had been a GM as much as anyone in the building currently had been a GM. This group, I believe in Peters. I wanted him before they started interviewing him. I believe in Newmark, the guy that I've heard is really good for a while. But if you're just expecting every day for us to go, well, what are they going to do? Oh, that's what they like? Okay, cool.
Great call.
On to the next. Like, that's just not. I am perfectly fine with how they're going to operate. But we also have a history, a track record. I don't mean in this building, but in the league that says, look at the number 2 picks other than Mitch Trubisky, who I believe was a one-year wonder type at UNC. He was a one-off kind of guy. I think it's like 7 of the last 8 picks taken in this spot started in week 1. You don't have to pretend. That's all I'm saying. Don't pretend that he's not going to start. We all know he's going to start.
So for me, I was just thinking about it while he was calling or during the caller's conversation. I think it was a really good call. But my view is the trust and implicit benefit of the doubt I have for Peters and Newmark isn't every call they make is correct, because nobody's is. The best to ever do this in terms of personnel screw up constantly. They're batting, 503 and missing, 497. That's just what it is. It's a really, really hard, inexact science that we always try to pretend is binary. The reason the trust and confidence I have in them is that it's thoughtful, is that one move corresponds to the next move, to the previous move. It's not cut a defensive tackle, draft a worse one. You know what I mean? It's like again, everything. There's a philosophy. It's organizationally, everyone's pulling the rope in the same direction. It's not whichever way the wind blows. Again, like the most previous one. I know we keep picking on Rivera this segment, but that's what last time was, right? It was nonsensical, fly by the seat of their pants. One year, I remember under Vinny Serrato years ago. Well, we don't have any big receivers. We need big receivers. Well, the next year we need quicker, smaller receivers. It was this wild sea change, constantly, evolving with their thinking. If this group makes a decision, it's thoughtful. Whether I agree or not, that's what gives me confidence.
Yeah, totally. I absolutely have confidence, and I think they're going to do the right thing way more often than not. But I just think there's a difference between every time they do something, just assuming that it's right and not asking any questions, and feeling like you're going to give them some benefit of the doubt to bat a high average. Next, I want to get into the possibility of Christmas NFL games on Netflix, which I find really interesting. On Grant and Danny here on the Fan. The big story in sports and NFL media today is that the NFL and Netflix are on the verge of a deal. Christmas football would air on Netflix. Remember, we're now up to at least 2 NFL games on Christmas. I say at least 2 because inevitably they could make it 3, just like they did Thanksgiving. But if we're going to have 2 games, 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock windows, would they both be on Netflix or just one? Is this the Peacock situation?
Yeah, it might be the one.
Because the way I'm reading this is Netflix wants to own Christmas NFL football. So they've been doing like one Fox, one CBS, whatever. Netflix would go, we want both your games on Christmas Day. We want people to have Netflix. And if not, here's your Christmas gift. You're getting a Netflix subscription so you can watch the NFL because there's 2 exclusive games. I think they're going to own both of the games, and we're going to do the double dip, the 3:30 or 4 o'clock game, and then the 8:30 game on Netflix. And count me in, because this is an app that I've got, and I don't have to worry about. I don't need the obscure stuff. I don't want to have pick your weird, Hulu or Fubo or this. Netflix, man. Amazon Prime. Disney Plus. The stuff that are the mainstays.
The big ones.
In the Paulson household. Let's keep it right there. It's happening. You know that.
Right.
How much longer until most games are on apps?
This is the question.
Like, fast forward 20 years from right now. Is Fox or CBS or NBC still in the game? All of them. Majorly with the NFL. Or are you just getting all the games a la carte and ordering them to the app on your smart TV? How does that look?
So if you'd asked me this question 20 years ago, I'd be like, hold on. I have to go to the Blockbuster video to figure out which DVD we're watching tonight because it's Friday, right? So that's all become obscure really quickly. And Netflix, by the way, was a DVD delivery service. Never forget, that's how it started. It was like Columbia House, but for DVDs. And everyone laughed. It was like, it'll never work. Seems to work fine. So it's almost impossible to predict what the landscape's going to be, but I've been beating this drum for a while. I have argued or felt like everything that we do is going to become subscription-based at some point. I don't know how or when it's going to transform that way, but it's because I think people got so fed up with, I like set for the sake of argument. I like 12 channels that I watch on my cable. My cable's like, that's awesome. Here's 1,000 channels. 40 of them are languages you don't speak. 70 are about cooking and home ownership. A bunch are people throwing wine in each other's faces. One is like National Geographic, but you probably should watch it more educationally, but you don't. But you have to pay for the whole thing. And people got sick of doing that. So they stopped doing it en masse. So that sort of forced a change in the landscape. Now everybody's got 17 streaming services and they're fed up with that. Something's going to give here. And I think it's heading towards that as you're talking about. Would you like to watch this game? Would you like to be a watcher of this team or of this league? You pay us and we'll give it to you.
How many people, what percentage of people do you think care enough about the NFL that they would buy an app for a one-off viewing experience? So like I remember with Peacock, this was a big debate. I got Peacock because there was no way I was going to miss an NFL playoff game. But I remember a lot of people didn't. I would do the same for a regular season standalone game. I can confidently tell you I would not do that for a Sunday 1 o'clock game, only because there are so many other games. And again, this is not Washington, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
If the Commanders aren't involved and the Browns are playing the Texans in the 1 o'clock window or 4 o'clock window on Sunday, and I'm going to say for this hypothetical, I'm not at FedEx Field. I'm just at home watching football. I've got several other games to choose from. There's no chance I'm going to order that. But on a Monday night or Thursday night situation, if we're doing Sunday night or Saturday night football and the entire country's live tweeting about it and you're not watching it and you're missing out, there's a lot of people, young people, I'm sure, that'll just illegally stream it or do whatever it is that they watch it. But what percentage of football fans do you think are addicted enough to this drug that they actually get the app to watch the game? Because the number for the playoffs is going to be way higher than the regular season.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's enough that it's worth it for them to do it. You know what I mean? Like it's not as if people didn't have Amazon Prime, but I'm going, why would Prime spend that much? You're already Amazon Prime. Well, I saw I can't remember the exact numbers. I was trying to find out what you were talking, where they go, Yeah, the number of people that got Prime for this and kept it, and they did all the advertisements during these games for stuff on Prime or otherwise was infinitely worth it to them. They were all about it. And the same thing for Peacock and otherwise. So it's worth it. And it's a big enough number where it's worth it for whatever app or little upstart thing, not the Prime is, not the Netflix is either, for them to go all in and spend hundreds of millions.
Did you get the app to watch the playoff game or no?
So remember, I already had Peacock. And I couldn't make it
Okay.
work. Like, for whatever reason, something wasn't jiving, and I tried a million different ways, and I couldn't do it, which was exasperating.
Would you get an app to watch a playoff game?
No,
What would you do?
I don't know.
You would just be in the dark for that playoff.
I mean, I was for this one. I missed that Kansas City playoff game because it was on an app
You
that
didn't
I
watch
had.
any of it?
No, I didn't see it.
I mean, I just can't fathom that.
I know.
So, did you follow it on your phone?
Yeah, I was
or-
following it the best I could, but I was
Oh.
I mean, think about it. I spent hours, multiple hours, trying to figure it out. What was going on? Like, I have the app. I have paid. I've put in the PIN code on my phone. I've used the QR code on the TV screen on my phone. Then I tried it on a computer. Then I tried it on my son's iPad for some reason. Then I logged in on everything about it sucked so much. It wouldn't work. And it boiled my blood to the point where I'm going, I'm not doing that again.
Darius, did you get the app? Regular season versus playoffs is very different, but for the playoff game, or did you already have it?
I already had Peacock.
Would you have gotten it? Standalone game. One game.
It is very tough to justify it for a standalone regular season game. For a standalone playoff game, absolutely 100% yes.
Because you could also do the 1 week free trial, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then cancel. Now they make it hard enough to cancel that it's a pain in the butt, I would guess. That's another thing, if you want to talk about that. You know how hard it is to cancel some of these apps?
Oh, yeah.
I've got Rocket Money, which is this app I subscribe to that helps you with your financials and your budgeting and everything. And they also will try to basically cancel things for you. They do it on your behalf because it's so complicated. We were trying to cancel something, me and my wife, 2 weeks ago. This hits close to home. And she kept saying, every time I go to this website, it closes out. And I'm like, that can't be. And she gives me the computer and you go to cancel this and the window closes. And I'm like, if I didn't know any better, I think they're purposefully
It seems like they're making it hard to cancel.
closing out the window every time I can. Oh, wait, that's exactly what they're doing. It is hard. So you get the 1 week and then they're banking on you're going to forget. You know, when I got YouTube TV,
yep,
got rid of DirecTV for Sunday Ticket and all that stuff. Well, when it was time for the baseball season, the Nationals and Masson make it impossible for me to enjoy and watch their content. They hate so much that I might want to watch their baseball.
They don't want
games
people to see it
in a 2024 way where I can stream their content. So I had no choice but to get DirecTV back. So I'd already left my dish up and done all that stuff, but I'd basically frozen my account for months. So I go in and I go, okay, DirecTV's back on. I've got to get rid of YouTube TV. Well, guess what? It took me 5 weeks. And I'm like, have I done that with YouTube TV yet? And I go and I'm like, nope, still going. They got me for an extra month right then.
They
right
got
there.
you.
But that life happens. Couple of kids running around.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know.
I'm trying to figure out which dinosaur I need to get Nooms at Target because he doesn't have a Stegosaurus yet.
He's missing the Stegosaurus?
You know what we don't have?
Huh.
We found out there was this thing we watched today on YouTube called The Grant and Danny Show, available now in high definition. No, we watched this thing. It was called Jurassic Park, and it looks exactly like the movie. And it's like a wrestling entrance where the door opens and a different dinosaur comes out for 30 seconds. It walks across a path and threatens to knock over a couple cars. And they just do 68 straight dinosaurs. And they just show you, they say the name of the dinosaur. You see it moving around, its height, some of the details about it.
But they don't fight. You're just introing the dinosaur?
No, exactly.
Okay.
So Nooms, who's just obsessed with
Loves
dinosaurs.
them. Yeah.
Which I think is just a rite of passage when you're a little kid.
Mhm.
So he had all of his dinosaurs. If he couldn't find the right one to match the guy that came out, again, there were 68 of them. He had 7, so that we missed a few. But he would be like, let me go find this one in the basement. We don't have that one. I could tell you. I
You
never
don't
got
have
the
it, yeah.
Rockosaurus. We don't have that guy. But he's like, pause it. So this literally, we were doing it for 2 hours.
You got to pause it.
But because of that, and then activities like it, and going to games, whatever, it's not front of mind to close out your thing.
Totally.
So I just went an extra month with it. But that's what they bet on. They just bet on Darius gets it and doesn't get rid of it. But they got me right where they want me because it's twofold for me. I will never illegally stream something for fear that I'll be the guy that the FBI cracks down on and runs into my house, with guns drawn because I'm watching the Nats and Bob Carpenter on, some weird feed. So I'm not going to do that. And number two, they got me right where they want me because I'll never miss a standalone NFL game. Just not going to happen. If I'm home, I don't have plans.
Right.
I'm sitting on my couch and there's a game being played. What app is it?
What are you going to be doing?
How much does it cost? That's what it is. Very simple. If we've got to cut out some extra, some groceries that month, so be it.
I'm hungry.
A little less milk. We'll find a way to like water more.
I'm thirsty.
Daddy's got to watch the Bengals and the Cowboys.
I get it. Smell what you're cooking. Yeah, that the app experience, and again, the whole every young person, which I consider anyone younger than me, is probably like rolling their eyes because I'd say you're an older 35, right? Everyone else is that's all they've ever done is stream, and they can't believe that anyone would do something different. It's Mesozoic to them that someone would like navigate a guide and a cable channel and everything else, and they can't believe it. But I know we're different, right? Because this quite literally is our thing. Like we do this for I pay the cable company every month. That's 12 months out of the year because it's too much of a pain in the butt to cancel it sometimes and then reactivate it at a different time for when it's Bob and Franny time. It's the Nets. We're going to win 71 this year, but let's get after it here in April. I have to have it.
When did we stop being able to write off stuff like cable bills?
A few years ago.
That is a tough break.
Yeah.
Because that is job related for people.
It is. I mean, quite literally is our thing. I have to see the games.
I like being able to write stuff off that helps me with my job.
At one point, I was like, to my accountant, I was like, we pay extra for NFL Red Zone. She's like, oh, you guys talk about the NFL, right? I was like, yeah. So she put that right down.
Those days are gone.
Gone.
That's tough.
Vapor.
I hear app getting NFL and my sensors normally go up and I go, oh, come on, enough. But Netflix is a good one. Let's do that. And Netflix, I think they do everything so well that excites me, by the way. Not to say, I don't think they're going to be, I guess they would be doing their own broadcast. Like, would they put their own broadcast teams together?
Same way Amazon Prime did, right? Or would they borrow somebody's?
I think it'd be more that. I think the NFL would go, here's our presentation. Here's your call with Burkhart and whoever.
Yeah, sake of argument, in conjunction with Fox, Netflix presents.
That would be
I just made that up, but yeah.
The reason Prime did what they did is Prime bought a night of the week, basically. Thursday Night Football is now Amazon Prime's. These are one-off games for a day. So Netflix is going to air games on Christmas. To me, that's very, very different. They could, I guess, put together their own teams, and they could hire Noah Eagle, a big, young silly, and put him in a booth and build their own booth with, they could get outside the box and bring in Rex Ryan or something. But I think basically they're just going to stream games. They really, really want, when you go to Netflix, you see that they've got live sports. And this is the beginning. They'll get a deal done with, maybe the Indiana Fever with Caitlin Clark or MLS, something like that.
Yep.
They want to be, and they should be. Sports on TV, that's where money is still. RSNs and the deals are all very different, but check out the programming numbers at the end of every year and what dominates. I'll give you a hint. It's the NFL.
It rhymes with
Mike is in Hagerstown. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Guys, how you doing? First time caller. Listen, I love your show, but here's my point. I am very, very confused on this streaming stuff. Last week, if I wanted to watch the Nats, I had to pay $10 on a certain app or whatever they call it. See, I don't even know what the hell it's called.
Wait, hold on. What app was charging you $10 to watch the Nats?
No. It was on a certain, like a Hulu or a Prime.
Apple TV, the Friday night game.
Yeah, Apple Plus. What the hell?
Yep.
Yeah, that's great, by the way.
Well,
How old are you, Mike?
I'm 69.
Let's go. So, Mike, you were born in what year?
55.
Okay. My mom was 57. My dad was 51.
Hey, great. listen, but still,
He's
I
like,
mean,
on to my
move right
thing.
past that. Yeah.
Okay, so let me go back to Apple then.
Yeah.
Let's get you. You got business to tend to. I get it. I'm not going to slow you down.
Go
So
ahead.
you get Masson regularly. You watch every game with Bob and Franny.
Yeah, exactly.
And how
Great
do you do
people.
that? Direct TV?
I've got those box things, you know?
Box
Cable?
things?
Yeah, cable.
Yep.
Box things.
I speak it.
If
Yeah.
box things means cable, we're in for a
I'm going to translate for the
yeah.
younger folks. I got you,
Okay.
sir.
So
But,
what cable
what's-
provider do you have?
Look, I think it's called Antietam Broadcast, and it's the only one in the area, so they've already got the monopoly on it.
Yeah. So the reason the Nats are on Apple does a exclusive MLB broadcast every Friday night. And the Nats will rarely be on it, but that particular game, the exclusive broadcast was on Apple. So it was the only way to watch them. Did you get
I
Apple for
understand.
the night?
Excuse me?
Did you get Apple for the night?
Oh, no. I mean, look, I can afford $10, but it's just the principle of the thing.
I get it.
Of course.
If I can get it on my cable, why do I have to play Apple?
Well, that's why Apple gets it, because they keep it from your cable for that Friday night broadcast, and now you
But see, this is what's going to happen. Like the Christmas football. Why do I have to pay, money to watch a stream or whatever you call it? I don't know what the hell they call it.
But you're talking about Do you have Netflix?
Yes, I believe we do. But
Okay,
see, here's the
then you're
problem.
fine. Then you're going to have the Christmas games. They're on Netflix.
No, but listen. Okay, I'm a clicker. If
Yep.
I can watch, more than one program at a time.
Totally.
That is an annoying part of
it's
the
100%
stream.
the frustration.
How about Mike off the top rope?
Yeah.
This is great because you're right, Mike. If you're on Netflix watching the NFL game, you can't flip over to the other thing in commercial. Really?
My sister, this is who I live with, she says that you have to go to another, whatever they call it, another stream, or
Another
whatever.
app or another input on your
Exactly.
television or hard drive, whatever.
Mike, are you on a landline phone right now?
No.
You're not? You're on a cell phone?
I'm on a cell phone.
Mike.
Is it a smartphone or a flip phone?
I don't even know what the hell it is. Hold on, it's a Cricket.
A Cricket? What is that?
Cricket Wireless?
Look, I don't know. My sister
So let
got
me
it.
ask you, can you search the internet on your phone and watch videos?
Yeah, I can do all that stuff.
Smartphone.
So it's a smartphone.
Smartphone.
It doesn't look like a smartphone. It's a small guy. It's called Cricket. I pay $30 a month.
It's probably not a smartphone.
It may not be that smart.
Are you on any social media platforms?
No. I don't do any of that crap.
What do you think of social media? Good or bad for society?
Oh, I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you get all your political information?
I watch CNN.
Oh, okay. Not bad.
Touche.
Yeah, there you go. I like getting my political information from Facebook.
All right. Well, I think Facebook is ridiculous. I think texting is ridiculous.
Texting? Mike, you ain't texting?
I just found out last month that I can text by using my phone and just pressing this one microphone thing, and I can talk into it.
You talk right into it.
Yeah, and I'm texting.
I get steamed up for Mike.
Mike, by the way, that was a game changer when I figured that out. That was the best.
You know that, Mike. You don't even have to touch any of the buttons with your thumb.
There's a little mic right there.
Hit the microphone and you talk and it texts.
You say what you want to say right to the Cricket.
Isn't that better?
Well, see, that's another thing. When I text with my fingers, if I want to pee, I'm hitting an O. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
That is a
Been
problem.
there, dude. Yeah.
I've made a mistake or two with my fingers while texting. Do you write checks?
No.
Do you have a debit card?
I have a credit card.
Well, then you're up with the times then.
Well, I mean, I'm semi up with the times. All this crap with the
streaming.
How about do you have a VCR at your house or VHSs?
No, I used to have a TV that had a damn tape thing in it. You know?
The 2-in-1. Oh, that was luxury, Mike.
I used to love those.
Those were great.
Those are good.
Yeah.
What about DVD player? You still watch DVDs?
I don't do DVDs. I don't even do movies, man.
Huh. So what's your normal day like? You're retired?
Oh, definitely. I'm definitely retired.
So what'd you do today?
Well, for real, guys, my day consists of junks till 10 o'clock. I'll make a breakfast.
Yep.
Maybe take a little nap. Get up and wait for like about 3:30, 4 o'clock, so I can start doing my vitamins and get ready for the Nats.
I get steamed
Mike,
up
I
for
love
my-
it. That's a
Mike,
day, brother.
Can I tell you?
You earned it.
All I want in my life is to be you. I want to get to a point where I'm 69 years old.
Just talking to your cricket.
And I'm like, what time is
Talking to my
breakfast?
cricket.
What time is breakfast? What am I going to make? And when do the Nats come on? That's all I want in my life. I want
That's
to
right.
fast. I could touch a button right now and get to 69 to do that. I would do it.
Very simple.
Do you
very,
sit in the
very
same
simple.
recliner every single day? It's a lock.
Yes.
Does it have a name?
What has a name?
Have you named your recliner? Like there's a nickname, like it's Betsy or Mabel.
That's no, negative.
Okay.
Negative.
Thought I had that.
Here's my guess. Do you have a shoehorn next to your recliner that helps you get your shoes on?
That's a negative.
Oh,
Mike!
Oh, Mike! No
In
shoehorn.
your face, Jeeps.
There's probably so many. There's a pile of newspapers next to your recliner, isn't there?
No. Hey, man, I'm telling you, up here in Hagerstown, I can't get to Washington Post.
Where do you go out to eat when you go out to eat? What's your spot?
No, I do not eat in restaurants or stuff like that. No, I don't do that.
You don't do it?
I hate watching people eat, and I don't want people watching me eat. I think that's pretty foul.
Foul,
Mike.
Wait, well, you don't go. You refuse to go to restaurants. When's the last time you went to a restaurant?
Oh, I go to restaurants, but I'll usually play, just drink beer and I'll play Keno.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty. You sit at the bar. What restaurant bar do you go to?
For real, I don't even know the name of the bar. I've only been there like 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
It's like about a mile down the road. We don't go there that much. I don't do that much at night, man. I mean,
watch those Nats.
Gotta watch the Nats.
Yeah, I watch the Nats, and then after 1 or 2 more vitamins, I'm in bed.
Well, Mike, here's what I need to do. I'm going to put you on hold. I want Ryan to get your info. I want to do regular check-ins with you. See what's up.
Wow, man, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, you should be a reoccurring member of the program here. Just what's going on with Mike.
What's up with Mike in Hagerstown?
That'd be great, man. I mean, I'd be honored.
Well, let's do it. By the way,
buddy.
What did you make for breakfast today?
Breakfast was a can of ravioli.
I love this guy.
Mike, come on.
You just heated up a can of ravioli?
Right in the little saucepan there?
Right in my little bowl that I put everything in and microwave, and we're done.
What's dinner tonight?
Dinner is going to be, believe it or not, spaghetti. I make a pretty good spaghetti sauce.
Let's go, Mike.
Today's pasta day at Mike's.
I can't wait to be Mike when I'm 69.
Ravioli for breakfast in the bowl that he eats everything in.
All right.
But
Well,
before you put Mike on hold,
Yeah.
he did say he's a first time caller. We have to officially.
Oh,
Let's welcome him. Hold on, Mike.
all right, Mike. We appreciate you, man.
Be well, dude.
Thanks, guys.
All right, take care. I love Mike. Team Mike.
What a ride we went on.
That was something. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight. The support for Mike in Hagerstown continues to come
Pours in.
flying in on social media. A star was born, I believe. You will hear him again on Grant and Danny, this much I can promise you. That was a good time. He is a good egg, and I hope he's ready for a big night. Sounds like some spaghetti and Nats baseball. What's better?
We sleep on the fact that my guy had ravioli for breakfast. In the bowl, he eats everything in, microwaved, and here we go. And he's going to have pasta later.
I'm serious. The simplicity of that life, give it to me.
So you and I are grinding right now for the chance to do that. Where your biggest concern is what time do the Nats play?
Yeah, I just want, I can't stay home all day. I got to leave. I got to go do things. I'll be a guy who's bad in retirement. I'll always have little gigs or jobs or something. But I just want to be the guy that wakes up and sits in a recliner and then looks, forward to the game that night. Jeffson Woodbridge. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
Hey, gentlemen. Good to talk to you. Hey, Grant, you said, I want to be like Mike. Mike's walk-up song is the Michael Jordan Gatorade commercial.
Sometimes I dream.
Ooh, there you
He
go.
is me.
For his next appearance on the show. I like that a lot, actually. Well done, Jeff. So Darius, jot that down. Some production being done on our behalf. That can be his walk-up song for his next appearance on G&D. The question is, what do we do with Mike? Do we just have him on to give a State of the Union on what's going on in his life, get an update on how things are going in Hagerstown? Somebody suggested he and Ryan compete in trivia challenges. I think that has some potential.
Uh-huh. I want him to do restaurant reviews.
But remember, he doesn't go to restaurants, and he thinks it's foul to eat in a restaurant because someone could see you eating. He's like, my phobia about people seeing me
times
sleep.
1,000. So that's you in 30 years, basically.
I'm telling you, me and Mike are very simpatico.
Simpatico.
I like the guy. I'm glad he called in. All right. Top of the hour, Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. About 20 plus minutes away. So get your questions ready to go. It is Friday, final segment of the week. As always, G&D's Tony's mailbag, our little Ask Us Anything. So you can submit your questions. You can do that on social, or you'll be able to call in. Between now and then, though, I want to go through some of the things that came out of today's rookie camp out in Ashburn with Jaden Daniels. Starting with him thanking Tress Way for his number. If you missed Tress on our show, he was very, very good. He gave the details on what he got in exchange for giving up number 5, which were not previously out there. It was a really, really good interview. We tweeted out the link at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. But Jaden Daniels last night, kind of kept quiet, hadn't really said much. I started the show saying I want to see him come out and say something up to the team captain who gave up the number, and he did that this afternoon.
How y'all doing? What's up, man? Shout out Tress. Allow me to wear his jersey. Obviously, what it means to him, what it means to me. He's a legend here, so I'm very appreciative he allowed me to wear his jersey.
The other of the items he had to discuss that had become a big story, I'm sure you saw this, Danny. He and Malik Neighbors had a bet on who was going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. They're college teammates at LSU.
Uh-huh.
Daniels, the quarterback, Neighbors, the receiver, had hooked up for 1,500 yards this past year. They bet $10,000 on who was going to be in the Offensive Rookie of the Year. I don't think this is the first time this has ever happened. I'm sure teammates that get drafted high have made bets before, whether it's 10,000 or not. I don't know. That's a lot of money to me, but to them, it's probably not that much money. But I bring this up to say that the league caught wind of this because it wasn't Daniels' fault. Neighbors brought it up first in some interview that he did. Daniels was then asked about it by Keyshawn Johnson, and he corroborated and confirmed that they do have a bet. I think he was the one that admitted it was for $10,000. And it kind of went all over the country and viral, and everyone was talking about how these two guys in this league that doesn't allow betting have a bet. And a big deal was made of it. The bet is apparently off. The league came out and said they're not going to be allowed to bet. That's not going to happen. This was Jaden Daniels today on the bet being off.
Yeah, we were uneducated on the gambling policy in the NFL. We learned about it last night. Me and him have a conversation, and we canceled the bet. Obviously, we don't want to get in trouble with anything, so we're just focused on being the best players for our respective teams.
So that's a great answer.
Yes.
Kudos to the PR department, Sean DeBarbriere.
Good job, everyone.
His staff, and kudos to Jaden Daniels for the perfect answer and just handling this well, saying, hey, we were uneducated. We didn't know the gambling policy in the league allowed for certain things, but not us to have a bet against each other, whatever. I think that's the dumbest story in the world, by the way.
Me too.
I think that the fact that they're not allowed to bet, even though I wouldn't bet $10,000 because I like keeping my money and investing it in whatever else, but it's his money. He can do whatever the hell he wants with it. He wants to buy a house or a car or a basketball or jewelry or a book that he wants to read. That's the most expensive book in America. It doesn't matter. Do what you want, man. You earned it. It's capitalism, bro. You're the best quarterback prospect, not named Caleb Williams, in the world, in America, on the planet right now. And teams are willing to pay you tens of millions of dollars, and companies are going to be paying you millions of dollars to endorse their brands. Spend your money how you'd like. Be smart, but enjoy yourself. The fact that they were vilified for it or that they caught so much flack for it, is it great judgment? No. They're young people. Young people do silly things. You know, that they're 24, that they just fell into a lot of money. I don't know. I just think it's a really dumb thing that anybody was angry or upset about this. I could not have been less bothered by that story. I think the way he handled it is awesome. But even the fact that the league stepped in and said, you can't do this, I don't think they should have done that, to be honest with you.
I mean, I understand that it's one of those, that's not why the rule was written, certainly. You know what I mean? But you have to have that under the umbrella of the rule too. So they could have just said, and I think the league, did as good as they could with it. Go, hey, just so you guys know that's not allowed with our policy. Well, we can all move on, right? It'll be fine. Yeah, anybody who's upset, please calm down, or maybe stay inside and wait for the world to end, because I don't know if outside's safe enough for you. But in terms of Daniels and his buddy doing it,
let me say this real quick though.
Yeah,
they're no more likely, in my opinion, to bet on football games because they have a $10,000 bet. That's just like me and you betting lunch on something.
No, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know, but yes, totally.
We got to step aside, so let's continue this next. If you guys have a thought on this, 800-636-1067. Daniel said the $10,000 bet that he had with Neighbors for Rookie of the Year is off. What do you make of this story? G&D on the Fan.
Yeah, we were uneducated on the gambling policy in the NFL. We learned about it last night. Me and him have a conversation, and we canceled the bet. Obviously, we don't want to get in trouble with anything, so we're just focused on being the best players for our respective teams.
It's about as good an answer as you can ask for from Jaden Daniels. His $10,000 Rookie of the Year bet with Malik Neighbors has been called off. Darius, if you can find when Keyshawn Johnson asked him about that bet, it'd be worth playing if we could grab it. And by asked him about, he talked at him a bunch, and Jaden Daniels agreed to a couple of things he said. That was kind of how the interview went. But I just think anybody that was really upset with or questioned the judgment, if you want to say $10,000 on a bet is a lot, man, maybe a little bit less. But I think that kind of thing's been happening for a long time. Within locker rooms, fantasy sports is huge. There are bets all the time. You just don't make it public on especially things like your college team's playing my college team. And what we see is guys got to wear a hoodie or a jersey.
Yeah, you got to wear the jersey of the opponent. Yeah.
But you're crazy if you don't think some money's changing hands. I mean, the amount sometimes on planes over the years, on flights, the charter travel or whatever, where like guys are playing poker or cards or dominoes, whatever the game is that team likes to play or gets into can be crazy. So I just hope that they're not vilified for that it doesn't become anything larger than they didn't know the policy. The only mistake that was made, in my opinion, was Neighbors made it public. And if Neighbors didn't do that, and you could say, hey, you guys should probably not be betting $10,000 at a time. But again, it's his money, get out of his pockets. He can do what he wants. But when it became public and then Daniels was asked about it on a national show, he confirmed. I wouldn't have, maybe what the lesson learned for him here, you don't have to say that it's $10,000. Like anytime anyone ever wants a number, whether it's your salary or anything else, you don't need to give any kind of money stuff. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think Daniels did anything wrong. It's one of those things you're put in an uncomfortable spot, and I'm with you. The wagers can go on as far as I'm concerned. I know that if you do it publicly, now you're basically alerting the hall monitor or saying that the oversight group here going, hey, that's against our policy. And if we let that one go, then we have to let the next one go, and then we let the next one go. And they don't want to do that. They've been very clear with their, gavel slamming. See Calvin Ridley when it comes to betting, sports, integrity, and all that kind of stuff.
Do you think that the bet is privately still on?
Yes.
You do?
I do. And I don't care about it at all. Like
exactly.
no harm, no foul to me.
And who cares? Right. Exactly. I bet you maybe they scaled it back. Although why would you? If you're just privately keeping the bet on, maybe you don't have to scale it back. This is when Keyshawn Johnson was asking Daniels about it on Keyshawn's show podcast. This was this week.
Man, he wasn't supposed to tell nobody. It's supposed to be. We got a little something going on.
What's the bet though? Is it money or is it what?
Yeah, it's money.
How much?
10. Who won Rookie of the Year?
That's nothing for y'all now. You guys.
I mean, he put it out there, so it's like
that ain't really.
I can't say he capped. So
that
10. Maybe it was only $10. Let's just go with
10.
that.
10 what? You don't know.
He said 10. He didn't. We all assumed he meant $10,000, but he said 10. $10. Let him bet $10. NFL.
10 M&Ms.
What jerks?
10 Twix bars.
Yeah. What? Yeah. That's honestly that would have been a good comeback.
10 pickleballs.
It's like we bet 10 tickets to the movies that we're going to go to when we get back into Baton Rouge at our favorite Regal Cinema to go see the next Marvel film. 10. Oh, he said
just 10.
Who has a better chance to win O'Roy?
I think it's Daniels.
It's got to be, right? I mean, that's a terrible bet by Malik Neighbors. You do know that Daniel Jones is your quarterback and the Giants offense isn't exactly good.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get targets. I don't know how productive they're going to be, but a guy that starts at quarterback in the NFL is going to have a great chance to win Rookie of the Year in that regard.
Also, Marvin Harrison Jr. might have something to say about this.
Caleb Williams, pretty good
might
chance.
have something to say about this. I wonder if it's just who finishes higher or do you have to win? Because if neither of them win, did it just cancel out?
Then no one gets 10.
Nobody pays anybody anything?
Whoever finishes higher. That's how I would structure the bet if I was Jaden Daniels. I go whoever finishes higher gets
By
it.
the way, he's been busy. He's been doing all kinds of negotiating terms. Tressway, Malik Neighbors. He's had a lot going on.
How about if I win the bet, you pay for all the Tressway stuff?
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, G&D's Tony's Mailbag. You can call us now at 800-636-1067. Give me sports, non-sports, whatever you want to ask us about on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Everybody wants our teams in D.C. to make the best decisions, but you got to do the same for your future. Don't forget to call the law firm of Kondori and Murad so they can help. They're going to guide you and your family by drafting a will, setting up a trust, creating a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. If you mention Grant and Danny this here show, you get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We got a preview of the Nats and the Red Sox coming up this segment before we get out of here. We will also look ahead to the weekend that looms in the NBA and the NHL playoffs. But right now, it's Friday. It's 6 o'clock. We have reached the final furlong here for the week on Grant and Danny, and that can only mean one thing. A segment that we originated and came up with that nobody else ever thought about.
We made it up.
Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
The dulcet tones of producer Darius Dameron. You can send in any of your questions that you've got for us in our little Ask Us Anything right now. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny is at Funny Danny on social, or you can call us at 800-636-1067. Our buddy Barstool Nate says, do you think Terry will induct Jaden into the Hall of Fame or vice versa? That's Barstool Nate who wants to know.
Wow.
Who will be inducting who into the Hall of Fame?
Huh. I don't think Terry, unless business really picks up in terms of his production, will be able to get there because he's been saddled with terrible quarterbacks for the first handful of years of his career. Yeah. It's not like he's 22. So I would say if anybody's going to do it, Terry inducts Jaden.
I think it's the NFL and everyone gets into the Hall of Fame after a few years. Hey-o. So let's both induct each other.
Everyone gets in.
Darius, are you ready to go? You polished up? You got the voice ready? You got the pitch whistle out?
Hold on. Give me a second. All right, here we go.
Give me one of these. Like,
No. The one I do is yeah. Me.
Larry Michael, me. There it is. Yep.
Me. Match me. Me.
Owl now brown cow.
Okay.
Unique New York.
Let's do it.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Kristen wants to know, HBO calls. They say it's up to us to feature the Commanders on Hard Knocks. Do we want preseason, August, or in-season Hard Knocks? What do you pick?
Preseason. Easy for me. In-season's great too. Thank you. Awesome. Hooray. The preseason one. Here's why. A little bit extra content before we know anything. Right? Regular season, we got regular season. We got a season. We got football. We'll be able to talk about that. We talk about good, bad, and different. This play, that play, this game, that game, standings. Football provides. It's not off season, but it's still, we're looking for things to talk about. That would be fodder, and it would be excellent.
Here comes Grant.
Darius,
what happened? You okay, buddy?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
In season for me, by the way.
Yep.
Very much in season.
You're an in-season guy.
Nathan says, would love to hear a rundown on your behind the scenes for the show. How are guests organized and scheduled? Ethan from Napa Valley. Little radio insider.
Radio insider.
So, yeah, we could go through this. So the gist typically is that just about every single night, we will scour the intrawebs. We will send in different topic ideas, things that are intriguing, that we think people listening to this show would be interested in, to kind of like a group chat. I generally cultivate whatever ideas come in or whatever I'm seeing scouring the webs oftentimes, and we'll put together like the bones of a show rundown. This happens in the evening, somewhere between, 9:30 and 11 the night before the show. Generally, during the, either gets emailed out then or early in the morning. And then if anything changes, we can add or subtract to it, but we meet right around 1 o'clock every single day right here in the studio and go over kind of the rough rundown and make changes. And then the responsibility is kind of on us to be up to speed, watching things with our thoughts and takes and be well read and researched. In terms of guests, Darius and I oftentimes will work on that. We'll be texting. If Danny's got an idea, Ryan's got an idea, they'll fire it off. But yeah, I would say that's pretty much what happens. We'll, depending on if someone's got a contact for someone or a relationship with someone, they may reach out. But generally, it's just, we're brainstorming, trying not to do it day of, but like, okay, what's in a couple days? Rookie camps on Friday. Do we want to hit up Fred Smoot and see if he wants to talk because they're doing a live show during practice? A lot of times we like to also do topical stuff. So like today, who else would you rather talk to than Tress Way after the big story last night was the Tress Way video and the Jaden Daniels trade. So we've got that contact, fire off a text to Tress, see if he'll come on. But that's kind of the gist of it. More often than not, I would say, and Danny, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. As a show, the way I view guests is I only want to have a guest on if they can add something that we can't on a topic.
That is my succinct sentence right there.
We're not going to just have a guest to have a guest. So unless someone, like the Blitz is a different matter because it's rapid fire. It's getting you up to speed. It's quick little tidbits.
Who's hurt, who's not, who's in, who's out.
Exactly. But in terms of a full segment guest, like you better know more than us on the subject. You better be able to get us closer to the person we're talking about, the story.
Or be the person we're talking about in Tress Way's case.
Yeah, exactly. So that's, we're a little more selective. And I would say like, we're never trying to just have a bunch of guests on. That's kind of my thought.
No, I think it's pretty well said. I mean, Ryan does a great job booking the Blitz too every day. Like it's hard to do because people's schedules. Not everyone's free, believe it or not, exactly when we're free.
The Blitz is the hardest thing I would say to book by far.
Absolutely. So like say, for example, today, it's hard to book a Commanders person because they're at minicamp at 4:00. I mean, just if that happens to be the conflict, or Adam Peters is talking, or Dan Quinn's talking. So maneuvering around and doing that, but we have certain staples, and we kind of try to look ahead. Hey, this is going to be an idea, our topic that we're talking about. Then leading up to the drafts, let's get a draft person, that sort of thing.
And for some people, 5 minutes on the Blitz is just too much. So
that's a good point. They don't always love
like that.
The 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, Darius, let's get it going.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Let's go to Carlos in Alexandria. Hello, Carlos.
Hey, this is a great segment always, and I have actually separate questions for you guys. Danny, in your career as a stand-up comic, do you have a moment where you think that was the funniest thing you've ever seen? Could you talk about that? And the same question to Grant, but on the subject of covering football. Do you have a moment where you think back, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard?
So you mean like me on stage? Like it has to be me, or just something that I saw?
Something you saw.
Something that I saw. I opened up for Bill Burr in Columbus, Ohio, back in probably 2007 or 08. He'd already had his HBO special, but he wasn't as big as he is now. I mean, now he's ubiquitous. He's selling out theaters and arenas, and he's incredible. I remember he said one of the words that you can simply never say to an audience. He called a woman, again, just something horrible. And usually that's a death sentence for any comic, period, end of story. The rest of your set's going to stink. Within 20 seconds, he had won the audience back, and they were all like, you know what? She probably is. He's right. And he had them feeding out of the palm of his hand. So to me, it was that level of difficulty. Like he's walking the tightrope below a snake pit that's also on fire, said something unforgivable, and then had everybody eaten out of the palm of his hand a minute later. I remember guffawing at that when he went he used that to go right into his bit about he was dating a girl, and he went with this girl to a market on a Sunday morning, which is a terrible idea, but it's what you do when you have a girlfriend. And he started laughing to himself at the idea of walking over to this one salesperson and to punch their muffins like it was a whack-a-mole game. And he's sitting there in his mind laughing hysterically at the idea of punching a muffin until the muffins were destroyed, and his girlfriend asked him what the problem was, and he couldn't explain it, and then they broke up.
I can't think of anything really funny, per se. I guess it would be like when players are in on the bit or enjoying the bit. And I remember one time after a practice when a bunch of guys like started shoving unsuspecting players and then eventually even media members like into the cold tub. And it just became like a really funny thing for the players where it was like almost like King of the Mountain where they're throwing each other into the cold tub. Like that kind of stuff where the guys get loose after practice, kind of entertaining, funny. For me, it's more amazing things that I saw. I was there when Matt Bowen blew up Trung Candidate, just drilled him on the sideline in one of the most violent hits in practice to start like a team melee, Redskins against Redskins, that I've ever seen. Those types of moments where you're like, oh, I was there for that. I remember that. A big, the Bruce Allen press conference, the winning off the field press conference, being in that room and watching him kind of trying to fight for his life for proverbially. Like those are the moments I remember more than something. I guess funny. The one thing maybe as I'm thinking about this coming to mind now that I saw was, hate to throw my guy Chris Russell under the bus, but here we are. Jamal Brown was a tackle for the Redskins in his first season. And we told Jamal Brown, because there was this big debate. There had been this was early Twitter, and there had been these images of like these black and white Redskins jerseys, like uniforms, on Twitter that probably weren't really a real thing. And then they ended up selling them at their team stores and stuff, but they were never going to wear them, right? And so we said to Jamal Brown, everyone was kind of talking about it. Like, when Chris Russell's going to come over here, tell him that you guys are going to wear the black and white jerseys on week 1 on Sunday. Because it was like something that everyone was kind of, discussing in the media room and what, like, will they ever wear them, whatever. And so Jamal Brown says it. And Russell's bit was you couldn't tweet from the locker room because your phone wouldn't get the tweet to the internet. So he would always run out into the hallway if he got something and tweet it out, right? So as soon as Jamal Brown says we're going to wear the black and white jerseys in week 1, Russell throws, literally, I'm not doing a bit. He's working so quickly that he drops what he has is like notepad and papers. They all go up in the air. He tosses them up in the air. They fly all over the room. And he goes hauling ass out of the locker room into the hallway to go tweet. And he tweeted out to his thousands of followers at the time. Like, Jamal Brown says the Redskins, according to a source, will wear their black and white uniforms. And we were all in on the bit. And then he came back in. And we had to tell him, Jamal's like cracking up. Like, that's not a real thing.
Oh, my God.
But that's definitely short list for me, I would say. Darius, what do you got?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Christopher in Hyattsville. How you doing?
Hey, Grant, this is not my question, but were you there when Southeast Jerome walked down the stairs that day?
I was not. That was before 2010. That was like 7 or 8. I was in college still.
Wow. I would have loved to have been there for that moment.
I remember it beautifully. And I know where those steps are right down from the lobby, right outside the locker room. So I could picture it all, but I was not there.
This is my real question. My real question is, why does Mike Rizzo hate fun? Why hasn't he called up James Wood? Okay, that's what I want to know. Why? I mean, like, look, hey, are you a middling 30-something outfielder or corner infielder who's still desperately clinging to your career? Might I interest you in Mike Rizzo and the Washington Nationals? Because he's got a spot for you on the roster.
So I'm with you. First of all, I would have called up James Wood. There's no argument about that for me. I don't think this one's as egregious as some that have annoyed me, not with the Nats, but with other teams in the past. Like even Holiday, who came up and struggled with the Orioles, I think should have been up on opening day. Now, it turned out he struggled, and people will say he shouldn't have, and I don't view it that way. It's not like binary. If he came up on opening day, maybe he has a 4-hit game, and everything would have been different. History would have been different. But I think what you're seeing right now is a couple things. Winker's playing well enough that they're trying to keep his value up because he could still be
this is the key.
A trade chip, number one. Number two, they've got Stone Garrett and Victor Robles coming back in the outfield. Robles has actually been activated. So they now have to have some opportunity to play those guys, either to just boost their value or get them back up to speed. And if James Wood is up, he's playing every single day. Whereas with Rosario or even Jacob Young, who I love, like some of those guys can miss a day here or there. You could platoon with Victor Robles. You can figure some things out. Lane Thomas is injured right now, so you have that flexibility with those guys. I'm trying here. I can't help you. I mean, they'll tell you he hasn't faced lefties enough. He took one deep yesterday. They'll tell you it's too many ground balls and they want the fly ball rate and the launch angle to go up probably. I have zero concerns. He's going to struggle when he gets to the big leagues a good bit, like everybody else does, but he's dominant in AAA, and there's not much else he can do.
To me, the key is the first point you made is they've got a glut of outfielders, actually, at this point, right? When you start looking at the numbers, guys with outfield next to their designation. Now, I know Meneses is playing some first, and Gallo has when he comes back. But I mean, I was thinking about Gallo, actually. I said the wrong thing. But you have a number of guys that they want to trade for the long-term benefit of the ball club.
Yeah.
They want to improve things, not just for this year and your excitement and fun, but down the line. They want Gallo to get at bats and homer and help somebody down the stretch.
And he
Same thing with
obviously
Winker
is going to be pretty much exclusively a first baseman.
Yeah.
But he at least has the flex, to your point, of playing the outfield. One other thing I'll throw out there as a maybe pile thing here is look at the last 2 homestands. You had the World Series celebration with the Astros where they drew really, really well. This homestand, you had the Orioles where they were inevitably going to draw really, really well. Maybe, I'm not saying you should do this, but maybe from a business standpoint, you go, which homestand do we need some help on? And it wouldn't have been when you're going to get back-to-back 30,000 gate, people at the ballpark in succession this homestand, or when you got the 30,000 against the Astros. It would be the next one starting on May 20th. Maybe that's part of the equation. I don't know. It's a good call, though. It's Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Little Ask Us Anything on a Friday.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Sterling Dome wants to know, home-cooked steaks, grill or cast iron, Danny? Grill or cast iron? It's a hard grill for me. Very easy. Grill every time.
So if I'm doing it, grill, because that's the only way I know how to do it, that cast iron situation is incredible. The wife does that. It's fantastic.
It's not better than a grill.
Better than the grill.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Nope.
Charcoal grill?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you one more chance.
Sure.
Grill with charcoal or cast iron?
The cast iron with the seasoning, with the butter, with all the dipping and the evenness. I can't do it. She can do it. That's how they do it at the fancy restaurants that we all like.
This is the guy that you guys choose on food stuff over me. Just remember that. Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Dickie in Bethesda. You're on G&D. What's up, Dickie?
How we doing, guys? How we doing?
Good morning.
I got one am I crazy question for Grant. Actually, 2 while I got him on the line. And then I got one question for Danny as a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
Grant, am I crazy to think the Capitals front office might spend some money on some one-year deals, maybe trade off Darcy Kemper for some speed?
Not at all.
Am I crazy for that?
I think it would make perfect sense. I would shop Kemper for sure. I don't know if they'll be able to get anything done, but the reason I think they might be able to find takers, goalie performance is volatile, right? So him having a bad year this year doesn't mean he's not going to have a good year next year. A lot of teams need goalies. I could see someone being willing to trade, and I would package him. That one wouldn't be for a one-year deal, but for a piece or two. But yeah, I think they are going to be aggressive. We had Mac on the show. I don't know if you heard it, but Brian McClellan basically said they want to add goal scoring. That costs money, so I think they will be aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, one last one with Ovi would be fun. And then I got one more for you. Am I crazy to think the Redskins or the Commanders could jump into that top 10, top 15 defense in the league with Dan Quinn and all the additions they're getting?
So jot this down as a topic. So 2 people have asked this now this week about their defense. Their defense is way, way better. I'm going to say no to top 10 because I don't think they're going to have the pass rush consistently. Right. Their pass rush from the interior could be nasty. With Allen, Payne, and I actually think Johnny Newton right away is going to be an impact player. The problem is off the edge. Armstrong's like an 8 to 10 sack guy, tops. Farrell, Henry, Fowler, Obata, Andre Jones. I don't know how much they're going to get off the edge. And I don't think you could be a really good defense without studs off the edge. So that's my concern.
Gotcha. And then for Danny, I don't know if you're a big Danny McBride fan, but I wanted to know your take on this. If you had to rank 3 between vice principals, righteous gemstones, and Eastbound and Down, how would you rank those 3?
Eastbound's my 1 seed because it's your intro into the foray of what Danny McBride is and what he does.
So
some of the guest stars too. The scene with Will Ferrell, Ashley Schaefer, BMW. Whoop! I could fit it in my plums. Just the funniest thing ever. Those guys can't keep a straight face.
By the way, Fredericksburg native Danny McBride.
Danny McBride, you sleep. I think I haven't gotten all the way through Righteous Gemstones. I'm going to put that as my 2 seed. There we go. That's my answer.
Really?
Yeah.
What was the third one?
I already forgot the name, but I'm Vice Principals.
Vice Principals.
Because I feel like I've done that.
I think Vice Principals is 2 of those 2. I couldn't really get into Righteous Gemstones. I don't know why.
It's not your fault.
It was fine, and there were certainly funny episodes, but it felt like it was work for me after a little while. And everyone I talked to just loved it. I don't know. It wasn't for me, really.
Because I feel like I
elements.
did Vice Principals already. And that's what people say about Will Ferrell movies. It's like, I'm like, yeah, I've seen that one. They're like, yeah. And they're all awesome. Like he's doing the same bit, but it's a great bit.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Attaboy, Garris. Rob, Fort Washington.
How's it going, gents? Long time, first time.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
So I've been dying to know for a while because I never heard any follow-up. Did Grant ever find his remote control that was lost forever?
Oh, that's such a good question.
What a question.
Rob. So just to get people up to speed, my clicker, as I call it, also known as remote control, was lost for like 3 days. We couldn't find it anywhere. We did find it. It was almost a full week later that we found it. And do you want to know where it was, Danny?
Where?
Under the couch cushion, where I had looked no fewer than 30 times. So one of two things happened.
That's so exasperating.
One of two things happened. It got moved a week into the situation, like wherever it was, it got moved again by one of these children. Or somehow when I'm moving things around and lifting up cushions, it was pinned in something and hadn't quite fallen down. It was like under the part of the couch that I sit on, the fat part of the couch that fat me always sits on. And I mean, we had searched it, everyone, all of us, 3-4 times, days of searching. And then it was there after all, a week later. So it wasn't there the whole time. I promise you, and you're going to say it was there the whole time. It wasn't there the whole time.
No, I believe you.
And
As a
then it
man
was.
that can't find stuff, I believe you.
And then it was. But most importantly, we have a remote. We went a week without one. We just decided now we're a basement TV family. That was going to be the move.
We watch downstairs now.
We're back.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Ann is in Merlin. What's up, Ann?
I'd like to know how Grant and Danny met.
Ooh, that's a good question. You see, Ann, it was a Friday night at about 1:30 in the morning.
He'd swiped right, and so did I.
I looked right across the bar, and our eyes met. No, it's a different story than that.
The real tale is you had just started helping as kind of like, I would say, Russell's assistant isn't the right term,
Chris
but that's kind of
Russell's
what it was,
assistant.
right?
We'll
I mean,
take it.
yeah, but you were starting out as like a secondary beat reporter.
Yeah, I
for
was
the station.
basically an intern, but I was, paid a little bit of money per hour. But yes, I assisted Chris Russell on his obligations on the Redskins beat. He brought me into the fold. I was like emailing CK 8,000 times.
Yep.
Russell
too.
was like, if you're emailing CK, he's going to hate this. Keep doing it.
Yeah. Eventually, years later, after you move away and move back.
No, but so shtick aside. So Russell got the beat reporter job.
Mm-hmm.
And then I knew him. We worked together, not like on the same projects, but at Sirius XM, he was doing overnights for like Sporting News Radio. And he was just super loud and really a lot. He like moved his arms around a lot, but he was a butt nice guy.
Yeah.
And so when he would be off the air and I was doing my baseball stuff over there, we would convene in the bullpen and maybe go across the street and get something to eat. So one day he told me he was getting a job at the new sports station in DC to cover the Redskins. And he knew I had been around the team a lot. And he, do you have any numbers? Do you know this guy, that guy, whatever? He was not necessarily around the team or even from the area per se. So we started kind of chatting and I was helping him a little bit. And he's like, you should come out and help me get audio and do stuff. And so he got CK to bring me in the mix. And I was doing that. And then the first night I ever heard you, you were just a guy with a weird last name.
Yes.
That's what you were to me.
That's pretty much the summary, actually.
And you did a show with Holden Kushner.
With Holden.
At a restaurant, I think.
That's exactly right.
Was that your first show?
That was it. That was our first show.
The first time I'd heard you.
Yeah.
And yeah, you could pick up the story there, but I think just through that, we kind of bump into each other at the station.
Yeah, so it ends up happening. So my first show was with Holden. The second show was an AT&T store above, or actually it was the Verizon store at that point, right next to Capital One Arena now. So it was a weird bumpy
With him
beginning
again?
with Holden again. Yeah.
How long until you did a solo show? A while?
More than a year and a half. Because it was
Okay.
Holden for
But
7-8
you hadn't
months.
really done radio.
Not at all. I mean, I'd done radio on the road, like as a comic, going to different places.
And you studied a little bit of radio.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. And so I had the show on Sirius XM for a little while, on the Shade 45 channel with Nate Robinson. We should never forget about
That's
that,
the rap
by the way.
channel, by the way.
Yeah. But again, the whitest white that's ever whited. Just pointing at myself right
Yeah.
here. I'm like, welcome back to Shade 45. So Nate Robinson show. That was Tupac.
You had like a buddy who did PR for the Knicks.
Yeah.
And he reached out to you and was like, do this show with
And I
this
was like,
guy.
okay, no problem. I think about this. On his BlackBerry, he was in a room with James Dolan, the owner of the Knicks, Donnie Walsh, the GM at the time. Mike D'Antoni was there, the president of Sirius XM and the program director of the Shade 45 channel. And they were like, who could co-host the show with Nate Robinson? My buddy Nick goes, Danny could. Who's Danny? Don't worry about it. Boom, sight unseen. I started doing it. Anyway, so once that
What did
happened,
he call you again? D Ruse?
he couldn't remember D Ruse. Because I was just like, can I just say my name?
That was the best part. Danny tried to go by D Ruse on Shade 45.
I didn't at all. I was like, my name's Danny Rouye. And they're like, do you want to, because like, we can't just do that.
But what did he call you? It was something weird.
Well, he couldn't remember. I was like, my friends growing up call me Ruse. He's like, no, we can't do that. He's like, how about D-Ruse? And then he couldn't remember that, so he called me D-Rose. Like I was Derrick Rose of the Chicago Bulls. And former MVP. Never forget.
So, but to answer her story, I guess.
So anyway, then I'm around the station doing part-time with Holden. And, you came in one night, and that's the first time we met.
That's a good point. So Danny and Holden were on the air. I came in with you guys. And I think I told you how much I liked all your videos on YouTube.
You were like, this guy's embarrassing. I heard you laughing from the other room. And
I'm sure that's not
actual event. And then we met and shook
true.
hands. And
he's lying.
Yeah.
No. We were talking about, you were showing me some of your videos.
No, you were watching them and going, this is the guy? Ha ha ha, what a loser. And I heard it. And then I came in and you guys didn't know that I'd heard it.
He's just,
and then
come on.
And then we shook hands.
One more. Here we go.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Let's go to Sean in Arlington. Hello, Sean. How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, buddy.
Big fan of the show. Good for a good belly laugh every night. So I really appreciate that.
We appreciate you. Thanks, man.
Hey, I forget. One of you is a Traeger guy, right?
Yes, I'm a Traeger guy.
He's a Traeger guy.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the you can do the skillet steak when it's raining, and then the Traeger on your beautiful sunny day, and you watch it beautifully smoke your steak. So that's kind of my go-to.
When it's nice out.
Yeah.
No more
none of this, whatever this is.
No more steak in the in the pan. We're not doing that anymore.
All right. Hey, so I want your advice on something. And it's kind of, I want to get a Nats jersey. I want to put a name on the back. I was thinking Scherzer because he was my favorite pitcher, or Doolittle because he was kind of my second favorite and he's still with the team. But there's a part of me that wants to do a bit and say, put something maybe like Boris is the devil on the back of the jersey. So I wanted to get your opinion.
What number would you go with there?
Ooh. I was thinking my high school graduation, but I'd be open to any.
Open all.
Like if you're doing a devil bit, you could put a 66 back there.
So
I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I'm not a bit jersey guy, if I could say that. I'm just out on that. So my vote is no. If you're spending money on a jersey, it's not cheap. CJ Abrams deserves some love. Like I was at the game the other night. The amount of jerseys of current Orioles players is unbelievable. And they've got young superstars, to be clear. Rutschman, Henderson, Kowser, Burns. Like the Nats have not had a star post Soto at all. And you can make the case now Abrams is coming into his own. But it bothers me a little bit that all the jerseys at Nats Park are former players. It's a lot of like Zim or Soto or Doolittle or whatever. Nobody's got current players. And I'm not blaming anyone. There's been no reason to buy a current player. Now Abrams maybe is the guy. But if you're really going to buy a jersey, let's support one of the guys that's laying it on the line for you. Let's go James Wood, Dylan Cruz, CJ Abrams, Jake Irvin. Let's go.
I'm a bit guy. I think you can do bits. Here's my cautionary tale with the bits, though. You have to think to yourself, is this funny now? If the answer is yes, you can proceed to the next step. Will this be funny in 3 years? That's a lot harder to answer, but you got to be honest with yourself. Do some soul searching. In other words, if let's say there are a couple Scott Boras agent or represented players on the roster that are good, you may not feel the same way. You know what I mean? Think about the future, not just the now. Now for bits good, later for bits harder.
Speaking of the Washington Nationals, let's get you ready for baseball tonight. Pre-game and first pitch coming your way when we are done on 106.7 The Fan. So we got to get you your Nationals lineups and your pitching matchup for tonight there at Fenway Park. Kudos to the Nats social team. They put out a really cool video.
This is cool, I thought.
Players walking around, getting a tour of Fenway, going into the Green Monster and signing their names. We got to see that, which I've never seen before, which was awesome. Let's go lineups. Presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been an educational window company. Get your free no pressure and no estimate at thewindowman.com and at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Patrick Corbin in a 6.45 ERA. Leading off playing center field, Jacob Young batting second. Shortstop, Jake Abram is batting third. At second base, Luis Garcia. Cleanup spot, Joey Meneses at first. Jesse Winkers, your designated hitter, batting fifth. K-Bear Ruiz behind the dish, batting sixth. Eddie Rosario in left field, batting seventh. Trey Lipscomb at third base, batting eighth. And Victor Robles batting ninth in right field.
Young, Abrams, Garcia, Meneses, Winker, Ruiz, Rosario, Lipscomb, Robles. Behind Patrick Corbin. Corbin, you mentioned the 6.4 ERA. The good news is they're taking on a pitcher tonight whose ERA is 1.99. Tanner Houck is unbelievable.
Dude, it's
7
filthy.
starts, 46 Ks, 45 innings. He's all tatted up, sleeves down the left arm. He's a right-handed pitcher, sub-1 ERA. He has been, or sub-1 whip, I should say, and a whip that's just a little bit lower than the ERA. But, man, has he been very, very good. So the Nats have their work cut out for them in Boston tonight. Thanks, everyone who listened. For Darius, Ryan, and Danny, Grant saying so long. We're back at it Monday at 2 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.